Marshall Peak, Chapter 44-27, Seeking Justice. On a magnificent spirit peak stood Chang-Chi Shui as he looked into the distance. Soon, a ship from the void came into his sight as the vessel charged towards him. "They're here," he bellowed and raised his hand. "Start the array." Upon receiving the order, the cultivators of Golden Rainbow Province, who were well prepared, activated the Grand Array as layers of light barriers lit up around the Spirit Province. In the blink of an eye, 8 barriers had been formed. Golden Rainbow Province had been in existence longer than Boundless Altar, and at the peak of their power, they were approaching the strength of the 72 Paradises. Although many of the top cultivators were gone since their downfall, they still had a significant inheritance built up over the eons. Their strength was manifested in the Grand Array that had just been activated. The layers of light barriers appeared extremely sturdy as they surrounded Golden Rainbow Province. It was as though they were able to withstand the most violent storms in the world. The strength of a great force's heritage was evident in 2 aspects. One of them was the power of their Grand Array. The more ample their heritage was, the more powerful the Grand Array would be. Secondly, it was the support their disciples would get when ascending to the Open Heaven Realm. The Open Heaven Realm masters of every great force, if possible, would return to their sect before their predestined time of death. After they died, their small universes would collapse, and their world force would partially assimilate into the sect, which was how their heritage was strengthened. The small universe of a cultivator was full of the traces of their grand Tao, the essence of their entire martial Tao. This kind of Tao essence would also permeate the place alongside their world force and remain in the sect. If any disciples in the future comprehended the same kind of grand Tao as their ancestors, they would be able to obtain part of this inheritance and enhance their chances of ascending to the Open Heaven Realm. For these 2 reasons, any great force in the world was extremely concerned about the accumulation of heritage in their own headquarters. The heritage of Golden Rainbow Province was truly extraordinary as it had been gathered and built up over tens of thousands of years. Although the Grand Array wasn't as abstruse as Void Land's 9 heavenly layers, in terms of pure defensive strength, it was equal to, if not better than, the latter. After all, it had only been a short time since Void Land was founded. The predecessor, 7 Wonders Land, was also a second-class great force, but it was at best average among second-class forces. Even though its heritage had been accumulated over many years, it wasn't comparable to that of Golden Rainbow Province. When the heritage of Void Land became ampler after thousands to tens of thousands of years, the power of 9 heavenly layers would be significantly strengthened. Therefore, despite knowing that about 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and dozens of Masters below the 6th Order from Void Land had arrived, Chang-Chi Shui still had the confidence to fend them off. Besides the promise from the old ancestor, he still had the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province. They might not have as many Open Heaven Realm Masters as those from Void Land, but they had the power to fight since the Grand Array was in place. On the ship's deck, Yang Kai gazed silently at the Spirit Province, which was protected by a glistening Grand Array, and snorted. "So they've been waiting for us." Earlier, he felt that something was off when he noticed that those from Golden Rainbow Province were monitoring their surroundings, as he wondered who the people were that they were wary of. It wasn't until this moment that he found out those from Golden Rainbow Province were guarding against him and his companions. How did those from Golden Rainbow Province find out that Yang Kai was coming, thus allowing them to get prepared in advance? The only explanation was that someone from Boundless Altar had come over to warn them. Yang Kai snorted. Do they think they'll be safe by hiding behind their Grand Array? Naive. Void Land's 9 heavenly layers weren't able to persevere for long when they were besieged previously, let alone the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province. At that time, the 100 Sects Alliance seemed to have many people on their side, but there were only a small number of top masters among them. The Open Heaven Realm masters behind Yang Kai were much stronger on average than those from the Alliance. In just a moment, The ship reached a spot that wasn't far away from the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province. Atop the deck, Yang Kai looked through the Grand Array and saw that the natural landscape in the Spirit Province was as beautiful as a painting. They did have an extraordinary heritage. On the highest Spirit Peak stood 3 figures as they looked silently in Yang Kai's direction. The person at the front was a muscular and decent-looking man. As their eyes met, this man yelled, "Who are you?" "Voidland's Yang Kai." Yang Kai replied and shot him a glance. "Who are you?" "Golden Rainbow Province's Changqi Shui." The man at the front replied before asking, "Why have you come all the way here to Golden Rainbow Province, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai looked down at him and said, "The previous leader of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin, invaded Voidland for no reason. This king is here to seek justice from your noble sect." Changqi Shui frowned. "What kind of justice are you seeking, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai grinned at him. "An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Since you all tried to exterminate my sect before, I am here to return the favor in kind." Changqi Shui's face fell as he bellowed, "Stop boasting shamelessly, Brother Yang. Do you think we are pushovers? Although we may be weak now, it doesn't mean you can oppress us as you please. Qi Jin offended you, and he only has himself to blame that he was killed in Voidland. When we learned of this matter, we allowed the matter to drop and have no intention of avenging him. However, if anyone dares to invade our sect, all of us from Golden Rainbow Province will fight with you until our death." Yang Kai gazed dispassionately at him and said, "The reason this king has come all the way here is to destroy your sect, but I'm not interested in unnecessary killing. However, if you dare to resist, many innocents won't be able to see the sunrise tomorrow, so please think twice." Changqi Shui roared, "None of the disciples from Golden Rainbow Province is a coward. If you're really concerned about the potential loss of innocent lives, leave now, and the grudges between us will be considered settled. However, if you remain obstinate, you are the ones who will end up in a horrible state." Yang Kai bared his fangs. "It seems that you're determined to struggle until death. Do you really think your Grand Array can stop this king? Well, you'll have to try to find out." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll grant your wish, then. I hope you'll remain obstinate until the very end. Don't wail in pain while you die later." Then Yang Kai raised his hand and swung it down as he coldly ordered, "Kill!" The cultivators on the deck had been waiting for this moment. Previously, they were prepared to prove their worth in Boundless Altar. Since they had decided to join Voidland, they had to prove to Yang Kai that they were valuable to the sect. Unfortunately, there wasn't any conflict in Boundless Altar, as Yang Kai managed to settle the issue without taking any lives. As a result, none of them had a chance to showcase their capabilities. Certainly, they hoped to see those from Golden Rainbow Province remain stubborn. Following Yang Kai's order, the dozens of Open Heaven Realm Masters on the ship turned into rays of light and took a plunge. The next moment, countless divine abilities struck the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province, causing the light barriers to flicker as ripples spread across its surface. The sight was truly horrifying. On the Spirit Peak, Changqi Shui turned pale as he could feel the energy fluctuations coming from his enemies. The second elder from Boundless Altar was right to say that there were 7 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, which made Changqi Shui feel jealous. Golden Rainbow Province only had 1 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, the old ancestor who had been cultivating in seclusion for 3,000 years. On the other hand, those from Voidland could easily deploy 7 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Both parties were not equally matched at all. Fortunately, they had the Grand Array in place. If these attacks actually struck the Spirit Province, none of them could have warded off their enemies. Many of them would have been injured or killed for even trying to resist. Loud booms were continuously heard as the violent attacks landed on the Grand Array, which caused the entire Golden Rainbow Province to tremble. The disciples turned ashen as they looked up at the sky in horror. The disciples who were in charge of the Grand Array were madly pouring their strength into it to keep it operating. All of them knew that once the Grand Array was broken through, they would be killed ruthlessly. Only by keeping the Grand Array running could they hope to fend off the enemies. However, regardless of how sturdy the defense was, it couldn't possibly endure a constant bombardment of attacks. Back then, after Grandmaster Wu Liang was done arranging the 9 heavenly layers, he passed the array jade to Yang Kai and told him that the array was solid enough to endure the attacks of 10 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters for several days. The mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters he was talking about should be in the 6th order, just below the 7th order. In fact, when the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, the 9 heavenly layers actually didn't last for long. It wasn't that Grandmaster Wu Liang's calculations were wrong. Instead, it was because they didn't have enough energy supply. On another note, Yang Kai had the intention of luring the enemies into the sect, so he intentionally opened up the Grand Array. If even the 9 heavenly layers wasn't invincible, there was no way the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province could last for a long time either. In just a quarter hour, the first of the 8 light barriers broke apart, which caused a commotion in Golden Rainbow Province as the disciples became apprehensive. The myriad of divine abilities continued to blossom as the Open Heaven Realm Masters on Yang Kai's side had no reservation when it came to casting their attacks. Chang Chi Shui was anxious as he kept looking in the direction where the old ancestor cultivated. At this rate, it would only take half a day before the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province was destroyed. If the old ancestor still hadn't appeared by then, they wouldn't be able to stave off these ferocious people on their own, which would be as good as giving up and dying. However, despite the fact that the Grand Array was under attack, no movements could be felt coming from the old ancestor's place. Chang Chi Shui was unable to figure out the old ancestor's intention, nor did he have any idea about what she was waiting for. He felt like he was standing on pins and needles. There was nothing else he could do other than urge the disciples to keep the Grand Array running. Another quarter hour later, the 2nd layer of light barriers came apart, followed by the 3rd and the 4th layers of light barriers. Seeing that there was only one barrier left, Chang Chi Shui decided to stop defending passively and ordered, "Change the array!" Upon receiving the order, the disciples who were in charge of the Grand Array activated their powers to make a shift happen in the array. In an instant, the wind gusted and the water rose. The entire Golden Rainbow Province was suddenly shrouded in a thick layer of mist, allowing no one to see through it. A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes as he snorted. "How dare you show off this kind of paltry trick in front of this king? Come with me." After he finished speaking, Yang Kai led the way and charged forward, followed by dozens of people who soon disappeared into the mist. Martial Peak, Chapter 4428, Li Luo Shui. They were unable to see clearly in the mist, and even their divine senses were greatly restricted. Also, there seemed to be a great danger lurking in the mist, waiting to burst out. Rumbling sounds were suddenly heard as a world-shaking force undulated. The force far surpassed the 5th order Open Heaven Realm and reached the 6th order in scale. Other than the old ancestor, who had been in seclusion for a long time, Golden Rainbow Province didn't have 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The reason they were able to unleash such an attack was that they had made use of the Grand Array. Exclamations were heard as some of the cultivators from Voidland, who were inside the mist, were struck. Some of the low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were instantly killed due to negligence. As the Grand Array's power blossomed, Yang Kai sported a solemn expression and released his divine sense. The next instant, his expression changed drastically as he yelled, "There are some weird creatures in the mist. Be careful." He could detect that there were a lot of tiny insects hiding in the mist that were not visible to the eye. While they were unsuspecting, these insects snuck into their bodies through the pores and began draining their blood essence. As Yang Kai spoke, he surged his golden crow's true fire. In an instant, a layer of black flame started burning around his figure as though he had turned into a fireball, illuminating a radius of 1,000 meters around himself. Crackling sounds were continuously heard as the golden crow's true fire burned the tiny insects in the mist. Yang Kai flew forward, and wherever he went, the insects were instantly killed. However, due to the fact that his divine sense had been restricted, he was unable to find out the enemy's whereabouts. At the same time, he had to be careful not to accidentally hurt his companions, so his movements were rather restricted. It wasn't until this moment that he had a taste of what the 100-Sex Alliance went through when they barged into the bewildering array of 9 heavenly layers, and it was certainly awful. Although the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province wasn't as abstruse as the 9 heavenly layers, there were indeed some similarities. A second-class great force like Golden Rainbow Province was able to ward off Yang Kai's powerful subordinates using their accumulated heritage. In the entire 3,000 worlds, basically every great force had their own grand array. Now, Yang Kai realized if he rashly decided to invade a sex headquarters, he might still suffer a setback even though there was a huge gap in power between both parties. The reason he was able to easily take down Boundless Altar some time ago was that they were unprepared for what was about to befall them. Before they could even activate their grand array, Yang Kai had broken through it and barged into the sect. If Boundless Altar had prepared in advance and activated their grand array, there would have been an intense battle. Rumbling sounds were continuously heard as more people shrieked, and it wasn't certain whether it was the enemies or Yang Kai's subordinates who were screaming. Yang Kai was incensed as he had come with a large group of Open Heaven Realm Masters in an imposing manner. If he wasn't even able to take down Golden Rainbow Province, he would become a laughingstock in the future. As he shook his figure, the golden crow was heard cawing. A great sun leapt into the sky from behind him with a 3-legged exotic bird, seeming flying around within it. In an instant, a dazzling sun hung above the sky of Golden Rainbow Province. Regardless of how thick the mist was, it was unable to block out the sunlight. Under the scorching sunlight, the mist instantly evaporated, and the tiny insects hidden within were all killed. Golden Crow cast the sun was a divine manifestation that Yang Kai had comprehended that was extremely powerful. In order not to accidentally hurt his companions, he was unable to fully activate its power. Therefore, he had been careful when using it. Despite that, after the mist dissipated, many of his subordinates were seen with reddened faces, and their skin that was exposed to the air was covered in blisters. The weaker cultivators were more severely affected, while cultivators in the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm and above were less impacted. With the mist gone, they were able to see their enemies clearly. Certainly, Mao Zhe and the others, who were quite frustrated already, wouldn't miss this opportunity and instantly charged towards the exposed array nodes. Soon, people were heard shrieking as the disciples of Golden Rainbow Province, who were in charge of the array nodes, were completely powerless to stop Mao Zhe and the others and were directly killed. In just over 10 breaths of time, the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province was completely destroyed. On the main spirit peak, Changqi Shui shuddered in fear as though he had been struck by lightning. He watched as the disciples were slaughtered, but there was nothing he could do to help them. He let out a sigh, thinking that Golden Rainbow Province would be destroyed on this day if the old ancestors still didn't appear. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had retracted Golden Crow, cast the sun as he stared coldly at Changqi Shui, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Without moving his figure, he raised his hand and pushed out his palm towards Changqi Shui. He had given the other party a chance. If those from Golden Rainbow Province gave up on resisting like those from Boundless Altar had done, he wouldn't have decided to kill them ruthlessly. Since they were still so obstinate, though, they only had themselves to blame. Faced with the pressure from a 6th Order's Open Heaven Realm Master, Changqi Shui was forced to lower his figure as he felt the aura of death engulfing him. Just then, Yang Kai suddenly narrowed his eyes and balled up his fist instead as he summoned his azure dragon spear and then thrust it out. Before the spear even reached Changqi Shui, a slender hand abruptly appeared in front of him like a phantom. The fingers curled up, then nonchalantly flicked at the spear 3 times. An immense force burst forth, and Yang Kai felt as though a mountain had crashed into his spear. He almost lost grip of his weapon as his figure shook and moved backwards. His face had also turned pale. At the same time, Mao Zhe and the others noticed this and looked over in the direction where the slender hand appeared. There a woman with a delicate brow and long hair that hung over her shoulders appeared. Her purple dress, with a belt around the waist, fluttered in the wind. She looked like she was about 28 years old, which was the prime age for a woman. Her peaks were tall and her waist was slender. If they came across such a woman somewhere else, they would have thought that she was a young woman who had just come of age. However, presently this woman was exuding an aura that no one could ignore. That was the aura of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Other than a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. No one else could so easily ward off his attack, and the woman's aura proved his point. There was no doubt that she was a newly advanced 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai had previously gone through such a stage. After he ascended to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, he was unable to curb his aura since his cultivation hadn't stabilized yet. This young woman was in exactly the same situation. Mao Zhe and the others sported solemn expressions as they exchanged glances in disbelief. It was inconceivable that Golden Rainbow Province had a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with them. They wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. At that instant, they felt their hearts sinking. Although she was clearly a newly promoted 7th Order Master, she was still a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. High rank and mid rank were 2 completely different realms. It could be said that the gap between them was like the difference between the heavens and earth. On the other hand, Chang Chi Shui had just escaped from death's door as he fell into a dazed state for a moment. Then he snapped out of his trance and widened his eyes before falling on one knee. With an excited expression, he said, 37th Sect Master of Golden Rainbow Province. Chang Chi Shui greets Martial Ancestor Li. The person before his eyes was old ancestor Li Luo Shui, who started cultivating in seclusion 3,000 years ago. The disciples of Golden Rainbow Province were dumbfounded. They initially had no idea who this young woman was, but upon hearing the sect master's words, they were shocked to learn that she was their old ancestor. It never crossed their mind that Golden Rainbow Province had such a powerful master. At that instant, they were all energized as they fell on their knees and shouted, "Greetings, Martial Ancestor!" Many men secretly examined the woman and thought that not only was the old ancestor alluring, but she also had an intoxicating figure. They couldn't help but admire her, thinking that they could die with no regrets should such a woman actually become interested in them. Without even turning her head, Li Luo Shui darted her gaze around and scanned the surroundings, then sighed, "I can't believe Golden Rainbow Province has declined so much." An embarrassed Chang Chi Shui apologized. "I'm sorry for disappointing you, Martial Ancestor. I'm truly useless." Li Luo Shui scoffed. "All of you are indeed useless. Not only have you squandered away the heritage of our ancestors, but you also can't even repel the enemies at our gates. Disgraceful." Chang Chi Shui was covered in cold sweat as he almost fell on all fours. Although the old ancestor looked like a sweet young girl, she clearly had no qualms about fiercely reprimanding them. "I suppose I can't blame it all on you, though. Get up," Li Luo Shui replied. "Yes," Chang Chi Shui answered before slowly getting to his feet. As he hid behind Li Luo Shui, he looked in Yang Kai's direction as a sense of resentment flashed through his eyes. Then he reported, "Martial Ancestor, it's these people who are trying to destroy our sect." Li Luo Shui shot a dispassionate glance at Yang Kai, then said, 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 15 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It's no wonder that you can't stave them off." Yang Kai stared at the young woman and asked, "What's your name?" Li Luo Shui replied impassively, "What point is there announcing this queen's name to a dead man?" Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was amused. "You're pretty arrogant, aren't you? Do you think you can definitely defeat us just because you're a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master?" Li Luo Shui replied, "Isn't that the case? You won't understand the difference between the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm and the Sixth Order until you experience it yourself." Yang Kai asked, "Judging from your aura, you've just ascended to the Seventh Order. I wonder how much strength you can actually use?" Li Luo Shui let out a breath as her chest heaved. "All of you are bound for death since you forced me to ascend to the Seventh Order. If you don't want to suffer, kill yourselves now. When this queen makes a move, I'll make you beg for death." "Shameless boasting!" Yang Kai yelled and pointed his spear forward. "I have never killed a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master before. I guess I'll give it a try today." Li Luo Shui shot him a cold glance. "It's the first time I've come across someone as reckless as you are." "Enough nonsense. Taste my spear." Yang Kai bellowed and thrust out his weapon. He had no reservations as he infused all his strength into the spear. A thunderous dragon roar reverberated across the sky. A dazzling light glistened from the tip of the azure dragon spear, and as the dragon pressure erupted, a great dragon seemed to have come to life as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. At that instant, the entire world seemed to have paled as the spear became the only thing that shone brightly. Martial Peak. Chapter 44-29. Azure Void Universe. Augmentation Grand Law. The light of the spear expanded. Faced with the attack, Li Luo Shui bellowed, "Impudence!" She raised her hand and pushed out her palm at Yang Kai. A Seventh Order Open Heaven force fluctuated around her slender hand as it filled Yang Kai's vision. The world seemed to have disappeared, as all he could see was her palm. He stiffened and squirmed as he instinctively felt a great sense of danger. It was the first time he directly battled against a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Although he had witnessed battles between high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters several times before, he never actively participated in any of them. Be it the war when the 100 Sex Alliance besieged Voidland or Zhu Jiuyin's battle against 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he was only a spectator. Although Yang Kai was able to feel the formidableness of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at those times, it was too far beyond him to truly understand. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the huge gap between the mid-rank and high-rank Open Heaven Realms. Faced with this palm, Yang Kai felt as though he had turned into an ant, and that there was no way he could dodge. With a great roar, he thrust out his spear even harder, causing it to give off a terrifying radiance. Violent explosions were heard as a horrifying force spread out. A pale Yang Kai was sent flying away, while Li Luo Shui remained on the spot, her figure only shaking slightly. When she looked down at her hand, she saw a tinge of redness in the center of her palm. Although the wound soon healed, she couldn't believe that the other party was able to harm her during the exchange of moves just now. This was inconceivable to her. She had ascended to her current realm from the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, so she was fully aware of just how much strength a Sixth Order Master should be able to exert. Initially, she thought that she could easily kill this arrogant boy, but the situation turned out far different from what she had imagined. Just like Yang Kai had said, she was a newly promoted Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so the power she could use was limited. On the other hand, the enemy was quite intimidating, as they had 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 15 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Facing such a force, she might not be able to save Golden Rainbow Province. She initially intended to kill one of the enemy's Sixth Order Masters, first to deter and intimidate the others. But it turned out that not only could the other party escape from her strike, but he even had the power to counterattack. The young man's capabilities were beyond her wildest imagination, and at that moment she sported a solemn expression. On the other hand, after Yang Kai was forced backwards for some distance, he managed to stabilize himself. He didn't even bother to wipe away the golden blood at the corner of his mouth as he looked down condescendingly at Li Luo Shui and sneered, "Is this all you, a Seventh Order Master, has to show?" Back then, when the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, other than using the 9 heavenly layers to kill Kong Feng, Yan Kai could only stand back and watch. When Zhu Jiuyin battled against 4 masters outside of the shadowless cave heaven, he could only watch the intense battle from the sidelines. However, at this moment he finally had the right to fight a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. This right meant a lot to him, as it signified a huge leap forward in his martial Dao. He no longer felt as powerless as he was in the past. At this moment, Yang Kai felt fortunate that he didn't insist on directly ascending to the high rank, which was practically impossible. Only the strength within one's own grasp could be considered real. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai pointed his spear at Li Luo Shui and roared coldly, "Kill!" As space principles undulated, he instantly appeared in front of her and forcefully thrust out his spear. At the same time, Mao Jia, Gengqing, Zhou Ye, Huayong, Shumudan, and the proprietress all made a move as they sent out their own divine abilities at Li Luo Shui. 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounded Li Luo Shui like moths to a flame, not only recklessly charging her, but also ensuring that she wouldn't be able to escape. In an instant, the entire Golden Rainbow province shook and the world itself paled. Horrifying forces reverberated across the sky, causing the ground to crack and spirit peaks to crumble. Changqi Shui and the others had already fled since they were unable to interfere in this kind of fight. Turning their heads, they saw that the old ancestor was surrounded by many figures as the lights of divine abilities dazzled their eyes. The energy fluctuations caused Changqi Shui, a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, to tremble. He secretly prayed that their martial ancestor would be able to kill all the enemies. Otherwise, Golden Rainbow Province would be doomed on this day. Just then, he heard someone yelling at him, "Go to hell!" Turning his head, he saw a fatty who looked like a chef coming at him with a kitchen knife in his hand. The man was clad in an apron with a giant slaughter character emblazoned on him. The fatty was accompanied by a man with drooping eyes who was holding a golden abacus. While he was flying over, he fiddled with the beads, which soon shot forward. Every bead seemed to contain a terrifying force behind it. A flustered Changqi Shui immediately met the enemy head-on with the left and right protectors. However, there was a huge gap in power between both parties. Golden Rainbow Province only had 3 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side, while the enemy had 15 Open Heaven Realm Masters in the same order as them. These 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't dare to take part in the battle against Li Luo Shui, so they decided to pinch the soft persimmons instead. Ma Tianyuan, chef and accountant, engaged the 3 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Golden Rainbow Province, while the rest plunged into the sect and launched a bloody massacre. Soon, the ground was covered in corpses, and blood formed rivers across the land. Although Changqi Shui was incensed, there was nothing he could do to help them. Horrifying forces spread around and caused the spirit peaks to explode as the 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters engaged in an intense battle against the 7th Order Master. From time to time, someone would grunt in pain before they were sent flying away, spraying out a mouthful of blood in midair. Li Luo Shui was a new 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master whose realm was still not stable. But despite that, the 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could only force a draw in the battle against her, while Yang Kai alone had to bear half of the pressure. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that the high-rank Open Heaven Realm was indeed a completely different realm from the mid-rank. Li Luo Shui was already so powerful, even though she had only just achieved an ascension. When she managed to stabilize her realm and accumulated some heritage, how much more power would she be able to exert? How formidable must Zhu Jiuyin be, since she was able to deal with 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on her own outside of the shadowless cave heaven back then. It had to be noted that the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from that time were unlike Li Luo Shui. All of them ascended to the 7th Order a long time ago, so they were certainly much stronger than Li Luo Shui currently was. Since a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was already so strong, what about the 8th Order or a 9th Order? When Li Luo Shui saw that many of the disciples from Golden Rainbow Province were either killed or critically injured, and that the sect had descended into chaos, her alluring face contorted into a hideous expression. Her moves became increasingly powerful, as though she was adapting to her current realm. However, even though she was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she found it extremely difficult to kill any of her opponents. The leading young man was a master of the Tao of Space, and his strength far surpassed the other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. He had practically borne half of her attacks. If it weren't for this young man, Li Luo Shui had the confidence to kill the rest in short order. After just half an hour of combat, Yang Kai and everyone on his side was injured, but Li Luo Shui wasn't in any better condition. She no longer looked like a sweet young woman, as presently her hair was a mess and she was covered in sweat. Just then, someone was heard screaming, "Changqi Shui!" and the others were pushed over the edge by Chef, Accountant, and Ma Tianyuan and had no choice but to cry out, "Martial Ancestor, save us!" Right after Changqi Shui shouted, Chef slashed across his neck with his knife and sent his head flying away. Blood started spurting out of his neck like a fountain. Realizing that they were unable to turn things around, the left and right protectors tried to flee, but they didn't have a chance to do so. Accountant shot the beads from his abacus at them from all directions and formed countless holes in their figures. Ma Tianyuan promptly made a move and beheaded the 2 of them. The 3 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Golden Rainbow Province were all killed, while the other Open Heaven Realm Masters had basically been wiped out beforehand. Countless others below the Open Heaven Realm were either dead or dying. The entire Golden Rainbow Province was no different from a living hell, and the Spirit Province where the sect was located was beginning to crumble and crack. Li Luo Shui shouted through clenched teeth, "All of you must die today!" All of a sudden, her curvy figure shook as an invisible force spread out with her as the center. Yang Kai and the others who had surrounded her were sent flying away as they were caught off guard. Yang Kai's pupils contracted when he saw what was happening as he felt his chest tightening. That was because Li Luo Shui's black hair and clothes flapped in the air even though there wasn't a trail of wind, as though an invisible force was infusing into her petite figure from all directions. At the same time, her aura seemed to be rising rapidly. Yang Kai was flabbergasted as he had no idea what was going on. It was difficult to deal with this woman to begin with, as 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to take her down. However, it now seemed that her strength was rapidly increasing all of a sudden. Right then, the proprietress exclaimed, "Azure Void Universe, Augmentation Grand Law." "What in the world is that?" Yang Kai asked in shock. The proprietress' word suggested that she realized what Li Luo Shui was doing. There was no time for any explanation, so the proprietress simply sent him a wisp of her divine sense that contained all the information he needed to know. Soon, Yang Kai learned what this Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law was. Strictly speaking, it was a forbidden technique. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Azure Void Divine Monarch had created this technique many years ago. Using his own body as a refining furnace, he drew the heritage of his sect's headquarters into his body and forcefully increased his strength with this forbidden technique. The headquarters of every great force contained a heritage that had been accumulated over thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. This heritage was the inheritance left behind in the headquarters by the Open Heaven Realm Masters who passed away over the millennia for its future disciples. However, this kind of heritage could also be absorbed and refined. It was a painfully long process for an Open Heaven Realm Master to increase their strength through the refinement of open heaven pills, cultivation resources, or the world force of a universe world. Regardless of what method they used, the goal was to strengthen the world force of their small universe, thus allowing them to wield greater force. The heritage within the headquarters of a great force could be absorbed and refined in a similar manner. Nevertheless, no one would do that usually. Firstly, it would weaken the sex heritage, thus causing some instability to their own great force. Secondly, it was basically impossible for this heritage to match with their small universe. Absorbing this heritage forcefully was basically like drinking poison to slake one's thirst. Martial Peak. Chapter 4430, The Forbidden Technique's Power. In the entire 3,000 worlds, practically every headquarters of every great force contained a complicated heritage. That was because the Open Heaven Realm Masters who passed away over the years allowed their world force to assimilate into their own sex. The grand Tao that every Open Heaven Realm Master comprehended was different, so the traces of those grand Taos were distinct as well. As such, the heritage of a great force was usually not only immense but also complex. If an Open Heaven Realm Master rashly absorbed and refined the heritage, it would do more harm than good. However, back then, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Azure Void Divine Monarch developed this technique to forcefully draw the heritage into his body in order to significantly increase his strength for a short time. Nevertheless, there was a huge downside to this technique. Although the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law could help an Open Heaven Realm Master obtain an incredible amount of power in a short time, they had to purge this heritage soon after. Otherwise, it would affect their foundation and the purity of their small universe. If one didn't purge this added heritage, the impurities in their small universe would cause their cultivation to plunge. In the worst case, their small universe would destabilize and crumble, costing one their life. That was the reason the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law was a forbidden technique. This technique was widely known among Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, no one was willing to use this forbidden technique unless their sex survival was at stake. That was because it was akin to gambling their lives away. It was apparent that Golden Rainbow Province was at a life-or-death moment. Li Luo Shui was resolute as she decided to damage her own foundation just to use the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law to repel the invaders. Li Luo Shui, who was already a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was seen with her aura rising rapidly. It could also clearly be felt that a mysterious force was penetrating her petite figure from all parts of Golden Rainbow Province. With the infusion of this force, she seemed to have merged with Golden Rainbow Province. Her aura was so imposing that no one would dare to directly gaze at her. In short order, Li Luo Shui's aura completely changed, as though she had transformed into an entirely different person. As she opened her eyes, a glint flashed through her gaze. She stared coldly at Yang Kai and the others before saying through clenched teeth, "All of you must die today for daring to invade my Golden Rainbow Province." As she performed different hand seals, she sent out divine abilities right at the 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai lifted his spear to parry the attacks, but his figure shook as he felt a tremendous force coming right at him. As though an entire world had crashed into him, the bones in his arms were instantly dislocated. He was sent flying away while the vitality in his chest weltered. At the same time, he sprayed out a mouthful of golden blood in midair. Meanwhile, the rest of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters became injured and spat blood. Li Luo Shui, having used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law, seemed able to exert a force that was 2 times greater than what she could previously. The power of her divine abilities had also been greatly augmented. Faced with her attacks, the 7 felt as though they were unable to counterattack, and all they could do was wait for death. Mao Zhe's gaze was transformed by horror, and he had the intention to flee. Faced with such a formidable enemy, he would be doomed if he stayed. However, when he turned his head, he saw Yang Kai charging forward again. He secretly cursed at the man before he too dashed forward alongside Gangqing and Zhouya. They had left their names on the loyalty list, so Yang Kai had total control over their lives. Regardless of how reluctant they were, they had to fight alongside him. For if anything happened to Yang Kai, the three of them would suffer as well. On the other hand, Hua Yong and Shu Mudan were more reserved. Firstly, they were not restricted by the loyalty list. Secondly, Shu Mudan was pregnant, so she couldn't take part in an intense battle lest her child is affected. The couple only helped their companions out by casting their divine abilities at Li Luo Shui from afar. The proprietress was naturally giving it her best as she and Yang Kai wove back and forth to get closer to Li Luo Shui. The force around Li Luo Shui surged as she remained on the same spot. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, she could easily ward them off by simply raising her hands. She no longer looked as flustered as before. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law had pushed her power to an unimaginable level in a short time, allowing her to not only fend off the incoming attacks, but also counterattack at the same time, drawing grunts of pain from Yang Kai and the others. As time passed, Yang Kai and the others became covered in blood, looking completely battered. Judging from the current situation, these 7 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were obviously no match for Li Luo Shui, and it was just a matter of time before they were defeated and killed by her. However, Li Luo Shui no longer appeared calm as her expression grew anxious. This couldn't be helped, though, as she was running out of time. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law had allowed her power to increase significantly in a short time, but she could not ignore the downsides of this technique. This infusion of power was no different from poison to any Open Heaven Realm Master. The longer this kind of state persisted, the more unstable her small universe would become, and the more difficult it would be to expel all the impurities in the future and stabilize her cultivation. Therefore, she had to kill all her enemies and end the battle in the shortest time possible. The longer this dragged on, the worse her situation would become. When her small universe became unstable, she would lose the power to fight completely and suddenly be at the mercy of Yang Kai and the others. She repeatedly attempted to kill one of them to achieve a breakthrough, but she was always stopped by Yang Kai. The young man was an expert in the Tao of space, whose skills were also phenomenal. The way he flitted about like a fly annoyed her to no end. By now, she clearly realized that the young man was the strongest among these Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but he was also the most difficult to deal with. If it weren't for him, she would have killed everyone else a long time ago without having to resort to such drastic measures. She felt resentful as she targeted most of her attacks at Yang Kai, who had no choice but to try his best to defend himself and dodge, causing deep wounds to appear on his figure. There was no such thing as impenetrable defense in the world, though. There came a moment when Li Luo Shui's eyes lit up as she saw an opening Yang Kai exposed and pushed out her palm as she bellowed, "Die!" Yang Kai had just stabilized his figure when he was faced with this attack. It seemed that there was no way he could dodge, so he had to fight. Realizing this, Yang Kai's figure stood firm and raised his spear to intercept the palm. At the same time, he roared, "Golden Crow, casts the sun!" A great sun suddenly leaped into the sky from behind him. It was so dazzling that the entire Golden Rainbow province was painted gold. There seemed to be a 3-legged exotic bird playing around in the great sun, cawing loudly for all to hear. A black flame burned at the tip of Azure Dragon's spear, as though it was able to extinguish everything in the world. Upon sensing the great sun's power, Li Luo Shui narrowed her eyes and exclaimed, "A divine manifestation!" She felt her chest tightening. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master was able to use a divine manifestation. Even though she was a Seventh-Order Master now, she was still far from comprehending her own divine manifestation. How was a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master able to use one then? Regardless, the sight before her eyes forced her to acknowledge reality. Faced with this spear, Liluo Shui halted her movement for a moment before she channeled even more force into her strike. If she missed this chance, it would probably take a long time before Yang Kai made such a mistake again, and time was the one thing she didn't have. So she decided that even if she was injured in return, she had to kill this little bastard with this one strike. As long as she could kill him, the rest wouldn't be a threat to her. Following a loud boom, Liluo Shui was sent flying away while Yang Kai was also forced backwards. Using his divine manifestation golden crow, casts the sun, Yang Kai, a sixth-order open heaven realm master, traded moves with Liluo Shui, who had used the Azure Void Universe augmentation grand law with difficulty. Before Liluo Shui could stabilize herself, the proprietress and the others had already pounced on her. She hurriedly dodged their attacks as she looked in Yang Kai's direction with glee, thinking that the brat's corpse must have exploded into nothingness upon impact. The next moment, though, she widened her eyes in disbelief. That was because, unlike her imagination, the boy wasn't vaporized like she expected. Although he was covered in blood and shrouded in a layer of blood mist, he was still alive. What's more, the great sun hanging in the sky was as dazzling as ever. Why is this brat so resilient? Liluo Shui's eyes shrank. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was still reeling from the shock. If it weren't for his half-dragon body, he would have been killed just now. The Azure Void Universe augmentation grand law was truly horrifying, as it could allow a person's power to increase tremendously in such a short time. Presently, the small universe in his body was in turmoil as he had apparently been impacted by Liluo Shui's attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood and opened his bloodshot eyes before looking in Liluo Shui's direction. The next instant, he performed a hand seal and yelled with a hideous expression, "Water reflects the moon!" A cold-looking, full moon suddenly appeared alongside the great sun. The moon cast its glow on the ground and brought with it endless coldness. It was a miraculous sight to behold as the sun and the moon hung in the sky at the same time, the sensations of cold and hot mingled, which made it impossible for them to identify whether it was day or night. Mao Zhe felt his chest tightening as his heart clenched in fear. He had previously seen the sight of the sun and the moon appearing together on Profound Yang Mountain the day his sect was destroyed. He couldn't believe that he was seeing the same sight again. Then he quickly sent a message to Gung Qing and Zhou Ye before they leaped away at the speed of lightning. While his allies were hurriedly retreating, Yang Kai's voice reverberated across the world. "Sun and moon divine wheel!" The sun and the moon began to rotate in an endless cycle above his head, kicking up a storm that shook the world itself. Space and time principles blended into a single entity and formed into a mysterious space-time strength. While the sun and the moon spun about, time warped wildly, and it felt as though only a breath had passed, but at the same time it was like millions of years had gone by. Besides time, space had also become strange. Those who seemed close by suddenly appeared in the distance, though they still looked as though they were standing right in front of their eyes. Everyone's senses became incredibly distorted. The sun and moon divine will spiraled across the sky of Golden Rainbow Province as it slammed towards Liluo Shui. She sported a solemn expression and roared. Not daring to have any reservations, she gathered all her strength while performing a set of profound hand seals with her slender hands. Countless powerful divine abilities were cast at sun and moon divine wheel in an attempt to block its advance. Everyone seemed to be seeing hallucinations as the sight before their eyes shattered while the rumbling sounds were so thunderous that it pained their eardrums. Martial Peak, Chapter 4431, Forcing Back a Seventh Order. The violent movements subsided as everyone's warped perception slowly returned to normal. All of them were horrified when they looked up as Golden Rainbow Province had literally exploded. The Spirit Province had shattered into countless pieces which now drifted about randomly in the void, together with broken corpses which were scattered about here and there. Golden Rainbow Province, was thoroughly destroyed. Without the protection of the Grand Array, the Spirit Province, with several tens of thousands of years of inheritance, was unable to withstand the fierce battle. Innumerable disciples from Golden Rainbow Province were either killed or injured. Only a small number of people survived the brutality of the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel's impact, not because they were stronger than the rest, but simply because they were luckier. On one of the broken pieces stood Liluo Shui as she fell into a dazed state. At this moment, this Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was battered, and her hair was a mess. Although she had successfully parried the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, she wasn't unharmed. She found it extremely difficult to deal with the eerie space-time strength that was now corroding her physique and small universe. On the other hand, Yang Kai was panting heavily. He felt as though all his energy had been sucked out of him, and his small universe had never been emptier. Although the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was powerful, he hadn't fully mastered this new space-time strength, which was why he wasn't able to control how much force he wanted to exert. The consumption of energy just to use the divine ability was terrifying. However, even though he had used his most powerful divine ability, he was still unable to kill Liluo Shui, which went to show that the gap between the Sixth Order and Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm was indeed too wide to close. Still, holding his spear in one hand, he pointed at Liluo Shui and drew a deep breath. As his chest bulged, he bellowed, "Come!" Her hair flapped in the air as she looked in Yang Kai's direction with a gaze filled with murderous intent. Before she could even make a move, though, her expression changed. Following that, her aura became extremely unstable as her face alternated between pale and livid. Liluo Shui sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and as if struck by lightning, she staggered backwards as a chaotic world force started exuding from her petite figure. With a vicious-looking gaze, she shot a glare at Yang Kai as though she was trying to imprint the man's face in the deepest part of her mind before she snarled through blood-soaked clenched teeth. "This queen will never forget what you've done to her today, and swears she will seek revenge." Right after she finished speaking, more blood streamed out of her mouth. Then she moved and dashed into the distance. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai bellowed and attempted to chase after her. He certainly knew that he had to kill this enemy to avoid future calamity. Liluo Shui was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so if she wasn't killed today, she would become a huge threat in the future. However, after taking a few steps forward, he staggered and almost lost his balance. He felt a burning sensation in his chest which made it hard for him to breathe. His small universe was in turmoil, making it impossible for him to focus. Stabbing his spear into the ground, Yang Kai looked up, but quickly realized that Liluo Shui was nowhere to be found. Unresigned, he pounded his fist on the ground. The proprietress dashed towards him and supported his weight before asking worriedly, "How are you?" Yang Kai's aura was extremely unstable. Unable to speak, he just shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Then he quickly sat down with his legs crossed and emptied his mind in an attempt to stabilize his small universe. Mao Zhe and the others took a glance at him before letting out a breath of relief. The battle today had been extremely dangerous. They had never expected that they would have to directly face a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master and even engage in a life-and-death battle with her one day. More amazingly, all of the participants had survived even though they were severely injured. With that said, all this was thanks to Yang Kai. If he hadn't borne most of the attacks from Liluo Shui, a number of them would have been critically injured or even died. The outcome was acceptable. It had to be noted that the person they faced wasn't an ordinary Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. She was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law inside her sex headquarters. It was more difficult to deal with such a person than an average Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, as the power she was able to unleash was simply horrifying. In the end, Liluo Shui fled from the scene. It wasn't because she was wary of Yang Kai's strength, but rather because something had gone wrong with her small universe. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law had a very serious backlash. Although she was able to increase her power significantly for a short time following the infusion of an immense force, she would also be left with an unimaginable potential danger, as this was a heterogeneous force. While they were in an intense battle, the mixed world force continuously assaulted her small universe, which eventually made her lose the power to fight. If she forcefully kept exerting her strength, her small universe would completely destabilize. By then, without the need for anyone else to make a move, she would lose her life following the explosion of her small universe. At the thought of this, Mao felt extremely fortunate. If Li Luo Shui hadn't suffered from the backlash of the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law at that moment, all of them at the scene would have been killed except for Yang Kai, who might have been able to escape since he was a master of the Tao of Space. Li Luo Shui probably wouldn't be able to get her revenge anytime soon either, since she had to deal with the backlash of the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law. Unless she could completely get rid of the impurities left in her small universe due to using this forbidden technique, she wouldn't appear again. Such a process might take her a few years, several dozen years, or even a few hundred years to complete, depending on the extent of the damage. These 7 sixth-order open heaven realm masters sat down in different places and focused on recuperation. Yang Kai was the most severely wounded in the battle, and after he used his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, he was on his last legs as his small universe descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Chef and Accountant led the others to clean up the battlefield. The Spirit Province, where Golden Rainbow Province was located, was shattered, and all enemy Open Heaven Realm Masters were killed. As for the remaining disciples, they were either dead or injured, with the survivors having no idea where they should go. Chef and the others didn't make things difficult for them, as these people were merely disciples with weak cultivations, so there wasn't a need to kill them. They simply allowed these people to flee. Time went by pretty quickly as Yang Kai remained seated for an entire year. It took him half a year before he managed to stabilize his small universe this time. It was only now that he realized just how critical the small universe was to an Open Heaven Realm Master. The small universe was the source of power and the foundation of an Open Heaven Realm Master. Everything about the small universe was closely related to the cultivator's grand Tao. It took him another half a year to recover to his peak. 1 year after Yang Kai sat down to recuperate, he finally opened his eyes. He remained seated on one of the broken pieces of Spirit Province and looked around to see the proprietress, and the others were seated nearby, cultivating in silence. Noticing some movement, the proprietress opened her eyes and took a glance over at him. As their eyes met, she put on a faint smile. "You're finally awake." Yang Kai nodded and got to his feet. After looking around, he realized that the people who had left the shadowless cave heaven with him were still around, and the ship was anchored a short distance away. Mao Zhe and the others opened their eyes as well. Their injuries were less severe than Yang Kai's, so it only took them a few months to fully recover. Then they just waited for Yang Kai to awaken. Yang Kai briefly asked about the battle that took place a year ago and learned that some of the low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on his side were killed by the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province when they were stuck in the mist. Life could be fragile at times, and there was nothing he could do except pay a silent tribute to them. Although some of the low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were killed, Yang Kai had gained tremendous benefits after the battle. While Yang Kai was recuperating back then, Chef and the others were responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. The entire Golden Rainbow Province was destroyed in the struggle, but besides Li Luo Shui, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and some other weaker Open Heaven Realm Masters who had fled early on, the rest were all killed. Only the inheritance of Golden Rainbow Province that had been accumulated over a long time was left behind. It could be said that they had obtained the entire inheritance of Golden Rainbow Province. Although Golden Rainbow Province was just a second-class great force, they were pretty wealthy as they had been in existence for a long time. Chef and the others collected all the items and sorted them out before putting them into different space rings, which were then given to Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't intend to keep all these items for himself, of course. So after the ship departed from the Spirit Province, he distributed rewards to everyone based on the contributions they had made. Naturally, all these Open Heaven Realm Masters were elated. They were used to a life of destitution in the shadowless cave heaven, where they had to be extremely frugal with each and every open heaven pill, not to mention cultivation resources of different orders. Everything was scarce in the shadowless cave heaven. Now, all of them became rich after just one battle, which was why they were ecstatic. Their admiration and respect for Yang Kai had grown significantly since he was generous enough to distribute such rewards to them. The ship moved forward in silence as it passed through different territory gates. Yang Kai didn't step out of his room as he focused on cultivating in retreat. One day, though, upon receiving a message from the proprietress, he dashed towards the deck. On the deck, the proprietress was leaning against the railing while chef and accountant were standing behind her in a respectful manner. Sensing Yang Kai's arrival, she turned her head and flashed a smile at him. "Are you leaving, proprietress?" Yang Kai was reluctant to part ways with her, but she had just sent him a message to tell him that she was going to depart. The proprietress replied, "I'm heading to Thousand Bird Star City. I have to put an end to some issues. Do you need my help?" Yang Kai asked. Although he had no idea what she was going to do, he reckoned that he could lend her a hand as he was now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The proprietress shook her head. "I'm not going to fight with anyone. What's the point of you tagging along? Just go back to Voidland." Yang Kai asked, "This place is not far away from Voidland. Why don't you pay a visit there? Old Bai must be waiting for you there." "There's no need for that. I believe we'll meet again soon. As for Old Bai, just tell him to stay there when you see him." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai started chuckling. "Old Bai and I will be waiting for you in Voidland then." The proprietress raised her hand and poked the young man's forehead. "You're now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Will you stop laughing like a fool?" "Yes, yes, yes." Yang Kai quickly straightened his face. "Good, we shall part ways here. Thousand Bird Star City and Voidland are in different directions." Following that, she nonchalantly waved her hand. "See you soon." Then she took a step forward and leaped into the void. Chef and accountant grinned at Yang Kai before leaving with her. Standing on the deck, Yang Kai watched as the three of them disappeared into the distance. Then he let out a breath. When he headed to the shadowless cave heaven back then, he had never expected that he would return as a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although he was rushed to achieve an ascension, he didn't regret his decision. As a man, he was faced with all sorts of choices in life. He didn't strive to make his life perfect. He simply strove to never have any regrets. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4432, Return. Although Li Luo Shui had fled, the battle wasn't unfruitful. At the very least, through the battle with her, Yang Kai had identified his current limits. He was still significantly weaker than a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, even a newly promoted one. When he was faced with Li Luo Shui, he had to join forces with all the other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in order to be able to simply match her. Every move she made contained a terrifying power, and each strike that landed on him caused his vitality to welter and soul to tremble. Furthermore, after Li Luo Shui used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law, her strength increased tremendously, to the point that she was completely capable of killing all of them off if she was given enough time. However, she was forced to flee in the end due to the backlash of that forbidden technique. Otherwise, all of them would have died on that day. At the thought of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but be gripped by a lingering fear. If things were just like what the proprietress had said, even second-class great forces like Golden Rainbow Province, which had declined over many years, might have some unimaginable hidden hands. It was true for both Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province. So what about the other great forces? Although it was impossible to find out, these great forces certainly had some top cultivators who had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time. Yang Kai realized that he had to be more careful in the future when it came to matters like these, lest he suffered a setback instead. On the highest spirit peak in Void Land, several dozen disciples were seated with their legs crossed inside a palace. There was a galaxy mirror in front of every one of them, and through the reflection on the mirrors they could see the view around Void Land. The void spying technique wasn't an abstruse, secret technique, so it was a good method to monitor the surroundings of a great force. Previously, those from Golden Rainbow Province had used this technique to detect Yang Kai's approach, which was why they could get prepared in advance. The development of Voidland had now stabilized following a rapid expansion phase. After the incident where the 100-Sex Alliance invaded Voidland, Bian Yuqing decided to build this Heavens Observatory in order to monitor the surroundings of the sect so that they could detect any approaching enemies in advance. There were always several dozen disciples in the Heavens Observatory at any given time to watch the movements around Void territory and detect any potential threats. If there was any emergency, they could immediately contact the Elder Hall, which would then take appropriate action. Presently, besides several dozen disciples, Yuhi, a sixth-order cultivator, was also in the Heavens Observatory. Back then, Yang Kai was forced to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm in the Shattered Heaven. Then he dove into the shadowless cave heaven on his own. Following the closure of the shadowless cave heaven's entrance, Yuhi and Bai Qi were unable to go in regardless of how hard they tried. Left with no choice, they could only return to Voidland. Since her return, Yuhi had been staying in the Heavens Observatory. She didn't want to leave so that she would find out about Yang Kai's return as soon as it happened. All this while she had been apprehensive. After all, the shadowless cave heaven was an infamous universe cave heaven, as no one had managed to leave that place prior to Yang Kai's entry. Although Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, no one could say for certain if he would be able to escape from that place. However, she stopped feeling anxious half a year ago because a piece of news reached Voidland which made her believe that Yang Kai had returned safely. Other than Yuhi, Bai Qi had also been staying in the Heavens Observatory. Suddenly, one of the disciples who was responsible for watching a particular direction suddenly rubbed his eyes and looked intently at the galaxy mirror for a moment before he exclaimed, "A ship is coming!" Yuhi and Bai Qi instantly appeared behind the disciple as they looked at the galaxy mirror. Through the reflection, they could indeed see a ship moving towards Voidland. Voidland wasn't far away from the Star City. Usually, outsiders would directly head to the Star City, and only their own people would head towards the headquarters. Recently, no one from Voidland had left, so it was highly probable that Yang Kai was aboard this approaching ship. Yuhi performed a hand seal and shot a ray of light into the galaxy mirror. Soon the image magnified and allowed them to see the deck clearly. A familiar figure on the deck came into her sight as she exclaimed and covered her lips with her hands. An excited Bai Qi called out, "He's really back!" Following that, Yuhi dashed out of the palace, followed by Bai Qi. Soon, two beams of light shot into the sky as a gap appeared in the Grand Array. The opening of the Grand Array shocked Bian Yuqing, who was handling her official duties. She immediately left her palace and looked up, only to see Yuhi and Bai Qi flying towards the sky. Realizing something, she quickly contacted those from the Heavens Observatory. Soon, she was told that the sect master had returned. She let out a long breath as her chest heaved. The worries in her mind could finally be set down. Voidland was founded by Yang Kai, and the backgrounds of the members were pretty simple. They mainly came from two places. First of all, there were about 600,000 disciples who came from the star boundary. Although there were a lot of them, all of them were weak, as there wasn't even one open heaven realm master among their ranks yet. Second, there were a few thousand people from Abundant City from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although the number of people on their side paled compared to those from the star boundary, Almost all the Open Heaven Realm masters in Void Land were from Abundant City. Regardless of which place they were from, Yang Kai was essential to the sect. If anything happened to him, Bian Yuqing wouldn't know how Void Land could continue on. Fortunately, the sect master had returned safely. After giving it a thought, she decided to send a message to everyone. Soon, both Void Land and the Star City became bustling. On the deck, Mao Zhe gazed at the magnificent spirit province ahead and asked with surprise, "Is this Void Land?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded his head. "This is Void Land. Does it meet your expectations, Head Mountain Lord?" Mao Zhe replied impassively, "Since I've submitted to you, please don't mention the Head Mountain Lord title again. The three of us ask for nothing else other than to be treated fairly." "Good." Yang Kai put on a faint smile. Mao Zhe and the others were forced to submit to him, and it was apparent that they were unresigned. Certainly, Yang Kai was aware of that. Regardless, as long as the loyalty list was in his hands, Mao Zhe and the others wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Therefore, he didn't have to be wary of them. They were Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters after all, so they could play vital roles at critical moments. Moreover, Yang Kai had always been an easygoing and fair-minded man. Chen Tianfei was the first one to leave his name on the loyalty list, and he was never mistreated. On top of that, he was also given the important duty of taking care of the gourd vine. Yang Kai believed that Mao Zhe and the others would change their impression of him as time passed. This spirit province has an extraordinary heritage, and its scenery is splendid. Void Land is indeed amazing, Sect Master. Hua Yong was ecstatic. Before coming to this place, he was worried that the heritage of Void Land might be weak. However, now he realized that this place was truly exceptional. He and his wife had made the right decision to join Void Land. This place was already wonderful to begin with, and with so many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joining, its future would be bright. Shu Mu Dan said in a small voice, "This Grand Array seems to be a little special as well." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "This Grand Array is called the 9 Heavenly Layers. Not only is it powerful, but it also has many different and unpredictable functions. In the past, 100 Sects Alliance led by Heavenly Sword Union invaded us, but they were all trapped in this Grand Array and most of them were either killed or critically wounded." 9 Heavenly Layers, Mao Zhe muttered under his breath. He wasn't an expert in the Array Tao, but just like Shu Mu Dan, he could see that this Grand Array was extraordinary, though he couldn't figure out its true power just from observing it. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, he couldn't help but start having some expectations towards the 9 Heavenly Layers. Since the Grand Array was able to fend off the 100 Sects Alliance, it was surely quite powerful. "What is that? It seems so lively." Shu Mu Dao turned to look in a different direction with a curious gaze. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "That is Void Star City." "It's a star city." Everyone aboard the ship was shocked as they gazed at the Star City. They could see that the place was crammed with people and countless flight-type artifacts could be seen leaving and entering through the Void Dock. The sight before their eyes suggested that it was a flourishing Star City. Furthermore, the place was much larger than an average Star City, clearly marking it as first class. They found it inconceivable that there was a first-class Star City belonging to Void Land. They exchanged glances in disbelief as they couldn't figure out why the Star City of Void Land was so attractive to foreign cultivators and merchants. It had to be noted that every first-class Star City had their own unique characteristics and products that could attract merchants from all over the 3,000 worlds. Void Land must possess an incredible heritage to control such a grand Star City. If they were not powerful enough, this kind of profit-making place would have been snatched from them long ago. With such a Star City as their support, those from Void Land wouldn't ever have to worry about resources. A glint flashed through Mao Zhe's eyes as he realized that he had always underestimated Void Land. He initially thought that Void Land was just an average second-class great force, but the sight before his eyes proved him wrong. Voidland was clearly a peak-level second-class great force. As they were speaking, the fog around Voidland suddenly roiled as though a gigantic creature was about to emerge. The people on the ship became flustered as they secretly circulated their powers to prepare themselves. When they looked up, they saw a gargantuan head appearing from the fog, its eyes as big as stars and its mouth full of enormous fangs, looking like they were capable of swallowing the entire void in one fell swoop. The gigantic head appeared to be moving slowly, but it soon arrived in front of the ship. Compared to the head, the tiny ship looked like a blade of grass before a towering tree. Mao Zhe and the others stiffened in horror as though they had been struck by lightning. They did not doubt that if the mouth parted, they would be immediately swallowed. "Oh, it's young boy." The mouth parted and spoke in the common human language. On the deck, Yang Kai saluted him and replied, "Many thanks for your concern, Senior." "Oh, you ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm?" The voice sounded again. Yang Kai replied, "I was left with no other choice in that situation." Marshall Peak. Chapter 4433. Shocking. Good. It's good that you've achieved an ascension, so that others will stop bothering you. And enough chatting for now. Come visit me when you're free. The two little ones miss you too. Yang Kai replied respectfully, "I'll pay you a visit when I'm done with everything." The head then retracted as the fog swelled up and covered up any traces of it. Mao Zhe and the others felt as though they had just escaped from death's door, and their backs were all drenched in cold sweat. "Husband, what was that?" Shu Mudan was pale as she leaned close to Hua Yong, as though she was trying to seek a sense of security. Hua Yong gulped and said hesitantly, "Perhaps it was a turtle's head." Shu Mudan was torn between laughter and tears. Is there such a huge turtle in the world? How gargantuan must his body be since his head was already so big? "Bai Shi," Mao Zhe said in a bitter voice as he looked at Yang Kai, "the divine dragon has 9 sons, and Bai Shi bears a heavy load. I can't believe that Bai Shi belongs to Voidland." Upon hearing that, all of them were flabbergasted. Yang Kai said with a smile, "You're indeed a knowledgeable man, Brother Mao. However, Senior, Bai Shi doesn't belong to Voidland per se. Instead, he's carrying Voidland on his back. He had been asleep for countless years, and as time passed, a spirit province formed on his back, which was occupied by the predecessor of Voidland. Fortunately, Senior is a kind and benevolent man who doesn't have the heart to kill, so he has allowed us to remain." The corners of Mao Zhe's brow twitched, while Hua Yong gulped and asked in a raucous voice, "Senior, Bai Shi carries Voidland on his back." This piece of news was shocking to him. Divine spirits were famous and powerful creatures. Every mature divine spirit was as formidable as a high-rank open heaven realm master. For an ancient divine spirit like Bai Shi, he was probably stronger than the average 8-order open heaven realm master. Since Voidland rested on his back, there was no way Bai Shi would sit back and do nothing should an existential crisis come to the spirit province. In other words, the presence of such a divine spirit was the greatest protection Voidland could have. What puzzled Hua Yong was why Bai Shi was so cordial to Yang Kai. For such a formidable presence like him, he probably had no regard for anyone in the entire 3,000 worlds. On the other hand, a glint flashed through Mao Zhe's eyes as he fell into his thoughts. Previously, Yang Kai had used his dragon transformation to destroy Profound Yang Mountain, which made Mao Zhe believe that he was a member of the Dragon Clan. Now, it was obvious to him that Bai Shi's attitude might have something to do with this. After all, Bai Shi had a Dragon Clan bloodline. Voidland was a magnificent place with an extraordinary heritage, and it was close to a flourishing star city, which ensured that they would never run out of resources. It was also protected by Bai Shi. It was probably the only second-class great force in the entire 3,000 worlds to have all these advantages. Before coming to Voidland, all of them were wondering about what kind of place Voidland was and whether it could accommodate powerful people like them. If the heritage of Voidland was too shallow, it would only hinder the development of their potential as Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, upon their arrival, they realized that Void Land's heritage was truly spectacular. They no longer dared to underestimate this place and instead felt honored because they were now part of Void Land, at least in name. The next moment, a gap appeared in the fog as two figures shot out through it and landed on the deck. A pleasantly surprised you, he stared fixedly at Yang Kai as she tried her hardest to suppress her excitement and elegantly saluted the man. "Young master!" Enough of that. Yang Kai went over to hold her up and patted the back of her hand. "You must have been worried." He shook her head. "I'm glad that you've returned safely." Behind her, Bai Qi looked around, but as the people he was yearning to see were nowhere to be found, he felt his heart sinking and asked anxiously, "Where are Proprietress and the others?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Proprietress and the others have returned as well. We parted ways halfway through because she had to head to Thousand Birds Star City." Thousand Birds Star City. Bai Qi's expression turned milder when he heard that. He no longer felt apprehensive upon learning that the Proprietress and the others had returned safely. They were not around merely because they had parted ways with Yang Kai on the road here. Then he quickly said, "I'll go there now." "Proprietress told me to tell you to wait for her here. I'm guessing she'll be coming over soon." Yang Kai shouted at his back. "I can't wait that long." Without turning his head, Bai Qi turned into a beam of light and shot into the distance. He could never set his mind at ease before seeing with his own eyes that the Proprietress was safe. Seeing that Bai Qi was determined to leave, a helpless Yang Kai decided not to stop him and just watched him go. On the deck, Mao Zhe and the others curiously examined Yuhi. They had heard the woman call Yang Kai young master just now, but they were unable to discern her cultivation since her aura was fully withdrawn. However, they had a feeling that she was in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm at the very least. Perhaps she was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master just like them. It was inconceivable that a woman with such cultivation would call Yang Kai young master. They couldn't help but grow curious about Yang Kai's background and suspected that he might have a powerful backer. "Let's go in for now," Yang Kai ordered. Then the ship continued moving towards Void Land. The Grand Array had been opened as the disciples were fully aware of what was going on. No one would dare to stop the sect master from returning. Before the ship even landed, Yang Kai, who was on the deck, saw a lot of people gathering together below. The person at the front was none other than the second manager of Void Land, Bian Yuqing. Soon, the ship landed and Yang Kai led the others to leap off the vessel. The people who had gathered and had been waiting for quite some time bowed in unison and shouted, "Welcome back, Sect Master!" "Get up!" Yang Kai lifted his hand. "We're all one family here, so there's no need for such formalities." He swept a glance over them and realized that all the cultivators in the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm and above from Void Land had gathered behind Bian Yuqing. Even Mo Mei, who was stationed in the Star City, had returned. All of them straightened up while Bian Yuqing kept a faint smile on her face. Just when she was about to say something, a phantom-like figure abruptly appeared in front of Yang Kai. With her hands on her enchanting hips, she stared calmly at the man. A shocked Yang Kai almost pushed out his fist, but upon realizing who the person was, he took a few steps back with a helpless smile. "Senior Zhu." The person was none other than Zhu Jiuyin. Seeing that she was still in Void Land, Yang Kai was elated. Supposedly, the agreement between them had become invalid, since she had escorted him all the way to the Shattered Heaven right before he entered the shadowless Cave Heaven. In other words, she was no longer Yang Kai's protector and was now free to go wherever she wanted. Some time ago, Yang Kai was still worried that this woman had really left. It wouldn't have mattered if she were to leave alone, but the problem was that Shanqing Luo was cultivating under her now. If Zhu Jiuyin really left, she would probably take Shanqing Luo with her. By then, Shanqing Luo wouldn't be able to disobey her. Seeing that she had stayed in Void Land, Yang Kai set his mind at ease. After giving it a thought, though, he realized that even though she was a powerful divine spirit, she didn't have anywhere else to go other than Void Land in the entire 3,000 worlds. After all, she came from Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and there was nowhere in the outside world that she was familiar with. Rather than wandering around aimlessly, she was better off just staying here. Zhu Jiuyin snorted. It said that good people don't live long while a scourge lasts 1,000 years. I told you all that this brat wouldn't die, but you wouldn't believe me. Isn't he back now? Bian Yuqing replied with a fawning smile. Yes, yes, yes. You're absolutely right, Senior. We've been worried for no reason. Humph. Zhu Jiuyin snorted and shot a disdainful glance at Yang Kai. Then, after sweeping a casual glance over the people behind him, she vanished into thin air. Yang Kai sported a helpless smile and bowed. Good to see you too, Senior. Mao Zhe and the others were all stiff as boards as they were soaked in cold sweat once again. They were unable to detect any signs before Zhu Jiuyin's appearance, and although the woman never released her aura, just a glance from her seemed capable of killing any one of them if she wanted. It was as though they had lost control over their own lives when she stood before them, and they did not doubt that if she wanted one of them dead, they would be. After a gulp, Mao Zhe asked in a hoarse voice, Sir, who is that? Yang Kai placed his palm beside his mouth and said in a small voice, She's a heavenly moon demon spider, Zhu Jiuyin. That woman is pretty foul-tempered, so you should watch your words when you see her in the future. Audible gasps were instantly heard as they gazed at Yang Kai in disbelief, as though they were trying to figure out if he was joking with them. It was horrifying enough that she was in Void Land, and now a heavenly moon demon spider was also around. Although she was undoubtedly more famous, he was known to be mild-tempered and amiable. Therefore, when they saw Shi earlier, other than being a little shocked, they weren't too frightened. However, unlike Shi, the heavenly moon demon spider was known to be a ferocious divine spirit that had no qualms about slaughtering people. All of them felt like crying. When they thought about having to live alongside such a fierce divine spirit, they felt a crawling sensation on their scalps. The consequences would be dreadful if they accidentally offended her in the future. Ho! You dare badmouth this queen behind her back, you smelly brat! Don't even dream about seeing Luo'er for the next 10 years. A voice boomed beside Yang Kai's ears and shocked Mao Zhe and the others. Yang Kai instantly sported a dejected expression. It's a misunderstanding, Senior. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Naturally, Zhu Jiuyin flat out ignored him. Mao Zhe and the others looked sympathetically at him. Although they had no idea who this Luo'er was, she should be someone important to him. A crestfallen Yang Kai sighed. I shouldn't have opened my mouth. I was too foolish. Bian Yuqing suppressed her laughter as she tried to change the subject. Who are these people behind you? Sect Master. Yang Kai took a deep breath to cast away his dejectedness, then introduced them to her. They have left the shadowless cave heaven with me. Since they're willing to join Voidland, we're one family now. The eyes of Bian Yuqing and the others lit up when they heard that. Bian Yuqing was still too weak, so she was unable to determine these people's exact strength. However, Mo Mei and the others could sense that the people behind Yang Kai were all strong. Yang Kai briefly introduced them to each other. On Voidland's side, there was Bian Yuqing, Mo Mei, Yu He, Lu Shui, Pang Duo, Gong Yang Shi, Jin Yuanlang, Mu Qianxian, and the other high-ranking members. On the shadowless cave heaven's side, there was Mao Zhe, Gang Qing, Zhou Ye, Huayong, and Shu Mudan. They saluted one another, and although they wouldn't immediately become friendly with each other, it was only a matter of time before they became familiar. For now, they just needed to introduce themselves. Marshall Peak. Chapter 44-34. I'm not going to meet them. Upon learning that the Emperor Realm Cultivator before their eyes was the person who was in charge of managing all the affairs in Voidland, Mao Zhe and the others were astonished. This would never happen in other great forces. Usually, a person would only be given an important duty only if they were strong enough. Emperor realm cultivators were the strongest in universe worlds, but they were nobodies in the 3,000 worlds. In the outer universe, only when a person ascended to the open heaven realm would they gain a footing, but even that depended on their order. However, since the second manager was highly regarded by Yonkai, she must be a trustworthy person, so they naturally wouldn't dare to be impolite to her. After telling Bian Yuqing to help those from the shadowless cave heaven to settle down, Yonkai was ready to get some rest. Although he had escaped from the shadowless cave heaven unscathed, there had been quite a number of challenges along the way. He had gained some benefits from there, but he hadn't had time to digest them. Now that he had returned to Voidland, he decided to cultivate in seclusion to fortify the things he had grasped. Before he could leave, though, Bian Yuqing reported, "There's one matter that awaits your decision, Sect Master." Yonkai gazed at her and asked, "What matter?" He usually wouldn't manage the affairs in Voidland and just left everything up to Bian Yuqing's judgment. She would only report the matter to him if there was something she couldn't decide on herself. Bian Yuqing continued, "Many representatives from various great forces are now staying in the Star City, waiting for you to meet with them." "What great forces?" Yonkai frowned. Bian Yuqing then listed about 40 great forces. Upon hearing these names, Yonkai was puzzled and asked, "Do we have any cooperation with those great forces? Why do they want to meet me?" Bian Yuqing replied with a smile, "Just so you know, Sect Master, those great forces were the ones that joined forces with Heavenly Sword Union to invade us in the past." Yonkai became startled for a moment, but upon understanding what was going on, he sneered, "They're pretty good at gathering information." Those great forces had joined Kongfeng's Heavenly Sword Union to invade Void Land previously. Regardless of whether they did so voluntarily or were forced, the grudges between them and Void Land had been formed. The Alliance suffered immense losses in that battle, and the two divine spirits of Void Land subsequently revealed themselves, sending shockwaves out across the 3,000 worlds. After that battle, only a small number of people managed to flee, while most of the invaders were killed in Void Land. Upon experiencing the power and heritage of Void Land, those great forces were horrified, and since even Heavenly Sword Union suffered an immense loss, the others naturally wouldn't dare to think about getting revenge. After all, they were the invaders, while those from Void Land were forced to defend themselves against them. It wouldn't have mattered if that was all that had happened, however. They could just not come to Void Land again. The 3,000 worlds were expansive, so they could just set the issue aside and ignore it. However, after Yonkai returned from the shadowless cave heaven, he brought a group of people to destroy Boundless Altar, forcing its thousands of disciples to abandon their foundation and become homeless. Then he demolished Golden Rainbow Province and wiped out almost all of its members. Now, Golden Rainbow Province ceased to exist in the 3,000 worlds. Those great forces, which were once part of the Alliance, were now quite alarmed. Both Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were great forces that had invaded Voidland, but they were now destroyed by Yonkai. It was apparent that he was trying to settle accounts with them, and his methods shocked these people to their core. Among the 100 great forces, Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were some of the strongest in the Alliance, with barely any of the others being comparable to them. There were a small number of great forces that were more powerful, but only by a slim margin. Since Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were not even able to ward off those from Voidland, how were the other great forces supposed to do that? If they couldn't appease Voidland as soon as possible, the same fate would most likely befall them. Therefore, half a year ago, after the news of the demise of Golden Rainbow Province spread, many great forces sent representatives to Voidland with valuable gifts in the hope that the other party would forgive them. It was because of their arrival that those from Voidland learned that Yonkai had left the shadowless cave heaven and had made some shocking moves. These great forces were not aware that the reason Yang Kai targeted Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province was that the proprietress had made a heart demon oath in the past. They believed it was because of the fact that the Alliance had invaded Voidland, which was why they were apprehensive. While waiting in the Star City, they felt like they were sitting on pins and needles all the time, and they practically visited the governor's mansion every 2 to 3 days, which frustrated Mo made to no end. "Are you going to meet them, Sect Master?" Bien Yu Qing asked cautiously. "No, I'm not going to meet them." Yang Kai waved his hand. He had just returned from outside, so he wasn't in the mood to handle this issue. Just let them stew for now. "Yes," Bien Yu Qing replied. Although she was sympathetic towards those great forces, they only had themselves to blame. After seeing Yang Kai off, she turned around and helped Mao Zhe and the others settle in. Upon some probing, she found out that among the people that had come here with the sect master, there were 5 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. At that instant, she was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. When Yang Kai introduced them just now, he had only mentioned their names without talking about their cultivation. It wasn't until this moment that Bien Yu Qing realized these people were truly powerful. It had to be noted that there were only 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland now. By joining Voidland, these 5 people would greatly boost their overall strength. She couldn't help but admire the sect master's capabilities. After a trip to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, we brought back a group of people from Abundance City. Now, upon his return from the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he came home with Mao Zhe and the other top masters. There was no doubt that the heritage of Voidland was on the rise. Even though there were a lot of people in Voidland, the sect was pretty expansive. Since Mao Zhe and the others were powerful, they naturally had to be treated with respect. Everything was settled after they chose spirit peaks they liked to live on. As for their duties in the sect, Yang Kai would have to make the decision. It was not up to Bien Yu Qing to make a decision on his behalf. As the second manager, she was fully aware of her boundaries. The news that the sect master of Voidland had returned instantly spread out, which caused a commotion in the Star City. The representatives of the great forces, who had come to this place with gifts, visited the governor's mansion even more frequently. Unfortunately, Mo may refused to meet them, which made them anxious as they wondered about the attitude of Voidland towards them. With Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar as examples, they felt anxious to appease Voidland as soon as possible so their sects wouldn't be destroyed. Time went by slowly as Yang Kai remained seated with his legs crossed in his room, while refining various resources to strengthen the heritage in his small universe. He reviewed all the battles he fought since his ascension to the Open Heaven realm in his mind. After he ascended to the Fifth Order, he entered the Shadowless Cave Heaven and immediately engaged in an intense battle with Ma Tianyuan. Then he barged into Profound Yang Mountain and attacked the second mountain, Lord Yun Feibai. As a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had the guts to battle against a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master head-on. This was rarely seen in the entire 3,000 worlds, and it was also a precious experience for Yang Kai. Then he broke through to the Sixth Order and fought with the 3 mountain lords just outside Twin Spirit Island. Next, he intercepted the mountain lords outside Profound Yang Mountain and comprehended the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, which used an entirely new space-time strength. He then went on to destroy Profound Yang Mountain. Upon leaving the Shadowless Cave Heaven, Yang Kai got into trouble in the giant tornado while dealing with the wind spirits. Following that, he barged into Golden Rainbow Province and fought against Liluo Shui, a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, with the help of several Sixth Order allies. The epic battles went through his mind as though they had just happened the day before. Yang Kai tried to grasp the experiences he had obtained while reflecting on his failures in order to strengthen himself. This trip had been truly eventful. Not only had he gone from the Emperor Realm to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, but the refinement of the world forces within the Wind Spirits had also saved him at least 100 years of cultivation, which greatly helped stabilize his sixth order strength. The experience of dealing with a seventh order open heaven realm master was valuable as well. The battle allowed Yang Kai to clearly identify his own limits. If he came across a formidable enemy in the future, he would have a better judgment of the gap in strength between them. 3 months later, Yang Kai finally left his room. Compared to 3 months ago, his aura was now much more reserved. Unlike in the past, no one would be able to tell his true strength by just looking at his aura. Then he sent a message to Bian Yuqing to assign some work to her before leaving his palace. When Yang Kai calmly arrived at the main conference hall of Earth Spirit Land in Void Land, which was already filled with people. These people were all in the fourth order and above, who were the most important members of Void Land. Upon seeing Yang Kai, they rose from the chairs and cupped their fists. "Greetings, Sect Master!" Yang Kai raised his hand and brought it down to motion for them to be at ease. Then he moved and instantly appeared in front of the head seat. After adjusting his clothes, he sat down in a dignified manner. He swept a glance over the crowd, and soon his gaze fell upon Mao Zhe and the others from the shadowless cave heaven. Smiling, he asked, "Have you all gotten used to living in Void Land?" Mao Zhe replied, "Everything in Void Land is wonderful. Many thanks for your concern, sir." They had slowly learned about the various heritage of Void Land in the past months, so they thought that it wasn't a bad idea to have joined. The abundant resources here would be beneficial to their martial Tao. Furthermore, since 2 divine spirits lived in Void Land, this place certainly could accommodate sixth order open heaven realm masters like them. A grateful Hua, Yong continued, "We had stayed in the shadowless cave heaven for thousands of years, and were extremely lucky to finally leave that place. Second manager also takes good care of us. We feel fortunate that we were able to join Void Land. Compared to the shadowless cave heaven, the environment in Void Land was essentially paradise." Yang Kai nodded gently. "I'm glad that you've gotten used to living here." Then he gazed at Bian Yuqing, second manager. "Can you tell me everything that has happened in the sect while I wasn't around?" "Everything has been proceeding smoothly, sir." Bian Yuqing was fully prepared. Upon hearing Yang Kai's question, she immediately reported to him about the important issues that had occurred over the past 2 years in detail. During that period of time, Void Land didn't go through any drastic changes. The only thing that was different was that there were more open heaven realm masters now. Many of those from Abundant City were already on the brink of achieving an ascension to begin with. However, due to the various restrictions in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, they were unable to do so. Upon leaving the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Mo Mei and the others were the first batch of people who made it to the Open Heaven Realm. Nevertheless, more cultivators from Abundant City awaited an ascension. Over the past 2 years, about 300 people had attempted to break through. Most of them had succeeded, but a small number of people lost their lives due to their failure to make it to the Open Heaven Realm. Martial Peak, Chapter 4435, Fulfilling Their Roles. A cultivator had to refine yin, yang, and the 5 elements, then split heaven and earth apart within their body to form a small universe in order to break through to the Open Heaven Realm. The process could be said to be extremely dangerous, and regardless of how well prepared one was, one might still lose their life in the attempt. That was what happened to some of the cultivators from Abundant City. The people from Abundant City had been stuck in the Emperor realm for centuries, if not millennia, giving them a long time to solidify their foundations and accumulate strength. The orders of the materials they had refined were definitely within their limits, as they wouldn't refine materials that they wouldn't be able to bear. However, some of them still lost their lives while attempting to achieve ascension. The first batch of people from Abundant City, about 300 of them, all successfully broke through because they each had the assistance of a heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. However, over the past 2 years since Yang Kai left, more and more people from Abundant City had attempted to reach the Open Heaven Realm. Although Yang Kai had left behind some heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills before heading to the shadowless cave heaven, the supply wasn't sufficient to satisfy the demand. That was the reason some of them ended up falling. With that said, the percentage of those from Abundant City who lost their lives due to their attempts to achieve an ascension was comparatively lower than average. After all, due to the limitations of the environment they used to live in, they had more time for accumulation and preparation. Now, excluding the people brought back by Yang Kai this time, there were about 500 Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland. If Mao Zhe and the others were included, the number would be about 600. That was a terrifying figure. In terms of the quantity and quality of the Open Heaven Realm Masters, Voidland had surpassed 99% of all second-class Great Forces, though it still wasn't comparable to the Cave Heavens and Paradises. After all, it had only been a short time since Voidland was founded. More time was needed for its heritage to be accumulated. After Bian Yuqing was done with her report, she took her seat, then Mo Mei rose from the chair and briefly talked about the current situation in the Star City. It could be said that the Star City was thriving. That was because they would put one heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill up for auction every 3 months, so the city could attract more and more cultivators from the 3,000 worlds. Even the Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises would appear in the auction house when the time was right. With more traffic came more commerce, causing many resources to flow into the Star City each day, allowing it to grow and develop further. It was a virtuous cycle. The shops in the Star City were all rented out by now, and their businesses were booming. Even the private cave mansions had all been snatched up by the cultivators who now lived or worked in the Star City. Voidland now earned about 100 million Open Heaven pills every month from the Star City, and the amount was still increasing even now. Mao Zhe and the other newcomers were dumbfounded upon hearing that. There was no doubt that the Star City could be considered first class, since it could help Voidland earn 100 million Open Heaven pills per month. The Star City alone could provide all the resources that those from Voidland would need. It had to be noted that one could buy a lot of things with 100 million Open Heaven pills. Although it wasn't enough to buy a 7th order material, they could get their hands on several 6th order materials if they were lucky. As time passed, Voidland's wealth would continue to increase. The Star City could be said to be Voidland's cornucopia. With the rise in fame, more cultivators could be seen entering and leaving the Star City. This didn't pose a problem initially, as those from the governor's mansion were still able to keep on top of everything. The merchants who did business in the Star City had to pay rent and taxes. Voidland, as the overseer of the Star City, was responsible for making sure that the city and the people were safe. They had to ensure that no fights would take place, and when they did, they had to immediately settle the problems. Only by doing so could they give the cultivators a sense of security and showcase the heritage and competency of Voidland. However, following 2 years of rapid development, the governor's mansion was finding it increasingly hard to manage the city. This couldn't be helped, as the rise in popularity and development of the Star City meant that more and more powerful cultivators would come to visit. The person who could directly sense the changes was Jean Yuanlang, who was responsible for guarding the Void Dock. Since the reopening of the Void Land Star City, Jean Yuanlang had been appointed by Yang Kai to guard the Void Dock and inspect the people who entered and left the city. Since he was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could usually handle most situations that arose. However, 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were now more commonly seen in the city. As a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was difficult for him to deter 6th Order Masters if they chose to be unruly. If 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters got into a scuffle in the Star City, Mo Mei, who was responsible for managing the city, wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Once such a scenario happened, not only would the city suffer losses, but it would also have a huge impact on Voidland's reputation. This was the issue that had to be settled immediately. Fortunately, Yang Kai had brought back some powerful Open Heaven Realm Masters, including several in the 6th Order. Huayong and Shu Mu Dan had already requested to join Void Land back on Twin Spirit Island, and Yang Kai had appointed them to be the elders right away. Mao, Jie, Gengqing, and Zhouye were Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as well, so they couldn't be undervalued. Following Yang Kai's order, the three of them also joined the Elder Hall. Mao, Jie, and the others gladly accepted the appointment. They were restricted by the loyalty list, so their lives were under Yang Kai's control. Strictly speaking, they were just Yang Kai's servants. However, during the time they were together, he had never mistreated them, nor had he exposed the nature of their relationship to anyone, which saved them from any embarrassment. Although they had never said it out loud, they were grateful towards Yang Kai for his discretion. Even if he really wanted to make things difficult for them, they would have no choice but to bear it. Now that they were asked to join the Elder Hall, they were certainly pleased. By becoming the elders in Void Land, they would be on an equal footing with the others apart from Yang Kai and the two divine spirits. More orders were swiftly given, with Huayong and Shu Mu Dan being assigned to secure the Void Dock. Jin Yuanlang was still responsible for managing the dock's day-to-day business, and unless he was faced with cultivators that were too difficult to deal with, the couple usually wouldn't have to show up. Mao, Jie, and the other former mountain lords would take turns staying in the governor's mansion to assist Mo Mei in managing the Star City. The other Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Shadowless Cave Heaven were also assigned various jobs in different departments. All of them received the orders one by one. Sect Master, the people who have come to apologize are still waiting. How do you want to deal with them? Bian Yuqing asked. Those people only knew that the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai, had returned. If they found out that more top masters had joined Voidland as well, they would be terrified. Yang Kai would have forgotten about the matter if Bian Yuqing hadn't mentioned it, as he had no reason to remember those nobodies. As a glint flashed through his eyes as he asked, "Has anyone from Heavenly Sword Union arrived?" Bian Yuqing was startled for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't believe so." Yang Kai snorted. The 100 Sects alliance that invaded Voidland was nearly wiped out by him in the end. Other than Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar, which he would never let off, Yang Kai didn't really care about the other great forces, nor did he have the intention to retaliate against them. It would be time-wasting if he really did that, so he reckoned it would be better to just spend his time on cultivation. Furthermore, those great forces were mostly third class, and didn't even have a single mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master overseeing them. It would do more damage to Void Land's reputation and face if they were to oppress such weaklings now. With that said, Yang Kai would never forgive Heavenly Sword Union, which was the mastermind behind the incident. Besides the fact that Heavenly Sword Union led the alliance, they had once again ambushed him while he was heading to the Shattered Heaven to look for the proprietress after he left Void territory. Since those from Heavenly Sword Union had repeatedly provoked Yang Kai, he couldn't be blamed for seeking revenge against them. Make them cough up everything they can before kicking them out, and let them know if they dare to appear in Voidland again. I won't be so forgiving. Yang Kai directly decided the fate of those great forces. Bian Yuqing nodded in agreement. It was apparent that Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to meet those people, so he let her settle the matter. Now Yang Kai was now a powerful master, and the leader of a peak second-class great force, so it wasn't like just anyone could meet him. It was expected that those great forces would accept the outcome, and they would also have to thank Yang Kai for not destroying them. Also, there was a senior from Yinyang Cave Heaven who requested to meet you a few days ago. However, since Sect Master was cultivating in seclusion, I turned her down so that you wouldn't be disturbed. Yang Kai's eyes brightened when he heard that and asked, "Was it Chu Huashang?" Presently, there were 2 establishments directly owned by Cave Heavens in Void Star City. One of them was the Azura Arena, which was set up by Azura Heaven. This facility was also one of the trademarks of Azura Heaven. The business of the Azura Arena was booming because many young cultivators liked to engage in all-out fights to both train and make a name for themselves. In fact, the Azura Arena was established following a discussion between Yang Kai and a representative from Azura Heaven. Voidland held a large stake in the Azura Arena, which generated an equivalent revenue share from this profitable business. Meanwhile, a Dao temple belonging to Yinyang Cave Heaven was also established. Chu Huashang used to be stationed there in the past as its supervisor. Yang Kai met that seductress in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Then they went through many life and death moments there and in the blood monster Cave Heaven, eventually growing quite close. After that, she tagged along when Yang Kai headed to the Shattered Heaven. Although she didn't manage to help much, Yang Kai was still grateful for the solidarity she had shown. This was no small matter. After all, Chu Huashang's identity was a little special, as she was a core disciple from one of the 36 Cave Heavens. So everything she did represented Yinyang Cave Heaven. As such, she wasn't able to do whatever she pleased most of the time. However, she still steadfastly followed Yang Kai to oppose Tizhang and the others who had laid a trap for Yang Kai. There were 2 reasons why Azura Heaven had set up an Azura Arena in every major star city. First of all, it was to train the disciples of their own sect, and secondly, it was to amass wealth. The disciples of Azura Heaven had to go through life and death battles in order to grow rapidly. Nevertheless, in the 3,000 worlds, there were rarely any places that would allow them to engage in such fierce battles. Therefore, the Azura arenas were their best option. Moreover, these Azura arenas were like a treasure trove for them. The Azura arenas from different star cities each generated massive amounts of revenue for Azura Heaven every year. Yinyang Cave Heaven had also set up a Dao temple in every major star city. However, they didn't intend to amass wealth or train their disciples in these places. Instead, the existence of these Dao temples was to attract more talented people. The disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven were all beautiful women or handsome men, and their core secret arts revolved around forming intimate relationships with the opposite sex. In those Dao temples, their disciples could engage in discourse with talented young people from different parts of the 3,000 worlds, and even find suitable life partners, which would then strengthen the sex power. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4436. A man she entrusted her life to. The Dao Temple of Yinyang Cave Heaven in Void Star City was built under the supervision of Chu Huashang. Therefore, when Yang Kai heard Bian Yuqing mention a senior from Yinyang Cave Heaven, the first person that came into his mind was that seductress. However, Bian Yuqing shook her head and replied, "It's not Senior Sister Chu. The master of Yinyang Cave Heaven's Dao Temple is now a different person." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel disappointed. If Chu Huashang was still in the Star City, he would have personally thanked her for what she had done for him. Bian Yuqing asked, "Are you going to meet her, sect master?" Yang Kai came to his senses and nodded. "Of course, I have to meet her. Please tell her to come in." If it was someone else, he would have decided whether he wanted to meet her depending on his mood. However, since she was from Yinyang Cave Heaven, he naturally couldn't turn her down. He could also ask this person about how Chu Huashang was doing. Upon receiving the order, Bian Yuqing immediately sent out a message. Since the meeting was over, everyone in the main hall rose from their seats and left while Yang Kai remained sitting on his own. An incense stick later, Bian Yuqing led someone to enter the hall from outside. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the person behind Bian Yuqing was an alluring woman with an enchanting figure. Her innocent-looking face and clear eyes gave off an ethereal feeling, as though she was unstained by the mortal world. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. He had met many beautiful women before, but he had never seen one such as this lady. His first impression of the woman was that she was clean. It wasn't the cleanliness of her clothes, but an indescribable feeling, as though the existence of everything in the world was a blasphemy to her existence. Anyone who saw her would have the urge to protect and care for her. At the same time, his chest tightened as he had a feeling that this woman was more complicated than she seemed. Since the guest had arrived, Yang Kai had to rise from his chair to greet her. Bian Yuqing saluted him, She's here, sect master. Yang Kai nodded gently, upon which Bian Yu Qing withdrew. The woman across from him elegantly greeted him, then said softly, "Greetings, sect master Yang. This mistress is Su Ying Xue." Her pleasant voice tickled his senses. Yang Kai lifted his hand. "There's no need to be too formal with me, Senior Sister Su. Please have a seat." Su Ying Xue thanked him with a lowered gaze. Her cheeks were painted with a tinge of redness, and her skin seemed extremely delicate. Yang Kai was unable to sense this woman's cultivation, but that wasn't too surprising seeing how she had no need to release her aura here. Nevertheless, he had a feeling that this woman wasn't any weaker than he was, so she was probably a sixth order open heaven realm master as well. After the two of them were seated, a servant came over and served them tea. Following a bit of small talk, Yang Kai asked, "Senior Sister Su, what's the nature of your relationship with Senior Sister Chu?" Su Ying Xue replied with a smile, "Chu-er is considered my junior sister on paper." Yang Kai arched his brow. "On paper? What is she to you in reality?" Su Ying Xue said with a light smile, "I was the one who raised Chu-er." Yang Kai was shocked, thinking that the woman before his eyes was like a sister as well as a mother to Chu Huashang. After giving it a thought, he realized that it wasn't so surprising. It had clearly been a long time since Su Ying Xue broke through to the open heaven realm, and although Chu Huashang was now a sixth order master as well, she had only recently become one. When it came to their age, Chu Huashang was probably much younger than Su Ying Xue, so it wasn't surprising that she was raised by her. This was pretty common in the 3,000 worlds. Although many fellow brothers and sisters in the same sect were on the same level of seniority, there could be huge gaps in their actual ages. Therefore, some of the senior brothers and sisters were like foster parents to their juniors. Chu-er always talked about and praised you. Now, I can confirm that you're indeed both handsome and talented. Su Ying Xue lifted her alluring eyes and batted her lashes shyly. A reserved Yang Kai replied, "Many thanks for your compliment, Senior Sister Su. May I know where Senior Sister Chu is now?" Su Ying Xue sighed and replied, "After making such a huge mistake, she returned to the sect to apologize to the sect master. She's confined now, and she won't be able to leave seclusion for the next 100 years. 100 years. Yang Kai's face fell. Is her punishment related to me? Su Ying Xue gazed into his eyes and said, "You seem quite concerned about Chu-er, sect master Yang." Yang Kai replied, "I owe senior sister Chu a great favor. Since she's in trouble, I naturally can't turn a blind eye to it." "How are you going to interfere, then?" Su Ying Xue looked curiously at him. Yang Kai became startled. "She's right. How am I supposed to interfere? She's confined in Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and she's Su Ying Xue's junior sister. This is their internal affair. What right do I have to butt into their business as an outsider?" Su Ying Xue went on to say, "Since time immemorial, the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises have always been close allies, and internal disputes that go against our collective interests are strictly forbidden. Since she has made a mistake, she naturally has to be punished." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai finally figured out what had happened. As expected, Chu Huashang's confinement was a result of her helping him. She fought with those from Myriad Demon's Heaven and the other great forces outside the shadowless Cave Heaven, which had tarnished Yin Yang Cave Heaven's reputation. That was the reason she was given such a harsh punishment. As a core disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, Chu Huashang was fully aware of these rules, and also that once she made a move, she would invite trouble to herself, but she did it anyway. Yang Kai had never expected that Chu Huashang's help would land her in such trouble. If he knew it in advance, he wouldn't have let her tag along. Now that she had to be confined for 100 years, he certainly felt guilty. It's just 100 years, so there's nothing to worry about. Chu-er is now a sixth order open heaven realm master, so 100 years will pass by in a blink of an eye for her, Su Ing Shue said gently. Yang Kai frowned and stared intently at her in silence. 100 years of confinement was indeed not a long time for a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Furthermore, Chu Huashang had just ascended to the Sixth Order, so she needed time to consolidate her cultivation. The confinement might not actually be a bad thing to her as, after she was set free, she would have completely solidified her new cultivation. With that said, it was still a punishment, and Yang Kai was the reason behind it, which was why he felt responsible. However, Su Ing Shue didn't seem to take the matter seriously. "Sect Master Yang," she called out gently. Yang Kai came to his senses and gazed at her. "What's wrong, senior sister?" Su Ing Shue replied, "To be frank with you, other than meeting you, this mistress is also here to seek your help." Yang Kai extended his hand. "Please speak freely, senior sister. I'll not turn you down as long as I am able to assist." Before Su Ing Shue spoke again, she appeared bashful as her cheeks became a shade redder. She lowered her head as her hair hung loose over her chest. Her posture, coupled with her innocent demeanor, could make any man lust after her and have the urge to embrace and become intimate. Yang Kai couldn't move his eyes away from her, as he thought that the disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven were all truly attractive. Unlike how flirtatious and enchanting Chu Huashang was, Su Ing Shue's innocence and charm were rarely found in the world. "Sect Master Yang, since you're close to Chuer, I suppose you're familiar with some of our sect's traditions," Su Ing Shue said gently. Her face was all red by the time she finished speaking. Yang Kai had no idea about the reason behind her bashfulness as he asked curiously, "What traditions are you speaking of?" Su Ing Shue appeared to be embarrassed as she fell silent for a moment, then replied, "When the female disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven reach a certain age and cultivation, we have to look for a suitable partner. That is the reason our Tao temples were built across the 3,000 worlds. The disciples who are stationed at these Tao temples can engage in discourse with talented people from all over to increase their knowledge and cultivation, but it is also a way to seek out appropriate partners." "I'm aware of that." Yang Kai nodded as an idea flashed through his mind. "Do you have your eyes on someone, senior sister?" Su Ing Shue nodded her head. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Congratulations are in order then. I wonder who the young man is that is lucky enough to gain your favor. If you need my help to pass on your word, just tell me right away. I'll invite the man over. If he doesn't want to come, I'll tie him up and bring him here." "There's no need for any invitation." Su Ing Shue shook her head. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "Why is that?" Su Ing Shue appeared anxious as she subconsciously played with her hair with her slender finger. Her face had become redder as she said hesitantly, "That is because the man is right before my eyes." The smile on Yang Kai's face froze, and then his lips pressed into a line as he examined her seriously. A moment later he said with a faint smile, "That joke isn't funny, senior sister Su." Su Ing Shue looked down at her feet and spoke in a voice that was as soft as a whisper. "I'm not making a joke, Sect Master Yang. You're now the Lord of Voidland, as well as a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. You are completely qualified to be my partner." Yang Kai gazed at her with narrowed eyes. "Since you're so close to Chu Huashang, you should have heard something about me from her." Su Ing Shue nodded. "And Chuer told me that she repeatedly wanted you to be her partner, but you had turned her down." Yang Kai nodded. "I value my friendship with senior sister Chu, so I'm not willing to tie her down with false hope. That was the reason I didn't agree to her request. However, senior sister Su, this is the first time we have met, so how could you say such a thing to embarrass both of us?" Su Ing Shue looked up at him with a pair of alluring eyes, which looked like two clear springs, and said in an enchanting manner, "Are you not willing to be my partner, Sect Master Yang?" "What do you think?" Yang Kai questioned her instead. Su Ing Shue pressed her lips together, then asked, What if I say that if you agree to it, both Chuer and I will become your partners? A startled young Kai asked, Is this your idea or senior sister Chu's? Since Chu Huashang was in the sixth order open heaven realm, Su Ing Shui was probably in the same order. Both of them were strikingly beautiful, and any man would have to consider himself extremely lucky to obtain the favor of just one of them, not to mention both. Rarely would any man in the world be capable of resisting such a temptation. Su Ing Shui replied, I had a discussion with Chuer before I came to Void Star City. She said that the Lord of Void Land Yongkai was a righteous man she could entrust her life to. However, since she didn't manage to gain your favor, she told me to come here and give it a try. Therefore, even though this mistress is not familiar with you, as it's the first time we have met, I believe Chuer's words. Of course, she will agree to the decision I've made. As long as you agree, Chuer and I will become your partners. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4437, A Test. Yang Kai couldn't believe that Su Ing Shui wanted to be his partner just because of what Chu Huashan had said. So he said after a sigh, I suppose you do have trust in her, senior sister Su. Chuer has a keen eye for people. Although I'm older than her, I'm not comparable to her in this regard. Su Ing Shui lifted her head as she summoned her courage to look at the man. Are you really going to turn me down? Sect Master Yang. Her bashful expression could arouse any man's pity. Yang Kai took a deep breath and replied with a straight face, It's this Yang's luck to gain the favor of the two of you, but I already have a few wives, so I don't intend to marry more women. Although I thank you for your intentions, I cannot accept them. There are many great men out there, and I'm just one of the countless men in the world. I'm sure the two of you will find your loved ones sooner or later. Su Ing Shui stared fixedly at him with her dark gaze, as though she was able to look deeply into his mind and soul to uncover his thoughts. A moment later, she suddenly started convulsing with laughter, which was in stark contrast to her innocent demeanor earlier. She now looked so charming that it was hard for any man in the world to resist her attractiveness. Senior sister Su? Yang Kai scowled as he couldn't adapt to this sudden transformation. He was secretly shocked that the woman's demeanor could change in such a drastic manner. The Lord of Void Land. I suppose Chuer hasn't fallen in love with the wrong guy. Su Ing Shui covered her lips and looked smilingly at him. What do you mean, senior sister Su? Su Ing Shui replied with a faint smile. Yinyang Cave Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens. Regardless of how immoral we're thought to be, no two female disciples would ever serve the same husband. Outsiders always say that we're lascivious people, but they have no idea how loyal we are to our partners. Yang Kai's face fell. So, what were you trying to achieve? He had a feeling that he had been made a fool of. If he really agreed to it on an impulse just now, he would have been humiliated. However, why was this woman trying to trick him? There were no grudges between them to speak of. Although Chu Huashang had to be confined for 100 years because she helped him, that wasn't enough of a reason for this farce. Chuer has made a mistake, and she is being punished with 100 years of imprisonment, but that doesn't really matter. What does matter, however, is that in half a year there will be a Tao Theory assembly in Yinyang Cave Heaven where many talented young men will come together. The winner will be able to marry Chuer after she is discharged from confinement. Yang Kai initially felt vexed because he had been tricked, but all his fury vanished into thin air when he heard these words. Then he asked in shock, Tao Theory Assembly? The winner will be able to marry senior sister Chu? Was that her idea? Su Ing Shui snorted. Since Chuer has fallen in love with you, why would she come up with such an absurd idea? It was a decision by the sect master, and she can't disobey. Yang Kai sported a dark expression. Since she is reluctant, why would those from Yinyang Cave Heaven hold such a Tao Theory Assembly? Su Ing Shui glared at him. Since she has crossed the line, we have to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises, and this Tao Theory Assembly is the result. Do you think she can refuse? Who do you think has caused all this? Yang Kai became startled upon hearing that. We've been sending out invitations since a year ago. However, due to the fact that the 3,000 worlds is expansive, we and the others who will participate need time to prepare. The Tao Theory Assembly will take place half a year from now, and regardless of who the winner is, Chuer must marry him no matter what. Yang Kai frowned. I thought core disciples of Inyan Cave Heaven would never marry outsiders. It was difficult to raise a disciple like Chu Huashang. If she was married to an outsider, another sect would reap all the benefits. Hence, for a core disciple like Chu Huashang, the man had to get married into her sect, not the other way around. Su Yingshui replied, she's not going to leave the sect. The man will have to get married into our great force. Upon hearing her clarification, Yang Kai said, I see. Su Yingshui stared at him and said, if you didn't pass my test, I wouldn't have informed you about it. Since you're a righteous man, however, I suppose Chuer's eyes haven't failed her, so you have the right to know about it. Yang Kai rose from the chair and cupped his fist with a solemn expression. Many thanks for informing me about this matter, senior sister. After staring fixedly at him for a moment, Su Yingshui also got up. That's all I have to say. Farewell. I'll see you off. Yang Kai hurriedly followed her. Su Yingshui didn't turn him down as she continued moving forward. It wasn't until Yang Kai left Void Land with her and saw her heading towards the Star City that he returned. It surprised him that those from Inyan Cave Heaven were going to hold a Tao Theory Assembly to look for a husband for Chu Huashang. However, Su Yingshui had said that the assembly was being held to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises. After all, Chu Huashang had violated their rules, so her confinement was probably not enough to appease the various cave heavens and paradises. It wouldn't have mattered if Yang Kai wasn't aware of it, but now that he had found out about it, he naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. Nevertheless, he was in a dilemma as he wasn't sure what to do. If he took part in the Tao Theory Assembly, he definitely had to become the winner, which would then mean that he would have to marry Chu Huashang. Chu Huashang's appearance and aptitude undoubtedly stood at the apex of the 3,000 worlds, and hardly any women could surpass her. Certainly, no man could resist such a talented beauty. If Yang Kai had still been single, he would have leapt at the opportunity to marry her. However, he already had several wives, so he wasn't willing to become emotionally entangled with Chu Huashang. Moreover, she was a core disciple of her great force, so those from Inyan Cave Heaven wouldn't allow her to live with Yang Kai without him joining their force. With that said, he wouldn't be able to set his mind at ease if he didn't at least see her. At that moment, he was unable to make a decision. A moment later, he sent a message to Mo Mei to tell her to ask around in the Star City in order to find out whether things were just like what Su Yingshui had said. If those from Inyan Cave Heaven were really going to hold a Tao Theory Assembly, there was no way no one was aware of it. The fame of the 36 cave heavens dictated that every move they made would cause a stir in the 3,000 worlds. Half a day later, Mo Mei replied to him from the governor's mansion and informed him that there was really such an event on the horizon. Just like what Su Yingshui had said, those from Inyan Cave Heaven had been sending out invitations since a year ago as they were going to hold a Tao Theory Assembly in order to look for a partner for Chu Huashang. Any cultivator in the 3,000 worlds could take part in it regardless of their cultivation or age, as long as they were below the high-rank open heaven realm. As a result, countless cultivators from different great territories started heading to Inyan territory. Those who were powerful hoped to become the winner and marry a beautiful lady, while those who were weak were going to watch a good show and gain some life experience. After all, it wasn't every day that one could freely enter Inyan Cave Heaven. Yang Kai clenched the jade slip, which contained the message, with a frown. The Tao Theory Assembly would be held in half a year, but he still couldn't decide whether he should go or not. Then he fished out his universe chart and realized that it would take him half a month to travel from Void Land to Inyan territory, which wasn't too long a distance. If he decided to go, he would have a few months to prepare. After pondering on it for a moment, he finally made a decision. He had to go to Yinyang Cave Heaven. Chu Huashang was being punished because of him, so there was no way he could just sit back and do nothing. By then, he could look for Chu Huashang and find out about her stance before coming up with any solution. The Star City was the major income source for Void Land, and the popularity of the Star City hinged on its auction house. A Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill would be put up for auction once every 3 months, which was why countless cultivators from different great forces were attracted to this place. There were not many Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills left, as they couldn't even satisfy the needs of their own disciples, which caused some of them to lose their lives while trying to make it to the open heaven realm. Therefore, Yang Kai would have to refine more, since he was going to leave again. He still had a lot of the main ingredient required to make these pills, which was World Source Liquid. He just needed some supplementary ingredients, and since the Star City was now flourishing, he could easily get his hands on them. Therefore, after he gave an order, some people from the Star City immediately started preparing the materials he needed before delivering them to him. It was then he started refining Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. 3 months later, all the adjuvants were used up as he was surrounded by many bottles, which were all filled with Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. Countless cultivators were eager to snatch up the one available Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill whenever it came up for auction. But such pills were now everywhere in Yang Kai's room. It would be interesting to know what others thought if they found out about this. With that said, even though there were a lot of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills here, there would come a time when they were used up. To Yang Kai and Void Land, every Open Heaven Realm Master was a precious treasure, so every disciple who was going to attempt an ascension had to be given a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill so that no tragedy would happen again. In other great forces, only the best disciples that the sects had high hopes for could get their hands on a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. But in Void Land, anyone who had the right to ascend to the Open Heaven Realm could get such a pill from Bian Yuqing. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only Void Land provided such a benefit. After getting some rest, Yang Kai told Bian Yuqing to come over and store these pills. At the same time, she informed him about a piece of good news. Madame Lan has arrived. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was elated. She's here? When did she arrive? Bian Yuqing replied with a smile. A few days after you started refining pills. She's been here for about 2 months now. Yang Kai quickly asked her about the proprietress location, and then headed over to meet her. After leaving Golden Rainbow Province back then, the proprietress said that she was going to Thousand Bird Star City to put an end to some issues. Yang Kai didn't ask her what she was going to do, but she had said that she would pay a visit to Void Land soon. It never crossed his mind that she would come here so quickly. A moment later, he met the proprietress on a certain Spirit Peak. He was also around as she was having a chat with her. Bai Qi, chef and accountant, as well as some of the shop hands from First Inn, had also come. Yang Kai could also see that Luo Hai was here. An idea flashed through his mind as the speculation he had made him feel excited. Upon detecting the man's presence, the proprietress shot him a glance with a smile. Smelly brat, you're finally here. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4438. Proprietress joins Void Land. Proprietress. Yang Kai walked over and saluted her. Are you all ready to relocate to Void Star City? The proprietress asked with a smile. What do you mean, relocate? Then Yang Kai was puzzled. Bai Qi said with a smile, Proprietress has left First Inn, so she's a free person now. Yang Kai became startled upon hearing that. Initially, when he saw that the proprietress had brought all her usual shop hands with her, he thought that she was going to open a First Inn branch in Void Star City. So it came as a great surprise to hear she had actually left First Inn. We'd like to join Void Land. Will you welcome us? The proprietress looked smilingly at Yang Kai. Of course, Yang Kai hurriedly nodded. Of course I welcome you all. Why wouldn't I? You can even be the Lord of Voidland if you want, proprietress. No thanks. The proprietress rolled her eyes. I've finally relieved myself of old burdens, so why would I take on even heavier responsibilities? Don't even think about it. Yang Kai grinned. What kind of position do you want, then? Just name it. The proprietress shook her head. I'm not going to take up any official position right now. Just prepare a serene place for me, as I'm going to enter seclusion soon. Yang Kai turned solemn. Are you going to attempt to break through to the Seventh Order? Since Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were destroyed, her heart demon oath had been resolved as well. Hence, there were no more obstacles in her way to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. However, she had lost some of her heritage in the shadowless cave heaven, so if she wanted to make it to the Seventh Order, she would have to spend some time recovering from those losses. The proprietress nodded with a serious expression. I've been stuck in the Sixth Order for a long time now. It's about time to ascend to the Seventh Order. A worried Yang Kai asked, Do you have the confidence to achieve it? Ascending to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm was no laughing matter, although there was only a difference of one order between the Sixth Order and the Seventh Order. She was trying to cross the gulf between the mid-rank and high rank. This was a process of sublimation in the Open Heaven realm, and the risk an Open Heaven realm master had to bear when attempting this was as great as when he or she was first attempting to reach the Open Heaven realm from the Emperor realm. The consequences were deadly if they failed. Many Open Heaven realm masters had lost their lives during this ascension over the years. For cultivators in this realm, every ascension was a perilous trial. Once they succeeded, they would transform into even more powerful beings. However, once they failed, death was all but certain. I do have some confidence, but when it comes to a matter like this, it is ultimately up to the heavens to decide my fate. The proprietress replied calmly. Yang Kai nodded. Since you've made a decision, I'll say no more. If you need any resources, just tell us right away. He will prepare everything for you. The proprietress replied with a smile. I have all the resources I require prepared already. I've been a shopkeeper of First Inn for centuries, so I've collected some good stuff along the way. That's great. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai fished out a jade bottle and passed it to her. Take this, as it might be useful in case of an emergency. The proprietress took a glance at it and realized that the jade bottle looked familiar. Soon she recalled what it was. After Yang Kai left the Blood Monster Cave Heaven back then, he passed her this jade bottle, which contained an innate open heaven pill born in the universe furnace. Blood Monster Divine Monarch should have obtained this pill at some point far in the past. This open heaven pill was totally different from the ones refined by alchemists and was innumerable times more valuable. Although one open heaven pill seemed like nothing compared to the millions that flowed through Void Star City each day, many people would start wars just to try to snatch this single pill if word of its existence got out. At that time, Yang Kai thought that this pill could help the proprietress break through to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, but she turned him down. As long as her heart demon oath wasn't resolved, even an innate open heaven pill would be useless to her. Now that she was ready to ascend to the Seventh Order. However, this pill was the only thing Yang Kai could offer that could be of some possible help. After giving it a thought, the proprietress took the jade bottle and said with a smile, I'll give it back to you if I don't need it. Yang Kai replied with a straight face, I'll await your good news. Back then, the proprietress directly ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so her aptitude was truly exceptional. Supposedly, given her aptitude, there shouldn't be a problem when she attempted to rise to the Seventh Order. However, she reckoned that she'd better be careful. The proprietress then suddenly asked, Have you heard that there'll be a Tao Theory assembly in Inyan Cave Heaven in a few months? You're aware of it. Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai smiled helplessly. First Inn was in the business of gathering information. Basically, everyone was aware of it now, so why would the proprietress not know it? I'm not deaf, so why would I not be aware of such a major event? The proprietress shot him a glare. Chu Huashang is one of the core disciples of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and she has the right to succeed the sect master in the future. However, since she has made a mistake, she has to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises. The Tao Theory Assembly is the punishment for her. Yang Kai sighed. It's all because of me that Senior Sister Chu is being punished. On the side, Yu He asked, Young Master, was it because? Yang Kai nodded solemnly. All 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises have always been united, so internal divisions are not permitted. Senior Sister Chu broke that taboo. Yu He exclaimed, What should we do then? Yang Kai said, I'm going to Yin Yang Cave Heaven soon. Then he gazed at the proprietress in puzzlement. Are there really no grudges between the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises? Why is there even such a taboo? The proprietress explained, There are definitely grudges between them, but they have their own ways of settling such problems. If some of them are killed without anyone knowing about it, no one can say anything. However, since the other cave heavens and paradises know the details of this incident, those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven have to make it up to them. That is the rule. What rubbish rule is that? Yang Kai was incensed. Since you're the cause of it, I suppose you should head to Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Given your current strength, there shouldn't be anyone below the high-rank open heaven realm who is your opponent. However, you'd still better be careful. Although the disciples from Yin Yang Cave Heaven would frequently look for suitable partners, a disciple like Chu Huashang is very rare. Many talented people will gather together in this Tao Theory Assembly, so the people from the cave heavens and paradises would naturally take part as well. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was startled for a moment. Those from the cave heavens and paradises would join as well? I heard that the partners of the core disciples from Yin Yang Cave Heaven would have to marry into Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Are those cave heavens and paradises willing to let their disciples join another sect? The proprietress replied with a smile, The core disciples are definitely not going to join this Tao Theory Assembly. However, the heritages of the cave heavens and paradises are ample. Besides the core disciples, they still have other disciples that could join another sect. The effort will be worthwhile if they can become closer allies with Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai nodded. Although a disciple would have to get married into Yin Yang Cave Heaven, he would not sever ties with his master sect entirely. If his master sect fell into trouble in the future, that disciple and the connection he made would be of some help. There's one thing I'm worried about, proprietress. Yang Kai appeared anxious. What is it? She asked. Yang Kai replied, The cave heavens and paradises were already trying to suppress me before I even ascended to the open heaven realm. Now that I'm an open heaven realm master, would some of them try to kill me if I show up in the outside world? He was already targeted by 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters outside the shadowless cave heaven, and he was just an emperor realm cultivator at that time. Now that he was an open heaven realm master, it was probable that some of them would still want to kill him ruthlessly. Given the heritages of those cave heavens and paradises, it would be easy for them to kill him unless he stayed in Void Land forever. With 2 divine spirits residing in Void Land, the effort to kill him would simply be too great for the reward. To his concerns, the proprietress just said with a smile, The reason they targeted you before your ascension was that they were worried you'd directly make it to the 7th Order, and their suppression has yielded some results. In their eyes, you're just a 5th Order open heaven realm master, so you're no longer a threat to them. They have already nipped a potential threat in the bud, and a 5th Order master is nothing to them. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. In that case, I'm now safer since I've ascended to the open heaven realm. That's right. There won't be any problems then, Yang Kai nodded. After he chatted with the proprietress for a while longer, he bid her farewell. She was going to attempt to break through to the 7th Order soon, and no one else could help her with that. The only thing Yang Kai could give her was that innate open heaven pill. This breakthrough would probably take her a long time. After all, she had to make up for the losses she had suffered in the shadowless cave heaven first before she could attempt to reach the seventh order open heaven realm. The Tao Theory Assembly was just 2 months away now, so Yang Kai had to set off immediately. A few days later, he shot into the sky, and as a crack appeared in the Grand Array, he moved past it and dashed into the void. He was on his own this time. He initially wanted to tag along, but he had turned her down. After all, he was now a sixth order open heaven realm master that was significantly stronger than others in the same order. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only high-rank open heaven realm masters would be a threat to him now. Even if he really came across any danger, he could easily flee since he was on his own. Furthermore, the Tao Theory Assembly was an event to help get Chu Hua Shang a husband. Yang Kai wasn't even sure how he would handle the issue, so it would be inappropriate if he brought Yu He with him. The journey was long, and the void was dead silent, so Yang Kai just moved forward at lightning speed. On a shattered spirit province, just outside the territory gate of void territory, stood an alluring lady. It seemed that she had been waiting there for a long time. When she finally saw Yang Kai moving past the territory gate, she snorted, "I suppose he can still be considered a responsible man." The person was Su Ing Shue, who had previously met up with Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai had left void territory at this point, he should be heading to join the Tao Theory Assembly. That was the reason she sported a milder expression now. Then, she dashed towards the territory gate and tailed Yang Kai. After leaving the territory gate, she immediately sent a message to someone. Looking up, she could only see a small dot in the distance, as Yang Kai was already far away from her. She curved her lips into a smile and muttered, "I'll give you one last test. After all, you have no right to marry Chuer if you're too weak." Meanwhile, Yang Kai was looking at the route in his universe chart and heading to the next territory gate. Half a day later, he suddenly lifted his head as he could see a ray of light charging towards him rapidly. Marshaled Peak. Chapter 4439. A pleasant surprise. A figure could faintly be seen in the ray of light. Yang Kai looked up, but before he could make out the person's face, the other party bellowed, "Where do you think you're going, boy?" Right after the person finished speaking, he pushed out his fist with an immense force. World force undulated. Even the void trembled slightly. A puzzled Yang Kai had a feeling that the person must have mistaken him for someone else. However, since the other party was about to strike, he was unable to explain himself as he quickly extended his palm to meet the attack. Booming sounds were heard as the other party acted violently while Yang Kai responded in kind. They exchanged more than 10 moves in just several breaths of time. "Huh," the person exclaimed, as though he had discovered something strange. Following that, he exerted more force with his hands. If the power he showcased earlier was on par with the fifth order, he was now using sixth order strength. Yang Kai had never expected that he would randomly come across a sixth order open heaven realm master as soon as he left void territory, and for some reason, the other party initially hid his true strength. It wasn't until he sensed Yang Kai's power that he stopped holding back. As a sixth order open heaven realm master himself, Yang Kai certainly wasn't afraid of this stranger, so he surged the power of his small universe as the battle intensified. A moment later, the attacker used a feint before widening the gap between them before raising his hand. "Wait!" Yang Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks and stared coldly at him. It wasn't until this moment that he was able to make out the person's appearance. The other party was a burly man with long dreadlocks, which made him look a bit eccentric. However, judging from the fluctuations of his energy just now, Yang Kai confirmed that he was indeed a sixth order open heaven realm master. As their eyes met, the burly man examined Yang Kai and asked, "Are you Lu Pei Yuan?" "No, and I don't know him either." Yang Kai shook his head. "Ah!" The man landed a slap on his own forehead, then looked apologetically at Yang Kai and cupped his fist. I'm so sorry for mistaking you for someone else. This is all a big misunderstanding. Please forgive me." Yang Kai furrowed his brow with displeasure as the other party directly attacked him without verifying his identity first. Although the man didn't have any murderous intent, Yang Kai was still upset. Fortunately, both of them had only made some probing moves, so no one was hurt. Otherwise, the misunderstanding would have turned into something serious. Since Yang Kai was in a rush, he wasn't willing to waste any more time on this man. So he simply nodded and declared, "Since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget it. Farewell." Then he turned around and left. The man shouted from behind, "Farewell, friend." It wasn't until Yang Kai was out of his sight that the man stroked his chin with an amused look. Interesting. While remaining on the same spot, he fished out a communication bead and sent a message. A moment later, a ray of light came over from afar and stopped beside him. The person was none other than Su Shui. "Did you test him?" she asked. The man nodded. "And how was it?" "Your information is wrong, junior sister." The man scratched his head and looked in the direction Yang Kai had left. "You said that guy ascended to the 5th order open heaven realm. Is he not in the 5th order?" Su Shui frowned. Chu Huashang had seen Yang Kai break through in person, and the fact was verified by the elders from Yin Yang Cave Heaven. After all, besides Chu Huashang, there were also 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters who had witnessed the incident, so there was no way the information was wrong. He's not in the 5th order." The man grinned. "That guy is in the 6th order." "No way." Su Shui shot him a glare. "Did you intercept the wrong guy?" The man shook his head. "You sent his image to me, so there was no way I was mistaken. I was shocked when I traded moves with him just now. I almost suffered a loss at his hands. The power he had showcased was definitely not in the 5th order. Although I didn't use my full strength, he was still able to force a draw. That could only mean that he's in the 6th order open heaven realm." "How is that possible?" Su Shui was astounded. According to the information she had obtained, Yang Kai was supposed to be in the 5th order open heaven realm. It had only been 2 years since he achieved his ascension, so there was no way he could go from the 5th order to the 6th order in such a short time. No one in the world could achieve that. The only possibility was that he had ascended to the 6th order instead of the 5th order at that time. However, that was also impossible. Chu Huashang might conceal the truth for Yang Kai, but there was no way the high-rank open heaven realm masters at the scene were mistaken. "Isn't this for the best?" The man grinned. "Although there's only a difference of 1 order, the gap in real strength is enormous. I was initially worried that he would suffer a setback in the Tao Theory Assembly, but now it seems that he has a chance to come out the winner. Although a 5th order open heaven realm master is fairly powerful, such a person is too weak compared to the people who are going to join the Tao Theory Assembly." After giving it a thought, Su Shui realized that he was right and nodded gently. "It's indeed a pleasant surprise. Since we've given him a test, we should return to the sect now." "Let's go," the man said and charged forward, followed by Su Shui. Yin Yang Cave Heaven was going to hold a Tao Theory Assembly to select a husband for the core disciple Chu Huashang, and they had sent out invitations to many great forces across the 3,000 worlds. Since the event was just around the corner, many flight-type artifacts could be seen heading to Yin Yang territory from different great territories. As Yang Kai flew forward, he could see flight-type artifacts of different shapes and sizes rushing towards Yin Yang territory. It was the first time Yang Kai was visiting the headquarters of a cave heaven, and he was extremely curious about it. He wanted to see the heritage of one of the top great forces in the 3,000 worlds for himself, so he could understand the difference between Void Land and them. 1 month later, he arrived at a place that was 2 great territories away from Yin Yang territory. He could also see more flight-type artifacts as he continued moving forward. Yin Yang Cave Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens, which was why it was famous. Since the disciples from those second-class great forces wanted to marry a beautiful lady and form a relationship with Yin Yang Cave Heaven, it would be worthwhile even if there were some sacrifices. Therefore, many of the people on the ships were in the fourth order, the fifth order, and even the sixth order. After all, weaker cultivators had no right to take part in the assembly. Two figures had been tailing Yang Kai. They were Su Ying Xue and the burly man, who were both from Yin Yang Cave Heaven. At this moment, Su Ying Xue finally believed her partner's words. Yang Kai must have been in the sixth order open heaven realm. After all, given their cultivation, they still hadn't managed to close the gap with Yang Kai despite chasing him at full speed for an entire month. A fifth order open heaven realm master could never fly as fast as he did. Both of them attempted to surpass Yang Kai, but rather than getting ahead of him, he actually got further away from them instead. They initially could see his figure from afar, but now he was already out of their sight. Just when they were about to enter Yin Yang territory, Su Ying Xue's expression changed as she fished out a communication bead and had a look. Then she stopped in her tracks and said through clenched teeth, "Despicable!" What happened? The man was perplexed as he stopped and looked at her. "See for yourself." Su Ying Xue passed the communication bead to the man, who took it and had a look. Soon he sported a dark expression as he said, "They dared do such a thing!" Su Ying Xue snorted. "They're not willing to let any of their sixth-order disciples marry into our sect, so they're using dirty tricks to filter out any potential opponents. Shameless. Has the sect master said anything?" The man asked in a grim voice. "I have no idea. Let's find out more details first." Su Ying Xue shook her head, then took back the communication bead and sent out a message before the pair waited on the spot for a response. A while later, two figures rushed towards them from afar and landed in front of them. As they cupped their fists, they saluted. "Greetings, martial uncle, martial aunt." There were one man and one woman who were both in the fourth order, open heaven realm. They appeared intimate, so they were obviously a couple. It was the norm in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Once they found suitable partners and got married, they would go everywhere together. "How's the situation now?" Su Ying Xue cut to the chase and asked. The fourth order open heaven realm man replied. "All the territory gates leading to Yin Yang territory have been cordoned off, and all the ships have to be inspected before they're allowed to pass. Whenever they discover a sixth order open heaven realm master, they immediately challenge him." "What great forces are participating in this blockade?" Su Ying Xue asked. The man then listed more than 10 cave heavens and paradises, after which he said, "Those are the great forces that have sent their disciples to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly." Su Ying Xue snorted. "Seems they've thoroughly thought this out. The Tao Theory Assembly was meant to select a husband for Chu Huashang, with its winner being able to marry her. No high-rank open heaven realm master would take part in such an assembly, and the fourth order was just the threshold. Supposedly, only a sixth order open heaven realm master would stand a chance to be the winner. Regardless of who the person was, he wouldn't have a right to fight for the first place if he wasn't in the sixth order open heaven realm. Nevertheless, even sixth order open heaven realm masters were valuable to those cave heavens and paradises, so they were not willing to let a disciple marry into Yin Yang Cave Heaven. They would only allow fifth order open heaven realm masters to do that. As such, in order to prevent their own disciples from confronting any sixth order open heaven realm masters in the Tao Theory Assembly, these dozen or so cave heavens and paradises joined forces and cordoned off the territory gates around Yin Yang territory. Once they discovered any foreign sixth order open heaven realm masters, they would chase them away. By doing so, they could ensure that the most powerful cultivators who could participate in the Tao Theory Assembly were only in the fifth order, which would ease the burden of their own disciples when they joined the competition. Regardless of who the winner would be, their great force would only lose one fifth order open heaven realm master. Has the sect master said anything? Su Ying-shue asked with a solemn expression. The disciple replied, Sect Master has had a discussion with the representatives of those great forces. However, they haven't really crossed any line as they never killed anyone or forced any participants away. Instead, they'd send Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to exchange moves with the other party so that those people would admit defeat and leave. Since that is the case, Sect Master can't really say anything. Su Ying-shue said through clenched teeth, exchange moves? How could outside Sixth Order Masters be comparable to their own? Why don't they chase the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters away as well? By then, only Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters will take part in the assembly, which is even better for them. The disciple remarked meekly, Perhaps they want to protect their reputations. They have already humiliated themselves, so why bother? Su Ying-shue was infuriated. The burly man hunched his back as the situation was giving him a headache. If only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, it would turn into one big joke. Would they really have to allow Chu Huashang to marry a mere Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4440, Qing Kuei. Chu Huashang was a core disciple from Yinyang Cave Heaven, so she was one of the candidates that might succeed the sect master's position. They were holding a Tao Theory Assembly to select a husband for her because they were under pressure and it was already against her will. If they couldn't even find her a husband that would somewhat match her capabilities, Yinyang Cave Heaven would be humiliated. However, now a dozen or so cave heavens and paradises had joined forces to cordon off the territory gates around Yinyang territory, and no outside Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were allowed to enter to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. If this went on, only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be able to participate, which was what those great forces were trying to achieve. Su Ying-shue ground her teeth with fury, but there was nothing she could do. Just like what the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had said, those great forces hadn't really crossed any lines as they never forcefully chased the participants away. Instead, they sent powerful disciples to exchange pointers with them and make them back down. How are those from Yinyang Cave Heaven supposed to interfere? The man with dreadlocks darted his gaze around before his eyes brightened. He looked in a particular direction and said, Isn't there a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who can enter, Junior's sister? Su Ying-shue's expression changed when she heard that. Senior brother, you mean? The man grinned. If he can safely enter the sect and take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, the efforts of those great forces will all go down the drain. Su Ying-shue's eyes lit up. You have a point, senior brother. If Yang Kai, a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, showed up in the Tao Theory Assembly, he would be able to turn the entire situation upside down. According to the plan of those cave heavens and paradises, only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be allowed to join the Tao Theory Assembly, and eventually only a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would fight for first place. The heritages of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from those cave heavens and paradises were naturally superior to outsiders. If nothing unexpected happened, the winner would be from one of their forces, and he would marry Chu Huashang. Regardless of who the winner would be, it was an agreement between those cave heavens and paradises. However, if a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly showed up, their plan would be ruined. Although those Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were from the cave heavens and paradises, they still didn't have a right to fight with a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. By then, in order to protect their reputation or for some other reasons, those cave heavens and paradises would have to send stronger disciples to participate in the assembly. Those Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be too weak, and only Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could hope to fight for first place. Therefore, the most important task for them now was to ensure that Yang Kai could enter Yinyang territory to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Considering all this, Su Ying-shue suddenly exclaimed with a changed expression, "Oh no, that guy is not aware of what's going on. If he reveals his cultivation in advance, he will be barred from entry. It will be terrible when that happens. The man realized the severity of the matter as well, so he quickly looked in the territory gate's direction and yelled, "Let's go!" After he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and shot towards the territory gate, followed by Su Yingxue. Meanwhile, on a deserted spirit province that was several hundred kilometers away from the territory gate, stood Yan Kai as he placed his palm over his brow and gazed forward, tooting as he muttered, "What's going on?" He initially intended to enter Yinyang Cave Heaven directly to look for Chu Huashan and find out about her intentions before coming up with any solution. However, before he even entered Yinyang territory, he saw a ship belonging to Myriad Demons Heaven anchored, just outside the territory gate. The ship looked huge and magnificent, so there should be many powerful cultivators on board. Among the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises, Yan Kai was the wariest of Myriad Demons Heaven. This couldn't be helped, as his demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory I came from the aforementioned great force. Tizheng had said that those were the two core secret techniques from Myriad Demons Heaven that were never taught to outsiders. Only the disciples with the best aptitude from Myriad Demons Heaven were allowed to cultivate these two techniques. When they were in the shattered Heaven Star City back then, Tizheng could easily find out that Yan Kai had learned these two secret techniques. However, Zhu Jiuyin was around at that time, so Tizheng couldn't make a move. After that, Yan Kai headed to the Shadowless Cave Heaven, and this matter was put down. Tizheng probably believed that Yan Kai would never be able to leave the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so he stopped pursuing this matter. However, Yan Kai managed to escape in the end. If he came across Tizheng now, the latter might want to snatch his eyes from him. That man was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so Yan Kai didn't think he could defeat him. After all, the Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Purgatory are the best-kept secret techniques of Myriad Demons Heaven. If word got out that Yan Kai had learned both these techniques, they would definitely have a reason to kill him. Furthermore, those from Myriad Demons Heaven had repeatedly attempted to suppress him previously. Therefore, as soon as Yan Kai saw their ship, he stopped in his tracks. He had no idea who was aboard the ship, but it would be terrible if Tizheng was present. After having a look at the universe chart, Yan Kai, unfortunately, realized that if he headed to another great territory now, it would take him at least a month to arrive at Yinyang Cave Heaven. There wasn't enough time for him to do that. This was giving him a headache. While he wasn't sure what to do, he saw 2 rays of light charging forward from the corner of his eye. As he turned and looked intently at them, his expression soon changed, and he waved his hand and called out, "Senior Sister Su!" The rays of light paused for a moment, then changed their direction and headed to the shattered spirit province. A moment later, they landed before him and revealed their figures. Yan Kai wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he thought he saw Su Yingxue heaving a sigh of relief upon seeing him again. When he saw the man with dreadlocks beside her, though, he exclaimed, "It's you!" "Oh, little brother, we meet again." The man put on a frank smile. "What a coincidence." Su Yingxue pretended to know nothing as she asked, "You two know each other?" The man replied, "There was a misunderstanding between this little brother and me some time ago, leading to a brief exchange of fists. You know this little brother, Junior Sister Su?" With a dispassionate expression, Su Yingxue said, "He's the Lord of Voidland, Yan Kai." The man instantly appeared surprised. "You're the person who helped Junior Sister Chu ascend to the Open Heaven realm." "Junior Sister Chu?" Yan Kai was shocked. "What's your name, senior brother?" The man grinned proudly. "Yinyang Cave Heaven, Qin Kuei." Yan Kai was astounded. "Since you're from Yinyang Cave Heaven, why did you?" He was curious about why Qin Kuei appeared outside of Void territory some time ago, as the latter seemed to be chasing after someone. Qin Kuei immediately cut him off by patting his shoulder, like they were close friends. "I suppose we can be considered friends after a fight. I had heard about you before, but I never expected that I couldn't recognize you when I finally met you. Ha ha ha. A moment later, he stopped laughing and asked, Are you here to join the Tao Theory Assembly, junior brother? After a bit of hesitation, Yang Kai bowed his head. Well, I think so. What do you mean you think so? Qin Kuei shot him a glare. Since you're going to take part in the assembly, why are you staying here instead of going in directly? Yang Kai didn't know what to say, so he told a small lie. I was tired from rushing all the way here, so I decided to get some rest before heading inside. It never crossed my mind that I'd bump into you two here. Su Ing Shui took a glance at the territory gate, and despite knowing what was going on, she wouldn't expose Yang Kai, so she just nodded. Since we're heading in the same direction, let's go together. Yang Kai frowned upon hearing that. Just when he was about to speak, Qin Kuei directly took his arm and cut him off. Let's go. The Tao Theory Assembly is just around the corner. We should go back and get prepared. The man was a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master with immense strength, so Yang Kai could only allow himself to be lugged away with a wry smile on his face. However, he secretly decided that if anything went wrong later, he would immediately flee. While they were moving forward, Su Ing Shui suddenly spoke to him via divine sense. Junior brother Yang, regardless of what happens later, don't make a move. I'll handle everything. Yang Kai looked up at her as he wondered why she was telling him this. Soon, they arrived at the territory gate. There were some figures standing on the deck of the nearby ship as they looked at the three of them in silence. Yang Kai focused and gazed back intently at them. Fortunately, he didn't see Tizhang or detected any dangerous auras. Since he was now a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, only high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could make him feel threatened. However, high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were noble beings, and they would rarely leave their sects. Therefore, there were probably no high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on this vessel. It's you, Elder Su, Elder Qing. An elderly man on the deck cupped his fist with a smile. In the cave heavens and paradises, sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were already able to take up the position of outer elders, while the seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be inner elders. Su Ing Shui and Qin Kuei were undoubtedly the outer elders of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. The two of them wore obviously displeased expressions. Since the territory gate leading to their own sect was being blocked, they were naturally upset. They could be considered polite since they were not openly cursing the people on this ship, so there was no need for them to show any further respect. The elderly man was aware that they were resentful, so he wasn't mad at them as he replied with a smile, Where were the two of you? While Qin Kuei was warm and friendly with Yang Kai, he was impassive to the elderly man and snorted, We belong to Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Why should we tell you where we were? The elderly man chuckled as he didn't mind it. Then his gaze fell upon Yang Kai as he said hesitantly, This little brother looks familiar. What's your name? Yang Kai gazed dispassionately at the man without intending to reply. Since Qin Kuei was so impolite, it meant that the elderly man was only a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master at most. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. Yang Kai, it's you. A young man beside the elderly man suddenly stepped forward and glared at Yang Kai. The fact that someone from the ship knew him surprised Yang Kai. As he looked over, he couldn't help muttering, Pei Wenxian. He came across this guy when they were in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, he and Chu Huashang were trying to comprehend the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture together, and Pei Wenxian was one step ahead of them. After that, Black Crow Divine Monarch seized Zhou Yi's body and was reborn, after which he attempted to silence all the witnesses. While fleeing, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang pulled a little trick on Pei Wenxian that almost killed him. The grudges between them were formed during that time. You ascended to the Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai's gaze flashed. Pei Wenxian was only in the half-step Open Heaven Realm when they were in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. But now, just like Yang Kai, he was also an Open Heaven Realm Master. Although it was hard to tell what order he was, given his heritage and the fact that he was from Myriad Demons' Heaven, he should have reached the sixth order open heaven realm directly. Haven't you ascended to the open heaven realm as well? Pei Wenxian sneered as he looked at Yang Kai in a condescending manner. A puny fifth-order trash. Your strength doesn't match your sky-high ambitions at all. What a joke. Martial Peak. Chapter 44-41. Have fun. Pei Wenxian's aura was restrained, so it was apparent that it had been some time since he ascended to the sixth order open heaven realm. Since the heritage of his small universe was stable, Yang Kai was unable to immediately identify its order. In the same way, Pei Wenxian couldn't sense Yang Kai's order. After Yang Kai's return from the shadowless cave heaven, he subsequently destroyed Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province. Therefore, the old ancestor of Boundless Altar and Li Luo Shui, who had fled from Golden Rainbow Province, were aware of Yang Kai's true strength. However, Li Luo Shui was probably hiding somewhere to recuperate while the old ancestor of Boundless Altar had suffered a setback because of Yang Kai and lost his sect, which had been in existence for several tens of thousands of years, so he would smack his own face by going around telling others about it. According to the information gathered by the cave heavens and paradises, Yang Kai had only ascended to the fifth order outside the shadowless cave heaven, which explained Pei Wenxian's words. Even Suing Shui and Qing Kuei initially thought that Yang Kai was just a fifth-order open heaven realm master. You're pretty lucky to have escaped from the shadowless cave heaven. Pei Wenxian snorted. He had heard that no one had ever left the shadowless cave heaven once they fell into it. Therefore, it surprised him that Yang Kai eventually managed to leave that place. Yang Kai just snickered without responding to him. On the other hand, the elderly man from Myriad Demons Heaven sported a dark expression. You're the Lord of Void Land, Yang Kai? It's no wonder this old master finds you familiar. Earlier, he felt that he had seen the young man before, but it was obvious to him now that he had seen Yang Kai's image previously, not the real person. Yang Kai shot him a dispassionate glance. That's right. This king is the Lord of Void Land, Yang Kai. What of it? The elderly man said in a grim voice, I'll ask you a question. What happened to Elder Tizheng outside of the shadowless cave heaven? Why did he pass away all of a sudden? A startled Yang Kai asked, Tizheng is dead. You weren't aware of it. Yang Kai turned to look at Suing Shui and inquired, Senior Sister Su, is he being serious? Tizheng was a high-rank open heaven realm master from Myriad Demons Heaven. If he had really passed away, the news would have been spread around. Hence, Suing Shui should be aware of it. Suing Shui nodded. He's indeed dead. I heard that his life lamp in Myriad Demons Heaven has also gone out. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was flabbergasted. Why had a high-rank open heaven realm master lost his life all of a sudden? He had witnessed Tizheng's power with his own eyes. Tizheng was someone who could use a divine manifestation, so he was different from the average seventh-order master. Although he was severely injured by Zhu Jiuyin, there was no way he would lose his life so easily, as he was still fine when Yang Kai entered the shadowless cave heaven. This wasn't a trivial matter, as a high-rank open heaven realm master from a cave heaven had fallen. With that said, it was good news for Yang Kai. Tizheng was aware that he cultivated the demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory eye. Yang Kai was initially wary of him, so upon learning that Tizheng was dead, he reckoned that he could keep this secret for a while longer. Then he gazed at the elderly man and asked, When did that happen? Are you really not aware of it? The elderly stared fixedly at Yang Kai as though he was trying to look deep into his mind. Yang Kai shook his head. I just found out about it now. The elderly man examined Yang Kai's expression, but couldn't find anything off about it, as though the latter was really surprised to learn of Tizheng's death. Then he scoffed. Elder Tizheng lost his life in the shattered heaven. We're unable to figure out the exact time, but it supposedly happened around the time when he met you. Yang Kai said, When I entered the shadowless cave heaven, even though Tizheng was severely wounded, He wasn't at risk of losing his life. You can ask the other 3 masters who were there about it. As for what happened after, I have no idea. He secretly thought that Zhu Jiuyin might have killed Tijang. After all, she was the only one at the place who was capable of killing a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. However, given her temperament, she probably wouldn't do such a thing. Tijang represented Myriad Demons' heaven, and if she really killed him, she would have to go up against the entire Myriad Demons' heaven. Although Zhu Jiuyin was a powerful divine spirit, she wasn't so foolish. Furthermore, upon Yang Kai's return, she had never mentioned it, so she apparently wasn't the murderer. The elderly man from Myriad Demons, heaven frowned. Yang Kai's words were the same as the information they had gathered. At that time, Yang Kai was forced to ascend to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, after which he immediately dove into the shadowless cave heaven. Then, the 4 high-rank cultivators parted ways, and no one knew what happened next. As an idea flashed through Yang Kai's mind, he said, "If you want to investigate this matter, you can try to look for Black Crow Divine Monarch. He might have something to do with it." Assuming that Tijang wasn't killed by Zhu Jiuyin, this matter might have something to do with Black Crow. After all, that guy was a former Divine Monarch who had been reborn through seizing another's body, and he had many tricks up his sleeves. A wounded Tijang might not be able to defeat him. As for whether it was the truth, it was none of Yang Kai's business. He held some grudges against Black Crow, so he reckoned that he would just let those from Myriad Demons heaven deal with him. We definitely will hunt Black Crow down. As for whether you've spoken the truth, come with this old master to see Elder Zhuo first. Upon finishing his words, the elderly man extended his hand towards Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could make a move, Qin Kuei directly pushed out his fist. As their world forces clashed, Qin Kuei and the elderly man staggered backwards. "What is the meaning of this, Elder Qin?" The elderly man stabilized himself and sported a dark expression. Qin Kuei snorted coldly. "I should be the one asking you that question. Sect Master Yang is our guest who is going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Yet you've already made a move before we invite him inside. Do you have no regard for Yin Yang Cave Heaven at all?" The elderly man said in a grim voice, "It's not so serious, Elder Qin. However, this person might have something to do with the death of an elder from my sect, so this old master cannot be negligent. I have to bring him to see Elder Zhuo in order to look into the matter." A defiant Qin Kuei snapped, "I don't care what has happened in your Myriad Demons heaven. Since Sect Master Yang has come all the way here to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, he's our guest, and no one can do anything to him. Otherwise, don't blame this Qin for being impolite." The elderly man furrowed his brows. Just when he was about to say something, Pei Wenxian suddenly spoke to him in secret. After giving it a thought, the elderly man finally relented as he nodded. "You have a point, Elder Qin. This old master was too hasty just now. They were already in the wrong as they were here, trying to intercept all 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had come to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly. If they still forcefully made a move on Yang Kai, a battle would surely be ignited. The elderly man wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility when that happened. Since Yang Kai was going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, they could just teach him a lesson then. If there's nothing else, make way now. Why are you all blocking our entrance like dogs before our door?" Qin Kuei waved his hand impatiently. Those from Myriad Demons heaven were infuriated upon hearing that, but they were not in any place to refute Qin Kuei, so they could only hold their fury in. Following that, Qin Kuei and Su Ing Shui hovered on Yang Kai's sides as they flew towards the territory gate. "The Tao Theory Assembly is a great event. I hope you'll have fun." As they brushed past each other, Pei Wenxian suddenly flashed a meaningful grin at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shot him a glance and grinned. "I hope you all will have fun as well." The next instant, the world around him started spinning as the space contorted. When he came to his senses, he was already in Yin Yang territory. This was the headquarters of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, as well as their foundation that had been accumulated over countless years. Yang Kai couldn't help but scan his surroundings. But there was nothing interesting, as the view in the void was the same as always. As such, he just moved forward alongside Suing Shui and Qin Kuei. Soon, however, he realized that this great territory was different from others. There were many worlds in this place, and every one of them was filled with ample world energy and could accommodate trillions of lives. These worlds were all under the control of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and these innumerable lives could infuse new blood into the great force at any moment to ensure the continuation of their inheritance. Besides the universe worlds, there were also many spirit provinces along the way. Some cultivators could be seen moving around on these spirit provinces, which came in all different shapes and sizes. The big ones were as large as void land, while the small ones were only several hundred square kilometers. There were a lot of strange-looking plants in many spirit provinces, and cultivators could be seen tending to them. Yang Kai tooted as he moved forward, thinking that the heritage of a cave heaven was truly incredible. The entire great territory seemed to have been born solely for Yin Yang Cave Heaven. There were so many living in those worlds that there would never be a lack of future disciples with exceptional aptitude, and the numerous spirit provinces used for various gardens and mines could provide an endless stream of cultivation resources. Although Void Land was pretty amazing now, it was still far behind Yin Yang Cave Heaven in terms of heritage. Despite having a prospering star city now, it would take Void Land a painfully long time to achieve this kind of scale and heritage. The disciples from Yin Yang Cave Heaven would patrol around the place, and when they saw Qin Kuei and Suing Shui, they would immediately salute. After flying for a few days, Yang Kai finally saw a large group of spirit provinces that were closely connected. There were about 100 spirit provinces of different sizes that looked like islands on the ocean, hovered in the void. The spirit province in the center was so large that Yang Kai could clearly sense its horrifying heritage even from afar. Its world force was unbelievably ample, and it wasn't hard to imagine that countless open heaven realm masters had passed away on it. After their death, their world forces were absorbed by this spirit province to enrich the heritage of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. This was the true Yin Yang Cave Heaven. What Yang Kai had seen along the way was just the peripheral foundation of the great force. He let out a sigh of admiration, thinking that when Void Land achieved this scale one day, it would also stand at the peak of the 3,000 worlds. He followed Suing Shui and Qin Kuei to charge towards the largest spirit province. Soon he penetrated layers of cloud, whereupon the amazingly pure world energy came right at him from all directions. Yang Kai's expression changed as he thought the disciples from Yin Yang Cave Heaven could rapidly increase their strength since they were cultivating in such an environment. Raising his head, he could see that the spirit province was truly magnificent and diversified. Buildings of various styles had been erected everywhere, and there were many exotic beasts wandering around on the mountains as they looked up and howled. All of these sights dazzled Yang Kai. He could even faintly feel that many of the exotic beasts had the bloodlines of divine spirits. Although these bloodlines were quite diluted, these exotic beasts would grow to be powerful should they attain some opportunities in their cultivation along the way. Marshall Peak. Chapter 44-42. Hack Him to Death. Suing Shui and Qin Kuei led Yang Kai to forward, while Qin Kuei hospitably told him some general information about Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai repeatedly nodded as he listened to him. A moment later, they arrived at a detached building where there was a pretty-looking female disciple who greeted them. Since she was just an Emperor Realm cultivator, she was supposed to be a maidservant in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. The maidservant saluted Suing Shui and Qin Kuei before uttering softly, "Greetings, elders." Suing Shui nodded gently, then turned to look at Yang Kai. "The Tao Theory Assembly is still half a month away, so you better get some rest here. When the time comes, someone will inform you how to take part in the assembly." Qin Kuei landed a forceful slap on the other man's shoulder. You have my best wishes, junior brother Yang. He seemed to have high hopes in Yang Kai. An embarrassed Yang Kai quickly replied, Senior sister Sue, senior brother Qing, I'm worried there's a misunderstanding here. I'm not here to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Su Yingshui and Qing Kuei were startled. What do you mean? Why have you come all the way here if you're not going to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly? Su Yingshui asked with a frown. Yang Kai replied following a sigh, This matter has something to do with me after all. Since I'm aware of that, I have to come over to have a look. Where's senior sister Chu now? Can I see her? Su Yingshui stared fixedly at him with a furious expression, while Qing Kuei hurriedly said, It's not convenient for junior sister Chu to meet anyone now. Please stay here for the moment, junior brother Yang. We can talk about it at a later time. Then he sent a signal to the maidservant, who then extended her hand and said, This way, please, sir. We'll take our leave now, since we have other matters to attend to. I'll visit you again soon. Qing Kuei patted the other man's shoulder, then released his power to engulf Su Yingshui and shot into the sky. Yang Kai was about to say something when they abruptly left. After the two of them were out of sight, he followed the maidservant to enter the building and get some rest. How could he say he's not going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly when he's already here? Su Yingshui was incensed. In that case, the plan of those great forces will succeed. By then, Chuer will have to marry a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Perhaps the winner will be some worn-out old man. Qing Kuei grinned. Just like what you've said, he's already here. Do you think he can refuse to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly? Su Yingshui gazed at him with vigilance. What are you trying to do? An innocent-looking Qing Kuei replied, Nothing. Let's go. We have to inform Honored Master about it. He must be pretty anxious by now. As they spoke, they dashed towards a certain spirit peak and soon after landed before a palace. Before they even entered, though, they heard a man bellowing, How dare they do that? What a bunch of shameless bastards. Do they even have any regard for Yin Yang Cave Heaven? Father here will go out and kill them all now. Following that, some things were heard breaking to pieces. Su Yingshui and Qing Kuei exchanged glances as they couldn't help but flinch. It wasn't until the noises subsided that they dragged their feet inside. The ground inside the grand hall was a mess, and many servants were cleaning things up with stiff expressions. In the center of the hall stood a ferocious-looking man with his hands behind his back. He was clad in a robe embroidered with snake patterns, and he had a golden crown on his head. Presently, he was recklessly releasing his powerful Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm aura, which caused the servants to shudder in fear. The person was none other than Yin Yang Cave Heaven Inner Elder, Su Linggong. He was also the honored master of Chu Huashang, Su Yingshui, and Qing Kuei. Just then, Chu Huashang shuffled forward with a long sword that was even bigger than her in her hands. Upon reaching the man, she lifted the sword and said in a clear voice, Your sword is here, honored master. What are you doing? Su Linggong gazed at her. Chu Huashang batted her eyes and replied, Didn't you say you were going out to kill them all? Let's go now. I'll cheer for you from behind. Do you think I don't dare to do it? Su Linggong sported a grim expression and took the long sword and dashed towards the door. I'm going now. No one can stop me. Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui sported dark expressions. Following an exchange of glances, they sprinted forward and respectively grabbed Su Linggong's arms. Calm down, honored master. We can discuss this first. Please don't act on impulse, honored master. It will certainly feel good to kill them now, but that won't solve the problem. Why would you invite trouble to yourself for no results? The two of them hurriedly dissuaded Su Linggong from acting rashly. As though Su Linggong had just noticed them, he said, Oh, Su and Qing. Su Yingshui quickly snatched the long sword from her honored master and tossed it at Chu Huashang before glaring at her. In response, Chu Huashang playfully stuck out her tongue. Please have a seat and drink some tea, honored master. Qing Kuei pulled Su Linggong towards a chair and got him a cup of tea from the side. Su Linggong grunted and took a sip of the tea. All of a sudden, he blew his top again and threw the cup to the ground, which caused it to break into pieces. In a furious voice, he said, "Since you've returned from outside, I suppose you've heard something." Qing Kuei replied with a straight face, "Yes. The territory gates around Yinyang territory have all been cordoned off, and all foreign Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were planning to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly were chased away. Only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are being allowed to enter. They've gone too far." Su Linggong pounded his fist against the table. "How can those Fifth Order trash even hope to marry my disciple? Who do they think they are? They should look at themselves in the mirror first." With the long sword in her hands, Chu Huashang said with a nonchalant smile, "I don't mind marrying a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. At that point, I'll bring the person to meet you, and you can just come up with a random reason and kill him. It won't be so bad being a widow." Su Linggong's eyes brightened when he heard that as he gazed at Chu Huashang and said with an elated expression, "You're indeed a clever little girl. How did you even come up with that idea?" Chu Huashang replied, "It's all thanks to your teachings, honored master." Su Linggong guffawed with a proud expression. "Of course it's because of my teachings. My disciples are all intelligent and talented." Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui sported helpless expressions. Then Su Yingshui glared at Chu Huashang and said, "How can you make a scene here beside honored master? When you really have to marry a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from one of those cave heavens or paradises, you'll spend most of your days crying." Chu Huashang scoffed. "Let's see who will be the one crying in the end." Su Yingshui shook her head and gazed at Su Linggong. "Honored master, why has this matter even come to such a point? It isn't like there have never been any disputes or even casualties between the cave heavens and paradises. It's an age-old admonition that the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises must not fight against each other. But everyone knows that conflicts still happen. Why is Chu'er getting this kind of punishment?" Upon hearing that, Su Linggong sighed. There are indeed some conflicts between the cave heavens and paradises, and it's true that there have been casualties as a result. However, those were just internal struggles among the cave heavens and paradises. But now, Chu'er has made a mistake for an outsider. Moreover, that brat attempted to directly ascend to the high-rank Open Heaven realm, which broke the taboo. Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui frowned. Given their powers and statuses, they were aware of some secrets that were not known to most people. As they recalled the stories of the carnage of many years ago, they could faintly grasp the severity of the matter. The cave heavens and paradises were trying to make their stance clear. They would never allow anyone to directly ascend to the high-rank Open Heaven realm, and this incident could serve as a warning to all other cultivators of that determination. If an event like this ever happened again, the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises should know what to do and remember which side to take. Yinyang Cave Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens, so while we can resist a certain amount of pressure, Chu'er will have to suffer some punishment, Su Linggong sighed. Then his expression turned furious all of a sudden. However, those old bastards are too shameless. How can they pull such a dirty trick just because they aren't willing to let a Sixth Order disciple get married into our sect? Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui traded glances. Then the former said, "We have a potential solution to that, honored master." Su Linggong gaped at him and asked, "What solution do you have?" Qing Kuei replied, "I reckon that the person who has caused all this will have to solve this problem as well." Su Linggong became startled for a moment. "Are you talking about that Yonkai?" Then he became vexed. "I'm still mad at that brat. If I ever see him, I'll kill him with my sword. It's because of that thief that Chu'er's happiness is ruined." "Ah, well, honored master." Qing Kuei appeared hesitant. Su Linggong shot him a glare. Stop stuttering like a woman and speak up. To be honest with you, honored master, Yang Kai has arrived in Yinyang Cave Heaven. He's currently resting in Riverside House now. Qing Kuei said meekly. Su Linggong became startled for a moment before he stood straight up and bellowed, "Father here will go hack him to death now." When he attempted to take his sword, though, Chu Huashang hugged it tightly and shook her head at him. "Let go!" Su Linggong yelled. "No." Chu Huashang repeatedly shook her head. "Are you trying to go against me, little girl?" Su Linggong was incensed. "If you want to hack him to death, you'll have to kill me first." Chu Huashang extended her fair neck and presented her head to Su Linggong, who then pushed her away. "Why would I kill you? Father here only wants to hack him to death. How did that little bastard have the nerve to come to Yinyang Cave Heaven? It does save me the trouble, since he is already here, though. Today, Father will end his life." As a commotion broke out, the hall descended into chaos. Qing Kuei and Su Yingxue hurriedly went over to placate Su Linggong and eventually made him sit down again, though they were now drenched in sweat, feeling exhausted. "Honored Master, Yang Kai is in fact in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, not the 5th Order," Qing Kuei quickly reported, as he was worried that any further delay would result in more chaos. "So what if he's in the 6th Order? As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, I can kill him easily," Su Linggong scoffed. On the other hand, Chu Huashang was astonished. "Impossible. I saw junior brother Yang ascend to the 5th Order. He refined a 5th Order Yin element treasure, I'm sure of it. How could he be in the 6th Order now?" Qing Kuei replied, "I have no idea. However, I tested him, and I can confirm that he's indeed in the 6th Order." Marshall Peak. Chapter 44-43. Already made a move? Su Yingxue nodded. "He's indeed in the 6th Order." Chu Huashang appeared astounded. She was there when Yang Kai ascended to the Open Heaven Realm, so she had witnessed the entire process. He was just a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master at that time. So how did he become a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now? She estimated that it had only been 2 years since they parted ways. In such a short time, it was already difficult for a new Open Heaven Realm Master to solidify their cultivation, let alone ascend to the next order. "He's in the 6th Order." Su Linggong finally came to his senses as he arched his brow with joy. "Ha ha ha! Good. Since he's a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, I'll not kill him for now. Tell him to do his best in the Tao Theory Assembly. Regardless of whether he wins or not, I'll give him some benefits once it's over." He was truly ecstatic. Those shameless people had cordoned off the territory gates around Yinyang territory and forced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to leave, allowing only cultivators below the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. They were doing it because they wanted to make sure that only 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would eventually have the chance to fight for first place, and thus they would only have to lose a 5th Order disciple to Yinyang Heaven. However, if there was even a single 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who joined the assembly all of a sudden, the plans of those great forces would fall apart. By then, they would have to use a different tactic. Whether it was for the reputation of their own sects or some other reasons, they would have to let 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participate in the event, and Yinyang Cave Heaven would be saved from any embarrassment. Su Linggong didn't expect Yang Kai to be the winner. Regardless of the reason why Yang Kai had become a 6th Order cultivator, it had been too short a time since his ascension. After all, in the Open Heaven Realm, time was vital for a cultivator to grow more powerful. Although Yang Kai had somehow become a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he didn't have enough time to accumulate more heritage in his small universe. Therefore, he should be no match for those who broke through to the 6th Order hundreds or even thousands of years ago. It was true that, since Yang Kai had caused all this, he should also be the one to solve the problem. Considering all this, Su Linggong's resentment against Yang Kai subsided slightly. How many people are aware of this secret? He then asked. Qin Kuei replied, no one else other than junior sister Su and I. That was the reason he could easily enter Yin Cave Heaven. Those from Myriad Demons Heaven also believed that he was only a fifth-order master, so they let him through the territory gate without giving him too much of a hard time. Su Linggong's lips curved into a devious smile. It's not a good idea that no one else is aware of it. We'd better make some noises and let everyone know that he has ascended to the sixth order. That will be much more interesting. If no one knew that Yang Kai had ascended to the sixth order open heaven realm, the great forces who took part in the Tao Theory Assembly wouldn't send sixth order masters to join the competition. In that case, Yang Kai would be able to win first place easily. Honored Master. Chu Hua Shang glared at him. What are you trying to do? Su Linggong stared back at her. How can you shout at me? Where are your manners? Chu Huashang ignored his warning and continued glaring at him. Since no one is aware of junior brother Yang's true power, he would be able to surprise all of them when the time comes. Isn't that a good idea? What do you mean, a good idea? Su Linggong realized that his eyes were starting to become sore, and it wasn't very intimidating since his eyes were smaller than those of Chu Huashang, so he decided to give up and looked away. You've ended up in such a state because of that brat. Father here has already been magnanimous enough to not settle accounts with him right now. Yet you're still siding with him? Do you believe I won't bring my sword to kill him now? I don't care. Chu Huashang said through clenched teeth. If you dare to harm him in any way, I'll... What will you do? Su Linggong appeared ferocious. I'll go make cooked rice and shelled peanuts with him. Let's see who will still want to marry me after that. Chu Huashang screamed. Su Linggong parted his lips, but couldn't say a word. A moment later, he pounded against the table and snapped, How dare you go against your honored master? Then he glowered at Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue. How did the two of you teach her? Look what kind of a person she has turned out to be. How could she say such shameless things? Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue hung their heads low, thinking that it was none of their business. Su Linggong had always doted on Chu Huashang. In the past, they would be reprimanded whenever they tried to discipline the young Chu Huashang. But now that she had grown up to be a willful person, Su Linggong blamed it all on them instead. Ah, it frustrates me so. Su Linggong pressed his hand against his chest as though he would soon die of suffocation. An embarrassed Qin Kuei said, There's another issue that needs to be solved first. Honored Master. A weakened Su Linggong gazed at him. Just tell me right away. One day, I'll be so vexed that I'll pass away because of the three of you. The corners of Qin Kuei's mouth twitched. Yang Kai said that he's not here to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. He's just here to look for junior sister Chu. He said that since he's the cause of this incident, he had to come over to discuss it with her. He's not going to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly. Su Linggong instantly became incensed and roared, Why is he even here if he's not going to take part? Is he just trying to watch a good show? That little bastard must be sick of living. To the side, Chu Huashang said with a happy smile, Junior Brother Yang is indeed a man of integrity. The three of them gazed at her as they were rendered speechless. A while later, Su Linggong suppressed his anger with great difficulty and said grimly, Regardless of the reason he's here, he has to join the Tao Theory Assembly. Otherwise, Father will send him to the Yellow Springs personally. Qin Kuei turned solemn, knowing that his honored master was truly incensed. If Yang Kai was still so obstinate, he would end up in a horrible state. Then Qin Kuei quickly said, Don't worry, honored master. The assembly is still some time away. Just leave the matter to me. I'll knock some sense into his head and make him take part in it. Good. Su Linggong nodded gently and tossed a jade slip at him. Look, these are the candidates that those great forces have sent to join the assembly. Toads lusting after swan meat, the whole lot of them. Qin Kuei took it and infused his divine sense into it, and just like what he had expected, the most powerful candidates were only in the 5th order. There wasn't even a single one in the 6th order. The people who had directly ascended to the 5th order were still fine. After all, they still had the potential to become 7th order open heaven realm masters in the future. Such people could be potential partners for Chu Huashang. However, some of these candidates had apparently reached the 5th order from the 3rd order through years of cultivation, so the 5th order was their limit. How did these old farts have the nerve to join the Tao Theory Assembly? It was no wonder that Su Linggong was infuriated. Meanwhile, only Yang Kai and the maidservant in the Emperor realm were in Riverside House. Yang Kai had repeatedly asked her how he could meet Chu Huashang, but there was nothing the maidservant could do. After all, she was just a lowly maidservant in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven since her cultivation was too weak, so she couldn't possibly come into contact with Chu Huashang. Since that was the case, Yang Kai could only give up on that idea. After all, he was in the headquarters of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, so he couldn't just wander around looking for her. Fortunately, Qin Kuei came to visit the next day and told the maidservant to prepare an ample meal so that he could have a chat with Yang Kai while drinking. After their initial misunderstanding was cleared up, Yang Kai had a good impression of this man. Furthermore, he was Chu Huashang's senior brother, so Yang Kai naturally had to be hospitable to him. After 3 rounds of drink, they naturally became closer. Yang Kai asked him where Chu Huashang was and whether he could meet her, but Qin Kuei changed the subject instead. Junior brother Yang, why have you come all the way here if you're not going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly? Do you think junior sister Chu is not good enough for you? Qin Kuei asked with the wine cup in his hand. Yang Kai straightened up and replied solemnly, Senior sister Chu's appearance and cultivation are the best of the best in the entire 3,000 worlds. There are few women who could match her in either regard. Certainly, this Yang is fond of her, and I feel extremely lucky to have gained her favor. Then why aren't you? Yang Kai said, To be honest with you, this Yang already has several wives, so I'm not willing to hold senior sister Chu down. Qin Kuei became startled for a moment, then burst into laughter. If that's your only concern, you can cast it away now, junior brother Yang. It's normal that a man has several wives. Moreover, Chuhar isn't a narrow-minded person. She's known you for quite some time and is fully aware of your situation. Why would you mind it when she doesn't? I don't mind it. It's just that. Are you worried that you won't be able to explain yourself to your wives? Qin Kuei teased. That's not the case, Yang Kai shook his head. Why are you hesitant then? Qin Kuei stared fixedly at him. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Senior brother Qin, can I see senior sister Chu and ask her what she thinks about it first? Qin Kuei sipped his wine and shook his head. Things have come to such a point where what she thinks doesn't matter anymore. The most important thing is how the Tao Theory Assembly will end. Do you really want her to marry an old, worn-out 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? What do you mean? Why would she marry an old 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Yang Kai was stunned. See for yourself. Qin Kuei fished out a jade slip. What is this? These are the candidates that the great forces have sent to join the Tao Theory Assembly. Yang Kai infused his divine sense into the jade slip and put it down a while later, then said grimly, I've truly wronged her. Qin Kuei said, Since you're aware of it, why don't you take part in the Tao Theory Assembly? Yang Kai sighed. Can I see senior sister Chu first? Qin Kuei furrowed his brows with displeasure. A while later, he snorted and rose from the chair. That's all I have to say. Just sleep on it. Then he turned around and left. Yang Kai called out to him, but the latter never responded. While remaining in his seat, he was lost for words. He looked down at the table, thinking that they hadn't finished all the wine. Outside Riverside House, a figure suddenly appeared and gazed at Qin Kuei. She was none other than Su Ying-shue. Qin Kuei shook his head and pointed at his own forehead. He's such an obstinate man. Su Ying-shue's expression turned cold. He has to pay the price for what he has done. I'll teach him a lesson right now. Qin Kuei immediately took her arm. Don't go. His will is firm. Unless he is given no other choice, no one will be able to change his mind. Do we just do nothing and let this travesty unfold then? Su Ying-shue asked coldly. Qin Kuei sighed. Since there's no other choice, we have to use that move. Su Ying-shue flung his hand away and snorted. You're really a good senior brother to her. Qin Kuei replied meekly. That's the only thing we can do. It's not like we can just watch as Chuer's happiness is destroyed. Sect Master Yang has to join the Tao Theory assembly no matter what. It's just that Chuer will have to be taken advantage of in order for that to happen. You've already made a move? Su Ying-shue seemed to have realized something. Qin Kuei nodded gently. Although both of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, he had still easily pulled a little trick on Yang Kai since the latter was unsuspecting. Certainly, the main reason was that he didn't have any murderous or vicious intent when he made a move. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have noticed it. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4444. It feels a little hot here. Aren't you worried that things will get out of hand? Su Ying-shue frowned. Ordinary people are not able to resist that thing. Qin Kuei scratched his face and said, There shouldn't be a problem as long as we make a move in time. In any case, we still have Honored Master as a last resort. If anyone finds out about it, Chuer's reputation will be ruined. Su Ying-shue was worried. Many disciples from various great forces have come together in our sect to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. If Qin Kuei raised his hand and cut her off. Of course, we have to be secretive when doing it. I'll make sure that no one will be able to find out. But you don't want Chuer to marry someone only in the Fifth Order, do you? You're also clear about Honored Master's stance. Regardless of whether Yang Kai will become the winner, he will have to be the shit-stirrer. Su Ying-shue frowned with disdain. Why are you so vulgar? Qin Kuei said, I've made a move on Yang Kai and you'll handle Chuer. Quit being soft-hearted, or else you'll ruin her happiness. Su Ying-shue fell silent and appeared hesitant, clearly not knowing what to do. If she did nothing and let things simply unfold, the Tao Theory Assembly would become a joke, and everyone from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven would be embarrassed. Moreover, Chu Huashang would never get the happiness she deserved. However, it was difficult for Su Ying-shue to make up her mind to use such a trick on her junior sister, even though no harm would be caused. Let me think about it. I have to give it some serious thought, Su Ying-shue muttered under her breath. Qin Kuei nodded, not wanting to pressure her. 3 days later, Yang Kai was cultivating in silence when he heard someone knocking on his door. Then the maidservant was heard saying, Elder Qing is here, Sir Yang. Yang Kai hurriedly got to his feet and pushed the door open. Qin Kuei was indeed standing outside the room. Senior Brother Qing. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Qin Kuei examined him with displeasure, then said, Come with me. Despite not knowing what the other man was trying to do, Yang Kai could only follow him. They left Riverside House and flew off. A while later, Yang Kai asked, Where are we going, Senior Brother Qing? Without turning his head, Qin Kuei replied, Didn't you want to see Chua? I'm bringing you to see her now. Yang Kai was elated upon hearing that. Then he hurriedly said, Many thanks for granting my request, Senior Brother Qing. Qin Kuei only snorted in response. An embarrassed Yang Kai fell silent and followed Qin Kuei closely. A while later, they landed on a spirit peak where there was an extensive hollow area in the center that looked like a mountain valley, which was filled with lush greenery and strikingly beautiful flowers. The view was truly spectacular. There were some buildings in the center of the valley, and they directly headed towards one particular palace. Qin Kuei turned around and said, "This is Chuer's residence. You'll go in on your own. She's inside now." Yang Kai cupped his fist and thanked him before shuffling into the palace. In a certain room inside the palace, Su Yingshue's hands were placed on Chu Huashang's as they talked to each other in an intimate manner, as though they were real mother and daughter or a pair of sisters. "You seem tired, senior sister. What's wrong?" Chu Huashang raised her hand and touched the other woman's forehead. Su Yingxue forced a smile. "Perhaps I'm just exhausted from all the traveling. But don't worry, I'm fine." Chu Huashang said, "Get some rest since you're so tired. I'll be fine. Why are you looking at me like this, senior sister?" Su Yingxue poked the tip of the other woman's nose. "I'm happy that you're all grown up now. Time goes by really quickly. You're now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, just like me." Chu Hua Shang giggled and crashed into her embrace. She squirmed for a bit and finally found a position she was most comfortable in. "I've just achieved an ascension, so I'm still far behind you." "It's different." Su Yingxue shook her head. "I directly ascended to the 5th Order and then rose to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm through hard work. My potential is not comparable to yours." Chu Huashang looked up at her. "When I grow to be powerful one day, I'll protect you and make sure that you won't suffer from any grievances." Su Yingxue smiled gently. "I'll be waiting for that day to come." As they spoke, they heard a series of footsteps coming closer. While Su Yingxue stiffened, Chu Huashang, who was in her embrace, looked up and became pleasantly surprised. "Junior brother Yang." "Ah." Yang Kai appeared embarrassed when he saw that they were being so intimate. "I just walked right in since the door wasn't closed. Sorry." He quickly stepped back and closed the door. Chu Huashang batted her eyes and looked at Su Yingxue, then burst into laughter. He seems to have misunderstood something. Su Yingxue poked the other woman's forehead. "What's so funny about it? All right, I'll take my leave now. You have a talk with him." Then she got to her feet and left the place. Upon opening the door, she saw the embarrassed Yang Kai standing outside the room. As she looked at his face and thought about what would soon happen, she became incensed and bellowed, "If you dare to take advantage of Chuer, I'll never let you off." "I wouldn't dare to." Yang Kai bent his back. "Humph." Su Yingxue flicked her sleeve, and when she brushed past Yang Kai, she forcefully stepped on his foot. Despite realizing the woman's intentions, Yang Kai didn't dare to dodge, so he could only brace himself and then cringe in pain after the fact. Meanwhile, Su Yingshue's footsteps faded into the distance. Chu Huashang stuck out her head from the room and beckoned to him. "Come in, junior brother." Yang Kai tottered into the room and instantly caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. He took a glance at the room and realized that the decoration was pretty cozy, which allowed him to relax somewhat. Chu Huashang offered him a seat, then filled a cup with tea for him and smiled with her lips covered. "I'm sorry for the pain you have to suffer, junior brother. Although my senior sister appears to be dispassionate, she's a warm-hearted person." Yang Kai wiggled his toes, which were almost crushed, and said insincerely, "I can see that." After taking the cup of tea she had prepared for him, he asked, "This is your room, right? Should we go to another place to have a chat?" He had never expected that Qin Kuei would bring him to Chu Huashang's bedroom. After all, her reputation would be tarnished if others found out that they stayed in the same room for any reason. "Why should we go to another place? Can't we have a talk in my room? Or are you worried that I'll do something to you?" Chu Huashang teased as she directly sat across from the man. "Stop teasing me, senior sister." The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He reckoned that he should be at ease since the woman wasn't worried about anything, and they were not going to do anything inappropriate anyway. Across from him, Chu Huashang rested her chin on her palm and looked smilingly at him. "Have you come all the way here to see me, junior brother?" Yang Kai nodded his head with a serious expression. "I heard that the people from your sect are holding a Tao Theory Assembly to select a husband for you. It's me who put you in this position, so I had to speak with you." He sighed. A nonchalant Chu Huashang replied, "It's not your fault. It's just that some people are trying to create trouble, and it has nothing to do with you. So don't feel guilty at all. In any case, it's thanks to you that I managed to ascend to the open heaven realm in the first place." An embarrassed Yang Kai shook his head. "I didn't help you much." In fact, she had to fall in love with him and then sever ties with him in order to ascend to the open heaven realm. He had indeed done nothing at all, as it was all her own hard work. "You already offer me the best help since I came across you at the most critical moment before my ascension to the open heaven realm and fell in love with you. If it weren't for you, I didn't even know how much longer I would have to wait before I found a suitable person." Yang Kai was secretly stunned, as he reckoned that only the disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven would have the nerve to speak so freely about such things. Most women were not so bold. Not willing to dwell on this topic, Yang Kai said, "What plans do you have to solve this issue, senior sister?" Chu Huashang replied with a smile, "What plans can I have? I'll just wait for the Tao Theory Assembly to end and marry the winner 100 years later." "Are you really willing to do that?" Yang Kai frowned. "As a disciple of a cave heaven, there are many things that are not up to me to decide. So what does it matter if I'm not willing? I've been nurtured by the sect for many years, so now that the sect is in trouble, I have to take up the responsibility and solve the problem. Moreover, I'm indeed the cause of this incident." Her nonchalance made Yang Kai feel his chest tightening as he felt extremely guilty. Then Chu Huashang gazed at him with her alluring eyes and said, "Why don't you take part in the Tao Theory Assembly and become the winner? Then I'll get to marry you." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he listened to her bold words and took in her beautiful face that was oh so close. Chu Huashang looked down at his chest and smiled faintly. "Have you fallen for me, junior brother?" In fact, Yang Kai had no idea why he was reacting in such a way, as his face was all red now. It wasn't the first time he came into contact with Chu Huashang, and there were moments in the past where they literally clung to one another. However, at this moment, he suddenly found this woman to be irresistibly enchanting. As he listened to her voice and saw her smile, his blood seemed to be boiling and his throat felt dry, causing his heart rate to soar. Quickly drinking down some tea to moisten his throat, he commented, "It feels a little hot here, senior sister." Chu Huashang became startled for a moment, then scanned her surroundings and said gently, "It's indeed a little hot here." She laughed. "I guess I just feel warmth since you're willing to visit me at this point." Yang Kai stared fixedly at her and fell into a dazed state. He increasingly felt that the woman in front of him was alluring, and it was extremely hard for him to resist her charm. His mind was filled with lustful thoughts as he gazed greedily at the fair skin that was slightly revealed around her chest and began to feel a little dizzy. "Junior brother," Chu Huashang suddenly muttered with a blushing face. A shocked Yang Kai suddenly came to his senses, only to realize that he had grasped the woman's hands at some point, reveling in the soft and delicate feel at his fingertips. Yang Kai instinctively became alert as there was something off about the situation. However, while he was still lost in his thoughts, he realized that the woman before him had also grabbed his hands, and his vigilance instantly vanished into thin air. Presently, there were 3 people outside the valley. One of them was standing, while the other 2 were seated with their legs crossed. The one who was standing was Su Linggong, while the people who were seated were Su Yingshui and Qin Kuei. At this moment, strange energy fluctuations and a faint white mist could be seen swirling around Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui as they continuously formed different hand seals, as though they were using some profound secret technique. Qin Kuei let out a long breath and said through clenched teeth, "That brat is pretty strong-willed and vigilant." He almost shook off the Yang demon's influence. Martial Peak, Chapter 44-45, Caught in the Act. Yin-Yang combined demons was one of the best secret techniques in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. It was a secret technique that only a man and a woman who were in love with one another could cultivate. The man would cultivate a yang demon, while the woman would cultivate a yin demon. Harsh requirements had to be met before they could cultivate it, and even if they succeeded, the secret technique would become useless if one of them fell out of love. This secret technique had many uses. Not only could it assist the couple when they dual cultivated, increasing the rate of their cultivation, it could also be used as a combined attack technique that would significantly increase their powers when they were faced with an enemy. There was also another auxiliary use of the secret technique, which was what Qin Kuei and Su Ying-Shui were doing. Presently, they were using the yin demon and the yang demon that they had nurtured for years to stir up the deepest emotions and magnify the feelings in other people's hearts. At the same time, they were transferring their feelings of attraction and love for one another to the people who were the targets of the secret technique. Qin Kuei and Su Ying-Shui had been a couple for many years, and their love for each other was deep and resolute. At this moment, they were using their yin-yang combined demons together to stimulate Yang Kai and Chu Huashang. In other words, the feelings Yang Kai had for Chu Huashang were those of Qin Kuei to Su Ying-Shui, not his real sentiment. He was just influenced by the secret technique. It was the same case for Chu Huashang. However, there was a prerequisite for this secret technique to work. The people that the technique was used on had to be at least fond of each other. Otherwise, the secret technique would not work. If there was a blood feud between both parties and they were eager to hack each other to death, this secret technique would be completely useless, as trying to amplify non-existent feelings would still result in non-existent feelings. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had gone through many life and death moments together and supported one another in the grand ancient ruins and blood monster cave heaven. So both of them treasured the relationship they had. They were humans, so there was no way they felt nothing for one another. Regardless of Chu Huashang's feelings for him, Yang Kai's fondness for her was infinitely magnified under the influence of the yin-yang combined demon's secret technique, which was proof that it had worked. Qin Kuei and Su Ying-Shui continuously used different hand seals to sustain the effects of the yin-yang combined demons. As time passed, the inside of Chu Huashang's room became more and more heated, and things seemed to be getting out of hand. There came a moment when Qin Kuei suddenly opened his eyes and said, "We should stop now, otherwise they'll really cross the final line." They needed Yang Kai to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly to turn things around and save yin-yang cave heaven's face and protect Chu Huashang's happiness. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done such a thing. Naturally, they wouldn't sacrifice Chu Huashang's innocence to achieve that. According to Su Linggong, Yang Kai would just be the shit-stirrer. He didn't expect Yang Kai to come out the winner, but the latter had to take part in the event. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. As he shuffled towards the valley, he sported a ferocious expression, and murderous intent swirled around him, as though he was going to kill someone ruthlessly. He was going to catch Yang Kai in the act and make sure that the bastard little boy wouldn't be able to refuse his demand. Qin Kuei and Su Ying-Shui exchanged glances and worried that something bad would happen. They hurriedly stopped using their secret technique and raced after their honored master. A moment later, following a loud bang, the door of Chu Huashang's room was kicked open. Despite already expecting it, Su Linggong was still incensed when he saw the sight in the room. Clothes were scattered everywhere on the ground, and there was a sense of intimacy in the air. The curtains around the bed had been untied, and presently Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were covered in a quilt as they hid in the corner and shuddered. They gazed at Su Linggong in horror, as though they were two kids that had been caught making a big mistake. Not a moment too soon. Su Linggong took a glance around the room and knew that these two young people hadn't managed to do anything, yet they had only taken off their outer clothes. Certainly, Chu Huashang had already been taken advantage of, but she hadn't lost her purity. Otherwise, it would be hard for her to explain herself to the winner of the Tao Theory Assembly. The current situation was the best outcome. You dare! Su Linggong bellowed as his fury seemed able to shake the sky. Chew her! I've been your teacher for many years, but I never expected that you'd do such a shameless thing. You disappoint me so. Honored master! Chu Huashang's teeth chattered as she had never expected things to come to such a point. While she was getting intimate with Yang Kai, her honored master suddenly barged into her room and scared her out of her wits. She instantly felt cold all over her body. Honored master? The middle-aged man that had just barged into the room was clad in a robe embroidered with snake patterns, and there was a golden crown on his head. As Yang Kai gazed at the enraged man with surging murderous intent, he had the urge to dig a hole and stick his head into it. It was truly embarrassing that he was caught in bed with Chu Huashang by her honored master. He still hadn't the foggiest idea why he was so impetuous this time. He only intended to have a talk with Chu Huashang. So how did the two of them end up in bed? This wasn't how he would usually act. Fortunately, nothing had happened yet, or else he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Senior, Yang Kai hurriedly called out. Enough nonsense. Today you must die. Su Linggong yelled as his murderous intent almost materialized. Following that, he charged towards Yang Kai. Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue arrived just in time. The former quickly wrapped his arms around the older man's waist and shouted, Please calm down, honored master. He's the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai. He saved junior sister Chu's life before. Su Linggong exerted more force with his hands in an attempt to push Qin Kuei away, but the latter would never let him go. So he roared, I don't care who he is. Since he has the guts to take advantage of my disciple, he must die. Qin Kuei said anxiously, If you kill him, junior sister Chu will be regarded as an unrighteous person forever. Please think twice. What? Su Linggong paused for a moment, then bellowed, Get lost. So what if she'll be regarded as unrighteous? I'll hack him to death first. Qin Kuei thought that this was different from what they had agreed upon. It seemed that his honored master was truly incensed. In order to prevent things from getting out of control, he promptly sent a signal to Su Yingxue. The two of them immediately latched onto Su Linggong and kept persuading him for a long time before the older man was finally appeased. However, his eyes were still bloodshot, and he was panting as though he was a furious lion. The way he glared at Yang Kai was like he wanted to skin him, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. Yang Kai cowered under the quilt, and even the warm body beside him was unable to melt the coldness he felt. Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue breathed a sigh of relief. They felt exhausted from having to play along with their honored master, who seemed to have completely forgotten about their original plan. It was inappropriate that Yang Kai and Chu Huashang remained cuddled together with nothing but a quilt covering them. So Qin Kuei sent Su Yingxue a signal, who then leapt onto the bed and carried Chu Huashang away, quilt and all. Yang Kai was left on the bed in only his underwear as he looked embarrassed. In an adjacent room, Su Yingxue put down the quilt and asked worriedly, Are you all right? Chu Huashang's face was all red as she clenched the quilt and shook her head. She was still reeling from the shock of the fact that she was caught in the act. Let me have a look. An anxious Su Yingxue lifted the quilt a little and took a peek below before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Chu Huashang still had her underwear on as she had only taken off her dress. It seemed that they hadn't done anything. Senior sister, honored master. Su Yingxue waved her hand. Don't worry. I'll put in a good word for you. I'm sure he won't blame you. A blushing Chu Huashang asked, I'm worried that he'll harm junior brother Yang. Can you check on them for me? Su Yingxue shot her a glare. How are you still in the mood to be concerned about that little bastard at this point? You should mind your own business first. Back in the bedroom, under Su Linggong's vicious stare, Yang Kai put on his clothes and adjusted his hair. Then he walked up to the older man and forced a smile as he cupped his fist. Greetings, senior. Su Linggong directly took a seat on the chair with a stern expression. He examined Yang Kai in a way as though he could peel off the latter's skin with his eyes. Qing Kuei just stood behind Su Linggong. But when he saw how embarrassed Yang Kai looked, he had to try his hardest to suppress his laughter. Seeing that his honor master was not speaking, though, he eventually took the initiative to explain. This is our honored master, Su Linggong, one of the inner elders of Yinyang Cave Heaven. So it is Senior Su. I've heard so much about you, Yang Kai said politely as he secretly scanned the surroundings. He decided that if Su Linggong made a move, he would immediately flee. There was no way he could explain what had happened, and it was expected that the other party was infuriated. You've heard a lot about me, have you? Su Linggong yelled and directly broke the table into pieces. Brat, you've taken advantage of my disciple and tarnished her reputation. How do you want to die? Tell me, and I'll see it done. Yang Kai's forehead was covered in sweat as he said, Please don't get me wrong, Senior. It was just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Su Linggong's fury surged. You were in my disciple's bed, half naked, and you have the gall to tell me it was a misunderstanding. Well, Yang Kai glanced cautiously at the older man. We didn't manage to do it. Nothing had happened between us. Su Linggong snapped. You didn't manage to do anything because this monarch arrived in time. Had I been just a breath later, you would have succeeded. It's all my fault. I have no idea what was going on, but I had indeed accidentally made a mistake. I'm willing to suffer the punishment for my acts. Yang Kai directly offered an apology. Although they didn't manage to do anything, Chu Huashang's reputation would be affected if this incident was known to others. After all, outsiders wouldn't believe that nothing had happened under such circumstances. Humph. Su Linggong sneered. What's the point of punishing you? You've already taken advantage of Chuer. Can you undo it? Yang Kai hung his head low with a meek expression. What do you want me to do, Senior? Please just tell me. Su Linggong said coldly, You know what you have to do now. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment, then let out a long sigh. Don't worry, Senior. When the Tao Theory Assembly takes place, I'll take part in it and give you a satisfactory answer. It seemed that he had no choice but to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly now. Marshall Peak, Chapter 44-46, Intertwining Fate Peak. The reason the Tao Theory Assembly was held did have something to do with Yang Kai. If Chu Huashang hadn't followed him to the shadowless cave, heaven to help him, none of this would have happened. Before he came to this place, the notion of eventually taking part in the assembly did occur to him, but he had never expected that he would be forced into joining it in such a way. At that instant, he was torn between tears and laughter. Yang Kai thus secretly decided that he would just win first place and come up with a solution after Chu Huashang's confinement ended 100 years later. In any case, there was no way he would watch as she married some stranger she had no feelings at all for. Chu Huashang's 100-year confinement was a certainty, and no one could foretell what would happen after she was freed. A lot of things could change after such a long time. Don't forget what you've said. Su Linggong had been waiting for Yang Kai to say that. Then he turned to look at Qing Kuei. You've also heard it right, Qinga? No one forced him. Yang Kai was startled as he felt that Su Linggong suddenly appeared jubilant. To the side, Qing Kuei replied with a straight face, Yes, I've indeed heard it. It was Junior Brother Yang who requested to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Su Linggong laughed heartily. Good, give him a place in the assembly and take him through the procedures later. Yes. It was only then that Su Linggong rose from the chair and examined Yang Kai, who appeared perplexed. Then he placed his hands behind his back and calmly strode out. It settled? Just like this? Yang Kai gazed at the middle-aged man's back in shock. When he sensed his murderous intent earlier, he genuinely thought that Su Linggong wanted to kill him. It never crossed his mind that he would be so easily appeased. It seemed that Su Linggong was like a loud thunderstorm that carried no rain. Regardless, it was the best outcome for Yang Kai. Su Linggong Man was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all, and he was the honored master of Chu Huashang. If they got into a fight, Yang Kai wouldn't have even been able to fight back, so he would definitely suffer a terrible loss. Junior brother Yang, honored master has high hopes for you, so you mustn't disappoint him. Qin Kuei chuckled and patted the other man's shoulder. It was obvious that he was also ecstatic. When those scheming people saw a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly showing up in the Tao Theory Assembly, they would certainly be flustered. Qin Kuei wasn't serious when he said that his honored master had high hopes for Yang Kai, of course. To Su Linggong, he just wanted to see Yang Kai taking part in the Tao Theory Assembly and wasn't concerned about the final outcome. Nor did he expect Yang Kai to win first place. The heritage of a newly promoted Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master wasn't comparable to those who had been in the same order for several hundred or thousand years. Yang Kai said after a sigh, "Don't worry, Senior Brother Qin. I'll do my best to not disappoint all of you." "Good. Just do your best, but don't push yourself too hard," Qin Kuei replied in a perfunctory manner. "Can I check on Senior Sister Chu?" Yang Kai asked. He had never been more embarrassed in his entire life. When Su Linggong barged into the room just now, his soul almost left his body. He supposed that Chu Huashang wasn't in a better state either, and he was worried since he couldn't see her now. "Junior Sister Su is taking care of Chuer, so you don't have to worry about her. Just get some rest now. I'll take you through the procedures of joining the assembly tomorrow." Yang Kai did not insist. He reckoned that both of them would be embarrassed if he really saw Chu Huashang right now, so he obeyed Qin Kuei and returned to his temporary residence. The next morning, Qin Kuei came to visit again and led Yang Kai to deal with the procedures to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Yang Kai stared at the other party's back as he fell into his thoughts. He finally came to his senses after a night of contemplation. He was quite flustered the day before, so he hadn't managed to sort out his thoughts for a while. After he returned to Riverside House, however, Yang Kai pondered on the issue and realized that something was off. The incident just felt odd to him, as though he had been set up. He was just there to visit Chu Huashang and find out about her intentions. He didn't have any lustful thoughts. So how did they end up lying together on her bed? Furthermore, the atmosphere at that time had been strange, and it was as if he couldn't help having obscene and lustful thoughts fill his mind. Chu Huashang seemed more attractive than she usually was, and his self-restraint also seemed to be much lower than it should have been. In truth, Yang Kai was quite fond of Chu Huashang, but it hadn't reached the point where he wanted to get intimate with her. He even suspected that he had been affected by some kind of aphrodisiac, but after checking on his body carefully, he couldn't detect any residual medicinal traces. Another thing was that Su Linggong and the others came at exactly the right moment to interrupt him and Chu Huashang. If they came any earlier, nothing would have happened in the first place, and if they came any later, he and Chu Huashang would have already finished cooking rice and shelling peanuts. Moreover, why would the master and his disciples visit Chu Huashang together all of a sudden? It might be possible for Qin Kuei and Su Yingxue to do that since they were Chu Huashang's senior brother and sister. However, as a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Su Linggong shouldn't have had so much free time. What's more, while Su Linggong was her honored master, there was no way he should have directly kicked open the door to his female disciple's bedroom without first knocking. Yang Kai had a feeling that he had been set up, but he couldn't gather any proof. Even if he asked Qin Kuei about it now, the latter definitely wouldn't admit to it. Therefore, he decided to pretend to know nothing. In any case, taking part in the Tao Theory Assembly was no big deal to him. On the road, Qin Kuei was amiable to Yang Kai as he told him some interesting tales about Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, and soon they arrived at their destination. The procedures to join the assembly were not complicated. Yang Kai just had to tell them his name, background, and cultivation. Then he was given a token. However, when he left, he was brought to another spirit peak instead of his usual resting place, Riverside House. There are many people who are going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, and the participants are all assigned to one of a few spirit peaks to have some rest and to get acquainted with one another. You're going to intertwining Fate Peak. Qing Kuei explained with a meaningful smile. Get acquainted with one another. Yang Kai arched his brow. Qing Kuei grinned. Although the Tao Theory Assembly is still a few days away, the tests began the moment you signed up. A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes as he realized the intentions of those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven. The Tao Theory Assembly indeed hadn't commenced. However, since the test had already started, the performance of the participants would be recorded by those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Moreover, such an arrangement would allow the more powerful cultivators to thin out the weaker ones before the official event began, thus saving some time and effort. I'll have to get to know my neighbors then. Yang Kai grinned. However, Senior Brother Qing, I've just ascended to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, so I'm unable to fully control my strength. If I accidentally kill or cripple someone who offends me, Qing Kuei said, the Tao Theory Assembly is not a child's game. Since they have the guts to take part in it, they have to be prepared to lose their life at any moment. Those who haven't realized such a simple truth can scram back to where they came from. Yang Kai raised his brow. Does that apply to everyone? Of course. And I understand, Yang Kai nodded. In that case, he wouldn't have to worry about anyone holding him responsible afterwards. Seeing the vicious glint in the eyes of the young man in front of him, Qing Kuei suddenly felt uneasy as he wondered if he had made the right decision by conning him into taking part in the assembly. He couldn't help but drop him a reminder. If you come across the disciples from other cave heavens and paradises, you'd better act with a bit more restraint. It will do you no good if you form a feud with them. Yang Kai replied, Don't worry, Senior Brother Qing. I understand. The prerequisite was that they wouldn't come to offend him. A while later, they finally arrived at intertwining Fate Peak. The buildings were closely connected and formed into a huge courtyard at the center of which was a platform atop which two people were engaged in an intense battle as their world forces clashed. Yang Kai took a glance, and, judging from their energy fluctuations, they were only in the 4th Order. Moreover, the two of them were pretty restrained as they clearly didn't intend to kill one another. Yang Kai thus retracted his gaze and ignored the matter. Now, to him, 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were no different than slightly bigger ants. Qing Kuei led Yang Kai to descend from the sky and land in front of a certain building, then said, This will be your residence before the Tao Theory Assembly starts. The token given to you is a jade that can be used to control this building's arrays. You'll be informed when the Tao Theory Assembly is about to commence. Got it. Many thanks, Senior Brother Qing. After an impassive nod, Qing Kuei shot into the sky and soon disappeared. Yang Kai took a glance at his temporary residence, then fished out the token and infused his world force into it. Following that, he waved his hand, whereupon a gap appeared in the protective array around the building. After he entered the place, the gap closed. A handsome young man clad in all white clothes, who was seated beside the central stage, asked the person beside him with a frown, Who is that guy? Why would Elder Qing personally lead him to this place? Not only was the young man good-looking, but his demeanor was also calm and aloof. It was apparent that he came from a powerful background. What's more, he had the air of a leader about him. Upon hearing his associate's questions, he shook his head to indicate that he had never met this guy before. A sense of wariness flashed through the young man's eyes as he wondered, could he be a disciple from one of the cave heavens or paradises? However, even if he was a disciple from one of the cave heavens or paradises, he wouldn't necessarily be treated by Qing Kuei in such a way. The arrival of such a person on intertwining Fate Peak all of a sudden caused them to feel a little concerned. A 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master offered to help. Give me a moment, Brother Kong. I'll ask around and see whether I can find out that guy's background. The person called Brother Kong nodded his head. Many thanks for your help, Brother Sunday. The man, surnamed Sun, appeared to be honored. Don't mention it, Brother Kong. When the Tao Theory assembly starts, all of us on Intertwining Fate Peak will need you to take care of us. So you don't have to thank me for solving such a trivial problem for you. The man, surnamed Kong, nodded in a reserved manner. Good. After the message was sent, they waited. Many people had arrived on Intertwining Fate Peak much earlier than Yang Kai, so they had either already known or met each other, forming a rather harmonious relationship with no major conflicts so far. However, nobody seemed to know who Yang Kai was, and since he was guided here by Qing Kuei personally, he naturally drew some attention. Marshall Peak. Chapter 44-47. Who are you? The young man, surnamed Kong, sported a doubtful expression as he looked at Yang Kai's resting place. He found the other party familiar just now, but from his angle he was unable to make out the person's face clearly, nor could he recall where they had met in the past. Suppressing the doubt in his mind, he shook his head and awaited the answer. Honored Master. Qing Kuei stepped into the grand hall and cupped his fist. Is everything done? Su Linggong seemed to be in a jovial mood. He was drinking on his own and humming a song when Qing Kuei entered the place. Yes, Qing Kuei replied respectfully. I followed your order and made him settle down on Intertwining Fate Peak. Very good, very good. Ha ha ha. Su Linggong grinned in a devious manner. A puzzled Qing Kuei asked, Is there anything special about Intertwining Fate Peak, Honored Master? Why do you want Yang Kai to stay there? After all, he came back to the sect a few days ago, so he wasn't familiar with the current affairs in the sect. Su Linggong picked up some food from a nearby plate, and as he munched on it, he replied, The Tao Theory Assembly is still a few days away. They initially only expect Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to take part in the assembly. So how do you think those old farts will react when a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly appears? Qing Kuei stated, They'll certainly be flustered. In order to save their sects from embarrassment, they'll have to send new candidates to join the assembly. This was the plot they had come up with. Since Yang Kai, the troublemaker, was going to join the assembly, they would now have to wait for the scheming old farts to react. If nothing unexpected happened, things would unfold just like what they had imagined. That's right. However, it would be a bad idea if no one finds out that he's a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He'll have to make some noise and let everyone know. Su Linggong grinned. On Intertwining Fate Peak, there's a potential successor to the next Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union. He's also the eldest son of one of the former Union Masters, Kong Feng. His name is Kong Tianyu. Heavenly Sword Union. Qing Kuei arched his brow. He couldn't help but whistle as he took pleasure in someone else's misfortune. We'll have a good show to watch, then. Although he knew little about Voidland, he was aware that there was a blood feud between Voidland and Heavenly Sword Union. The former Union Master Kong Feng was killed by Yang Kai because he led the 100 Sects Alliance to invade Voidland. At that time, Yang Kai was just an Emperor Realm cultivator, but he was able to make use of the power of the 9 heavenly layers to kill Kong Feng. Otherwise, there was no way a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could have been killed by an Emperor Realm Junior. After Kong Feng's death, a man named Shen Liang, also a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, succeeded him as Union Master, but he was also killed soon after. Although it wasn't Yang Kai's doing directly this time, it was someone from Voidland who did the deed. 2 Union Masters were consecutively killed by people from Voidland. It could be said that Heavenly Sword Union had suffered immense losses at Voidland's hands. It was practically an irresolvable blood feud. Since Kong Tianyu was on Intertwining Fate Peak, there was no way Yang Kai could have a peaceful time staying there. Honored Master, you're such a cunning man. Qing Kuei couldn't help but admire the older man. Right after he finished speaking, though, he saw a wine bottle fly at him. He immediately covered his head and fled while Su Linggong cursed at him from behind. On intertwining Fate Peak, the man surnamed Sun clenched the communication bead in his hand with an awkward expression. Kong Tian Yu asked, "Have you found out anything? Who is that guy?" The man surnamed Sun took a glance at him and replied hesitantly, "Brother Kong, from what I've gathered, that person is the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai." Yang Kai. Kong Tian Yu became startled for a moment, then started yelling with a hideous expression. "Are you sure he is Yang Kai? The one from Voidland?" The man surnamed Sun nodded. "Yes, I'm certain." It wasn't difficult to find such information. The candidates who are going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly are not confidential in any case, so the information comes from a disciple from Yin Cave Heaven. If you don't believe me, Brother Kong, you can get someone else to verify it. There's no need for that. Kong Tianyu turned around and glared at Yang Kai's residence, then said through clenched teeth, "It's no wonder I found him so familiar. So he's Yang Kai." He started laughing maniacally in the next breath. "Since he is here, it has saved me the trouble of looking for him. Father, just you wait, I'll avenge you now." The former Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was killed by an Emperor Realm cultivator, although the other party had achieved this feat by making use of a powerful Grand Array. Kong Feng had become a laughingstock after word got out. Kong Tianyu was the son of the former Union Master with an exceptional aptitude. He directly ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm several hundred years ago, and he was the first in line to succeed his father. If everything went all, he would be able to become the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union when he reached the Sixth Order. However, due to Kong Feng's death, which had tarnished the reputation of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Tianyu fell from the first to the fifth in line to succeed the Union Master. Given his position now, he practically had no hope of becoming the Union Master in his lifetime. It could be said that his future had been ruined by Yang Kai. This, coupled with his father's death, caused Kong Tianyu to want to kill Yang Kai. He needed to clear his name and cast away the humiliation that had been inflicted upon his family. Unfortunately, those from Voidland were not pushovers, as there were two divine spirits residing in that place, so those from Heavenly Sword Union couldn't afford to offend them openly. Therefore, he could only keep the resentment to himself. The Tao Theory Assembly was held by Yin Cave Heaven to help Chu Huashang select a husband. It allowed Kong Tianyu to see a glimmer of hope in the darkness. If he could become the winner in the assembly, he would be able to marry into Yin Cave Heaven. By then, he could stop getting marginalized by those from Heavenly Sword Union. Perhaps the heavens took pity on him, as Yang Kai had also left Voidland to take part in the assembly. This was the best chance for him. Kong Tianyu had been paying close attention to any news about Yang Kai since the latter had killed his father, so naturally he was aware that Yang Kai ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, just outside of the shadowless Cave Heaven in the Shattered Heaven about 2 years ago. Both of them were in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. However, the heritage of Yang Kai, who only achieved an ascension 2 years ago, was definitely not comparable to that of Kong Tianyu, who had been in this order for hundreds of years. Kong Tianyu thus decided that he would cut Yang Kai to pieces to vent out his fury. As his murderous intent surged, he strode towards Yang Kai's residence. The other dozen or so cultivators, who were also there to join the assembly, exchanged glances as they became excited. Knowing that a good show was about to start, they followed him as well. Upon reaching Yang Kai's place, Kong Tianyu extended his hand and summoned a spear. After taking a deep breath, he infused his strength into the spear and pushed it out forcefully. At the same time, he bellowed, "Yang Kai, get out here!" All of them were shocked when they saw his move. The others had been staying here for a few days before Yang Kai's arrival, and during this period of time they had exchanged some pointers, but none of them was a match for Kong Tianyu. Even those in the Fifth Order were much weaker than he was. Therefore, the people on Intertwining Fate Peak regarded him as their leader. Kong Tianyu had earned this position with his spear alone. However, it wasn't until Kong Tianyu thrust out his spear this time that they realized he hadn't shown his full strength during their bout some time ago. Judging from the power of his attack, they reckoned that even though he was still some distance away from the Sixth Order, he wasn't far off. Although the attack was powerful, it still couldn't break the array around the building. The courtyard was meant for them to rest in comfort, so the spirit arrays were naturally quite sturdy. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was seated with his legs crossed in his room. The Tao Theory assembly was only a few days away, so there wasn't enough time for him to refine any resources. The growth of an open heaven realm was all about accumulation over a long period of time. Regardless of what resources one refined, they had to ensure the balance in their small universe was maintained. Therefore, it was best to collect a full set of resources of the yin, yang, and 5 elements before refining them. Since there wasn't enough time to refine a full set of resources, Yang Kai decided to simply consume some open heaven pills. The yin, yang, and 5 elements in open heaven pills were in perfect balance, and although they weren't an efficient method of cultivating, the pills were safe and easy to consume. One could refine them at any moment without any worries. Yang Kai had just refined a handful of open heaven pills when he felt the array outside his residence shaking, then heard someone bellowing. He wondered who would call out to him at this point. Initially, he decided to ignore this person, but his inaction only caused the other party to become more rampant. The continuous attacks caused the array to shake constantly, leaving him unable to focus. The speed at which he refined open heaven pills also slowed down significantly. Certainly, it was expected that Yang Kai was incensed. Seeing that the array was starting to show signs of failing, he had no choice but to get up and shuffle towards the door, an aura of coldness swirling around him. Although the array around the building was sturdy, it couldn't possibly withstand a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's relentless bombardment. As Kong Tianyu repeatedly attacked with his spear, the entire intertwining fate peak shook as though it would collapse at any moment. Yang Kai's silence infuriated him, causing him to exert more force with each blow. All of a sudden, the array around the building disappeared. The door was pushed open from the inside, and a young man with a grim expression stepped out. As their eyes met, an enraged Kong Tianyu jabbed his spear into the ground and roared, "Are you Yang Kai?" A displeased Yang Kai glared at him and snapped, "Who are you? Why are you shouting in front of my door? Are you Yang Kai or not? The one from Voidland?" Kong Tianyu asked again. Yang Kai replied nonchalantly, "So what if I'm Yang Kai?" Kong Tianyu narrowed his eyes and nodded. "Good. I've finally found you. Do we know each other?" Yang Kai looked curiously at him. "It seems that there are some grudges between us." Kong Tianyu picked up his spear and pointed it at him. "Remember, the one who killed you is the son of the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, Kong Tianyu." Then he looked up at the sky and roared, "Father, do you see it now? Your son will avenge you today." After he finished his words, Kong Tianyu forcefully thrust out his spear as his world force seemed able to shake the void. The Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among the crowd paled. Although there didn't seem to be anything special about Kong Tianyu's attack, they felt threatened just by looking at it. It was imaginable that Kong Tianyu must have used his full strength in order to avenge his father's death. Everyone thought about how they would resolve the attack if there were Yang Kai, but they soon realized there was nothing they could have done in his place. The only option would be to meet this attack head-on, but since they were weaker than Kong Tianyu, their small universes would be damaged if they tried to counter this thrust, resulting in serious injury or even death. Pah! The violent sight they all imagined never happened though. Following a light sound, Kong Tianyu was rooted to the spot as though he had been bound. His spear was grasped by Yang Kai with only one hand, and he was no longer able to move it one bit. Kong Tianyu and everyone else were stunned. Marshall Peak. Chapter 44-48, I'll teach you a move." All of them widened their eyes as they couldn't believe what they saw. A fifth-order open heaven realm master had gathered all his strength to thrust out his spear. Yet that spear was easily grasped by another fifth-order open heaven realm master with only one hand. It proved that the latter must be immensely powerful. "You're from Heavenly Sword Union?" Yang Kai examined Kong Tianyu. "Kong Feng was your father." Upon closer look, he realized that the person named Kong Tianyu indeed shared some similarities with Kong Feng in terms of their appearances. After recovering from the initial shock, Kong Tianyu gripped his spear and with a flourish shook off Yang Kai's grasp. Retreating a few steps to widen the gap with his enemy, both shocked and doubtful, he muttered, "You!" Kong Tianyu was shocked at the fact that his enemy possessed such incredible strength. Just now, he couldn't detect Yang Kai using his world force at all, but the latter could easily grab his spear. In other words, Yang Kai had only used brute force to accomplish this feat. The fact that a fifth-order open heaven realm master was able to reach such a point in terms of physical strength was unheard of. At the very least, throughout Kong Tianyu's martial Dao, he had never come across anyone who was so strong before. However, he wasn't aware of the immensity of Yang Kai's strength in his dragon form. No cultivators in the same order could surpass him when it came to physical prowess. Heavenly Sword Union. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai suddenly started chuckling. "Very good. I haven't managed to visit your sect yet, but you've come here to make a scene instead. Interesting indeed." After his return from the shadowless cave heaven, Yang Kai subsequently destroyed Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province to help the proprietress resolve her heart demon oath, which sent a shock wave across the great forces that took part in the raid on Void Land. Consequently, many of those same great forces sent representatives to Void Land's Star City with gifts and requested to meet Yang Kai as they were worried that he would also destroy their sects. In fact, Yang Kai didn't really care about the great forces that had invaded Void Land before. At that time, they were forced to join the alliance for various reasons. Void Land was a powerful sect now, so there was no point in settling the grudges against those minor great forces. It would be a waste of time and energy. With that said, Yang Kai didn't intend to let Heavenly Sword Union off. He initially planned to call the roll and storm into Heavenly Sword Union to get even with them. However, the Tao Theory Assembly had derailed his plan, so he had to come to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven first. It never crossed his mind that he would bump into Kong Feng's son here. It seemed that Qin Kuei had deliberately made him stay on Intertwining Fate Peak for this exact reason. Then, Yang Kai let out a long sigh, so troublesome. "I initially planned to keep a low profile, but it seems that won't be possible now." He was fully aware of what was going on with the Tao Theory Assembly. The most powerful participants were only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. By taking part in the assembly as Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was like an adult who was competing against children. There was no doubt that he could easily win first place if nothing changed. If he revealed his true strength now, though, the situation in the Tao Theory Assembly would change. By then, people who were above the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm would participate in the assembly. Then, it suddenly dawned upon Yang Kai that perhaps this was the exact outcome Su Linggong and Qin Kuei wanted to see. He reckoned that it must be the truth, and it wasn't until this moment that he realized why he and Chu Huashang were caught in the act. This was all a plot set up by Su Linggong. Cunning old fox. Despite knowing that Su Linggong was doing it for Chu Huashang, Yang Kai was still displeased as no one would be happy being manipulated. "What are you talking about?" Kong Tianyu glared at him as he finally calmed down. The fight between Open Heaven Realm Masters was always about the powers of their small universes, not physical strength. He was astonished that Yang Kai was able to easily grasp his spear just now, but he had now recovered from his shock. "Regardless of what you say, you will die today." Kong Tianyu wielded his spear again and pointed it at Yang Kai. As he spoke, he pushed out his spear, which was surrounded with an aura from an experienced Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. As his world force permeated the place, a trail of darkness was left behind that could hardly be healed as he extended his spear. I was the young Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union and the successor to the Union Master. I had all the glory with me. However, it's all because of you that I'm marginalized by the old farts in the sect now. But so what? As long as I can become the winner in the Tao Theory Assembly, I'll be the young master of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. By then, I'll make all of them kneel before me and beg for my mercy. Ha ha ha. Do you see it now? That's the difference between us. Although you're also a Fifth Order Master, you're not comparable to me. I've been in this order for hundreds of years, while you only achieved an ascension 2 years ago. Let's see how much longer you'll— What? Kong Tianyu abruptly had his arrogant speech cut off as he became rooted to the spot. His hideous expression contorted as he gazed at his own hands with trembling eyes. He was supposed to be holding a spear, which was a Fifth Order artifact that Kong Feng had refined for him when he ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm in the past. However, there was presently nothing in his hands. The Fifth Order artifact that had been with him for hundreds of years had suddenly gone missing. Looking up, he saw that his spear was now in Yang Kai's hands as the latter nonchalantly wielded the weapon. When did that happen? Kong Tianyu's pupils contracted as the cold sweat slid down from his forehead to his cheeks. Although the young man in front of him looked ordinary, he felt like he could see the door of death slowly opening before his eyes. The people around them were flabbergasted. Initially, they could see that Kong Tianyu's attacks became increasingly menacing every time he pushed out his spear. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, Yang Kai's only option would be to dodge and flee. However, to their astonishment, the situation had been turned around in the blink of an eye. Kong Tianyu's artifact was snatched by his opponent, and no one could clearly see what happened at that moment. When they came to their senses, the dust had already settled. You talk too much. Yang Kai shot a disinterested glance at Kong Tianyu. Moreover, that's not how you're supposed to use a spear. I'll teach you a move. Then he wielded the spear and slowly thrust it out towards Kong Tianyu. Compared to the spear technique Kong Tianyu had used, Yang Kai's attack wasn't intimidating at all. Furthermore, it was outrageously slow as all of them could see the trail clearly. Even a 3-year-old kid could easily dodge it. The spectators were all doubtful as they wondered what was special about the attack. However, Kong Tianyu, the only one actually facing the attack, was now in an utter state of panic. He could clearly feel that the spear contained a horrifying power that he could not possibly resist, and that the shadow of death was about to consume him whole. He attempted to dodge, but regardless of how hard he tried, he was unable to move a muscle. The space around him seemed to have been sealed off, and even his senses seemed to have been warped, like time itself had slowed down. The spear magnified before his eyes to the point where he could see nothing else. Hong! Violent force exploded as the spear struck Kong Tianyu's forehead and instantly exploded his head. The headless corpse convulsed as blood started spurting out of his neck and dyed his snow-white robes scarlet. The force lingering in the air slowly dissipated. Sixth Order, a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Someone exclaimed, "Xiao, xiao, xiao!" All the spectators instantly fled in all directions with pale looks on their faces. The Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai, who had just arrived, was actually a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Despite being a powerful Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Kong Tianyu was still killed in one move. Kong Tianyu had been the most powerful person on Intertwining Fate Peak until now. So if he wasn't a match for Yang Kai, there was no way the others would be able to deal with him. That was the reason that they had immediately fled, as they were worried that Yang Kai would target them next. "Have you learned it?" Yang Kai asked dispassionately. "In that case, you can rest in peace." Looking up next, Yang Kai saw a petite figure that looked like a young girl, only 7 or 8 years old. Her face was pretty cute, and her hair had been tied into 2 ponytails. As she silently hovered in the air, she looked down at the entire intertwining fate peak. There was a writing brush in her hand as she dipped it in her mouth before jotting something down on a pad. It seemed that she was trying to record something. She had to be some kind of invigilator, and there must be such a person on every spirit peak. They were the people sent by Yin Yang Cave Heaven to observe the participants, and everything they did would be recorded by them. Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. The young girl's expression instantly darkened as she raised her book to stop Yang Kai from looking at her. After storing Kong Tian Yu's space ring, Yang Kai turned around and re-entered his lodging to continue cultivating. Since he was a sixth order open heaven realm master now, it was no big deal for him to kill a fifth order master, and the matter didn't bother him one bit. If Kong Tianyu hadn't caused a scene, Yang Kai wouldn't have ruthlessly ended his life. However, that was perhaps the outcome Su Linggong and Qing Kuei wanted to see. Since Yang Kai had revealed his sixth order cultivation, the situation in the Tao Theory Assembly would soon change drastically. Some disciples from Yin Yang Cave Heaven soon came over to take the corpse away and clean up the blood. Just a while later, the spot in front of Yang Kai's door was spotless once more, as though nothing had happened just now. Just like Yang Kai had expected, after he returned to his room, messages were sent out in all directions. The fact that a sixth order open heaven realm master appeared on intertwining fate peak spread around at the speed of lightning. On a certain spirit peak in a certain mountain range, surrounded by mist, inside a gazebo, there were more than 10 figures who were either standing or seated as they seemed to be having a casual chat. One of them was Su Linggong. The Tao Theory Assembly was meant to select a husband for Chu Huashang, so as her honored master, Su Linggong was naturally unable to stay out of this matter. Therefore, he was here to receive the top masters who came from other cave heavens and paradises. Su Linggong was a high-rank open heaven realm master, so the people who deserved his attention were also high-rank open heaven realm masters. Therefore, the people in the gazebo were all the inner elders from various cave heavens and paradises. None of them was a nobody. There was also another group of people outside of the gazebo, but unlike the meeting between the elders, it was just a meet-up among the younger generation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4449, A Change in the Tao Theory Assembly. While the elders from the cave heavens and paradises were having a discussion, the younger generation were not standing idly by. Instead, they were exchanging pointers. Presently, there were one man and one woman who were engaging in an intense battle. As their sixth order open heaven realm auras clashed, they flew around the place. The people from the cave heavens and paradises rarely had such a chance to gather together. Therefore, using the Tao Theory Assembly as a chance, the elders brought their favorite disciples to this place. It wasn't that they wanted them to take part in the assembly, as they wouldn't have the heart to let the disciples they had high hopes for getting married into Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, they could make use of this chance to let the younger disciples familiarize themselves with one another and increase their experience. As the people in the gazebo watched the fight, some of them would make a remark from time to time. They looked like they were having a chat with the people around them, but they were actually commenting on the strengths and weaknesses of the ones in the battle. Although there was only a difference of one order between them, the gap between the mid-rank and the high-rank open heaven realm was no different from the distance between the heavens and earth. As inner elders, they were perfectly qualified to point out the weaknesses of these youths. The man and the woman in battle continuously adjusted the ways they made a move as they listened to the elders' comment, gaining some valuable knowledge along the way. Just then, an old man with a rosy face said, "Good, the battle should stop here. Both of you must be exhausted, so get some rest now." Upon hearing that, the man and the woman leapt away and saluted one another. Then they put away their artifacts and sat down with their legs crossed. Just then, a grim-looking old man with an aquiline nose in the gazebo turned to look at Su Linggong and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why are you in the mood to keep us company today, Brother Su?" Su Linggong was responsible for handling all the affairs in the Tao Theory Assembly. Supposedly, he had to keep these elders company. However, since the day they arrived, Su Lingong had only shown up once on the first day and let them stay in their respective residences after. He had practically ignored them since then. In fact, they fully understood how Su Lingong felt. He was resentful of them. After all, they had used a dirty trick to make sure that only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, which meant that only a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would eventually marry Chu Huashang. They reckoned that Su Lingong had been pretty restrained for not outright attacking them, so it was understandable that he ignored them most of the time. However, he had come to visit them on this day with a jovial expression, as though something great had happened to him. What do you mean? While it is true I was too swamped with work and didn't have the time to keep you company, I do now, Su Lingong replied nonchalantly. Since all of you have come all the way here, I'll have to make time for you, even though I'm busy. They naturally wouldn't believe him. This guy previously showed no trace of politeness when glaring at them since they arrived. However, they couldn't figure out why he was in a jubilant mood on this day. Just then, someone approached them from afar. After saluting all of them, he walked up to the grim-looking old man and whispered something to him. The grim-looking old man's expression changed as he shot a meaningful glance at Su Lingong, soon understanding what had happened. Then he gently waved his hand to motion for the person to withdraw and stared at Su Lingong before commenting. An ingenious move indeed, Brother Su. This Zhuo is impressed. With the wine cup in his hand, Su Lingong looked smilingly at him. What are you talking about, Brother Zhuo? I don't understand. It's fine. I know what you've done. The old man, surnamed Zhuo, sneered and rose from the chair. I'll take my leave. Seeing that, Pei Wenxian, who was seated among the younger disciples, hurriedly got up and left with him. As they walked down the mountain, Pei Wenxian cautiously followed the old man, surnamed Zhuo. He instinctively had a feeling that the other party was in a terrible mood, but he had no idea what had happened. There's been a change in the Tao Theory Assembly when Xian, the old man, surnamed Zhuo, suddenly said. Pei Wenxian became startled for a moment, then asked, Master Zhuo, you mean? This old man was none other than Zhuo Bukun, an elder from Myriad Demons Heaven. In the past, Tizhang was responsible for handling all external affairs. However, after his death in the Shattered Heaven, Zhuo Bukun took over his duties and subordinates. A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master has appeared in the Tao Theory Assembly, Zhuo Bukun replied. A Sixth Order? We all agreed that only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would join the assembly. Who broke the rule? Pei Wenxian asked with a frown. He's not from one of the cave heavens and paradises. You know him as well, actually. Who is it? The Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai. Pei Wenxian was startled for a moment, then knitted his brows together. Are you mistaken, Master Zhuo? I'm aware that Yang Kai is in Yinyang Cave Heaven because he moved past the territory gate we had cordoned off. However, he's supposed to be in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, not the Sixth Order. The eldest son of Kong Feng, Kong Tianyu, ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm several hundred years ago. His power was considered quite good among those in the same order. Nevertheless, he was killed by Yang Kai in one move. Pei Wenxian's pupils contracted when he heard that. Although he hadn't been in any contact with Kong Tianyu before, he had heard about him. Just like Zhuo Bukun had said, that guy was a powerful Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who achieved his ascension several hundred years ago. Nonetheless, he was killed by Yang Kai with only one move. Pei Wenxian wouldn't doubt Zhuo Bukun. Since the older man had said so, the information must have been verified. Seeing as Yang Kai was able to kill Kong Tianyu easily, he had to be in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Pei Wenxian was dumbfounded to learn that Yang Kai was in the Sixth Order, which was the same as him, as according to the information the cave heavens and paradises had gathered, Yang Kai had only made it to the Fifth Order outside the shadowless cave heaven. Suppressing the doubt in his mind, Pei Wenxian asked, Master Zhuo, you mean? He knew that Zhuo wouldn't have said such a thing for no reason. He was definitely required to do something. According to the original plan, all of us only had to respectively send one fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. However, with this turn of events, things have changed. What's more, the problem occurred at the territory gate we were responsible for. Since we're at fault, we have to give an explanation to the others. I want you to participate in the assembly and become the winner, Zhuo ordered impassively. That was the reason he immediately left the gazebo upon hearing the news. The news would be spread among the other great forces soon, and if he hadn't left, he would have been criticized by the others. After all, the problem was with the territory gate that myriad demons heaven had guarded. Upon hearing that, Pei Wen-Xian replied, I can definitely become the winner. But, Master Zhuo, I'll have to marry into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven by doing so. Despite knowing that Yang Kai was also in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, he was still confident of defeating the other party since he was a disciple from a cave heaven. The disciples from the cave heavens and paradises were not afraid of anyone in the same order. You're a core disciple of myriad demons heaven, so we won't let you marry into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Don't worry, I'll handle the issue. Pei Wen-Xian nodded his head. I'll do as you say, Master Zhuo. After giving it a thought, Zhuo said, You must not be complacent. Although you've refined sixth-order elements and eventually ascended to the sixth-order Open Heaven Realm, Yang Kai condensed several seventh-order elements before. Moreover, he's able to use a divine manifestation. Therefore, you can't regard him like any other sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. It will probably be difficult for you to deal with him. Pei Wen-Xian replied, Don't worry, Master Zhuo. I will not be negligent. Very good. The assembly is just a few days away. Get some rest and make sure that you're prepared. Yes. In the gazebo on the Spirit Peak, Su Linggong was humming a tune as he was in a jovial mood. He watched as the cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises came over and reported to their respective elders in small voices one by one. The elders initially had no idea why Zhuo had left all of a sudden, but upon hearing the reports from their subordinates, they finally realized what had happened. A sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master had suddenly shown up in the Tao Theory Assembly. Although there was only one person, it had derailed all of their plans and arrangements, forcing them to change their tactics. The elders subsequently left, all of them shooting resentful glances at Su Linggong before that. It was never a good feeling to be stabbed in the back. Su Linggong, on the other hand, only became more jubilant. After all of them were gone, he couldn't help but start guffawing. Meanwhile, there were only a small number of people in a certain palace of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven where Open Heaven Realm Masters had to make a registration to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Those who were supposed to make a registration had already done so, and since the assembly was just a few days away, it was basically too late for those who hadn't managed to do so already to sign up. The disciples responsible for registering the Open Heaven Realm Masters were thus lazing about somewhat sleepily. Although there were several hundred people already registered, there was only one sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. The outcome of the Tao Theory Assembly wouldn't be surprising since there was a stark difference between those in different orders. However, they were just ordinary disciples, so it had nothing to do with them. When two disciples from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, who were bored behind the registration desk, saw a figure appearing all of a sudden in front of them, they were astonished. Looking up, they could instantly recognize that the person was a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master who was the outer elder of myriad demons heaven. Previously, this person had brought a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master from the same sect to make a registration, so the two disciples could recognize him. One of the disciples from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven rose from the chair and asked, So it is Elder He. Why have you come here all of a sudden? Elder He's expression was so cold that it was as though a layer of frost could be scraped off his face. He had nowhere to vent out his fury, which almost burned him alive. He was the elderly man who had previously stopped Qin Kuei and Yang Kai just outside the territory gate. Since Yang Kai had managed to enter Yinyang Cave Heaven under his watch, he had to take full responsibility for it. As such, he had just been harshly reprimanded by Zhuobu-kun, which was why he was in a foul mood. "I'm here to make a registration," he said in a sulky voice. "What?" The disciple who spoke earlier was startled. When he looked behind Elder he saw no one there. Puzzled, he asked, "Are you doing it for yourself, or—" "Elder," he roared, "you want this old master to marry into Yinyang Cave Heaven?" "Of course. I'm making a registration for someone else." The two disciples were stunned, as they had no idea why Elder he was so incensed. Still, they hurriedly straightened up and helped him with the registration. "Please tell me the person's name, cultivation, and master sect." "Elder," he replied in a grim voice, "Pei Wenxian, Sixth Order, Open Heaven Realm, Myriad Demons Heaven." The two disciples were startled as they looked up at him. One of them asked hesitantly, "Are you sure you want to make a registration for Senior Brother Pei?" They had heard about Pei Wenxian. He was a rising star in Myriad Demons Heaven who directly ascended to the Sixth Order, Open Heaven Realm. There was no doubt that he had a bright future. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4450 Lu Jing. The status of Pei Wenxian in Myriad Demons Heaven was the same as Chu Huashang in Yinyang Cave Heaven. Such a person was destined to be one of the most important figures in Myriad Demons Heaven in the future, so there was no way he would marry into Yinyang Cave Heaven. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss for his sect. Therefore, when the two disciples who were responsible for registering the candidates heard that Elder he was making a registration for Pei Wenxian to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, they were dumbfounded. "Cut the crap! Do it now and give me a jade token." Elder he snapped. Yes. Please give us a moment, Elder he." Not daring to be negligent, the two disciples hurriedly recorded Pei Wenxian's information and passed the elderly man a jade token. Not willing to stay there any longer, Elder he took the token and left while the two disciples exchanged glances in puzzlement. Before they even recovered from their shock, more people had come to register. Half a day later, the two disciples fell into a dazed state as they looked at the book in front of them. In such a short time, more than 10 cave heavens and paradises had sent new disciples to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, and they were all in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Just like Pei Wenxian, they were rising stars of their respective sects who achieved an ascension in the past 100 years. The two disciples were torn between tears and laughter because there was even a woman on the list. The words Langya Paradise, Gu Pan, Sixth Order were clearly written in the book. The purpose of the Tao Theory Assembly was to help Chu Huashang find a husband, so the participants were naturally all men. Something had to be terribly wrong with Langya Paradise, as they had sent a female disciple. If Gu Pan happened to become the winner, she would have to bed Chu Huashang in the future. The two disciples felt their blood beginning to boil as they began to imagine such a future. Although they had no idea what had happened that made these new Sixth Order Open Heaven realms change their minds and take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, they could clearly feel that a change was taking place in the assembly. Their gazes fell upon a certain name as they had a feeling that the change had something to do with that person. After all, prior to this, he was the only Sixth Order Open Heaven realm among the hundreds of participants in the assembly. On intertwining Fate Peak, Yang Kai examined Kong Tian Yu's space ring and obtained some Fifth Order materials from it. Other than that, there was nothing worth mentioning. As the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai had a first-class star city and countless powerful open heaven realms as subordinates. Given his wealth, he was naturally dismissive of ordinary treasures. After putting everything of value in his own ring, he continued refining open heaven pills. Soon, however, the barrier around his house was triggered. Instead of a violent fluctuation this time, though, it felt more like someone was simply trying to get his attention. With a frown, Yang Kai got up and lowered the barrier. After pushing the door open, he saw a decent-looking young man standing outside. Seeing Yang Kai, the young man quickly saluted him. Gathering Yuan Unions, Lu Jing greets senior brother. Yang Kai sized him up and asked, "What's wrong?" He remembered seeing Gathering Yuan Union in his universe chart, which included all the known great territories and great forces within them. When he was looking for the star boundary in the past, Yang Kai had carefully studied every part of the universe chart, so he vaguely remembered a force called Gathering Yuan Union. However, he didn't pay any attention to this force, since he probably wouldn't come into contact with them. If he wasn't mistaken, Gathering Yuan Union was above average among the second-class great forces, with a sixth-order open heaven realm master overseeing their sect. "I'm sorry for bothering you, senior brother." Lu Jing cautiously examined Yang Kai's expression, and upon seeing that the latter didn't show signs of impatience, he set his mind at ease. He was shocked to see Kong Tianyu getting killed in just one move a short time ago. That guy was a fifth-order open heaven realm master, but he was killed like an ant. Therefore, Lu Jing was terrified when dealing with Yang Kai, as he was worried that the latter would make a move on him at any moment. The participants of the Tao Theory Assembly had to understand that they might get killed at any moment. Hence, Yang Kai could murder all the people on Intertwining Fate Peak if he wanted to do that. "If you don't mind, can I come in to speak with you?" Lu Jing asked in a gentle tone. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai stepped aside. Lu Jing thanked him and shuffled into the house. After they were seated, Lu Jing said, "I've heard much about you, senior brother, now that I finally see you." Before he could finish his flattery, Yang Kai raised his hand and cut him off. "Just speak frankly." Since it was the first time they met, there was nothing worth talking about between them, and the only reason Yang Kai let him in was to find out his intentions. An embarrassed Lu Jing coughed and put on a hollow laugh. "Good, senior brother Yang. The reason I've come to visit you is to ask you to protect me in the Tao Theory Assembly to the best of your abilities." Yang Kai frowned and gazed at him in puzzlement. Lu Jing put on a bitter smile. "As you can see, senior brother, I'm just a fourth-order cultivator, one of the weakest among the participants in the Tao Theory Assembly. If I encounter a powerful opponent, there's no way I can survive." With an awkward expression, Yang Kai asked, "Since you're aware of your weaknesses, why have you still come here to take part in the assembly?" A troubled Lu Jing replied, "Do you think I want to be here, senior brother? I had no choice. Although the purpose of the Tao Theory Assembly is to help senior sister Chu select a husband, it is also a major event in the 3,000 worlds. My father told me to take part in it to broaden my horizons and gain some life experience. He doesn't expect me to become the winner. To be honest with you, many participants of the assembly are in the same situation as me. They're forced to come here by their families." Yang Kai was surprised. Lu Jing replied, "Well, not all of them. There are only a small number of people who are forced to come here by their families. What I mean is that they're taking part in the assembly not to become the winner, but to go through some training by using this event as an opportunity." Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai nodded his head. After giving it a thought, he realized that it was just like what Lu Jing had said. The Tao Theory Assembly was considered a major event in the 3,000 worlds. Many powerful cultivators had gathered together in this place to exchange moves, which was a kind of training for them. Then Yang Kai said with a frown, "It will be difficult for me to ensure your safety. What I can do at most is to let you off when you're faced with me. The others might not be as easygoing, though." Upon hearing that, Lu Jing burst into laughter. "Do you think the assembly is just an event where all the participants have to fight with one another until the strongest one emerges? Isn't that the case?" Yang Kai was shocked. Lu Jing explained, "There might be such an event in the final stage. However, from what I've gathered, the assembly isn't so simple. There must be other arrangements. However, I'm unable to find out how the assembly would be carried out." He paused for a moment. "Why do you think those from Inyan Cave Heaven want us to stay on different spirit peaks?" Yang Kai replied, Of course, it's to allow the stronger cultivators to weed out weaker opponents in advance to simplify the situation. That might be one of the reasons, however, it's also possible that they want us to familiarize ourselves with one another and find our own companions, so that we can face various challenges together. A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes when he heard that. Was it really the intention of those from Yinyang Cave Heaven for making such an arrangement? Lu Jing went on to say, "The Tao Theory Assembly is to help senior sister Chu select a husband, so it would be too straightforward if they just wanted to select the strongest cultivator. In that case, there would be no need for a competition at all. We would just have to stand in a row and let the high-rank open heaven realms examine us to select a winner. However, how do they examine the winner's temperament and personality? Only by going through different tests could the participants showcase their capabilities in different areas." Yang Kai reckoned that Lu Jing had a point. "Therefore, I think that the Tao Theory Assembly isn't just about fighting against one another. There must be more to it." Lu Jing's eyes seemed to be glowing as though he was confident that his speculation was right. Then he turned to look at Yang Kai. "Hence, I hope you'll ensure my safety to the best of your abilities, senior brother." Yang Kai stroked his chin and said frankly, "If the assembly is just like what you've said, I can take care of you to some extent. However, what can you give me?" Lu Jing was startled, as he hadn't expected Yang Kai to agree so easily. The speech he had prepared in advance now became completely useless, so he simply asked dazedly, "What do you want, senior brother?" The way Yang Kai gazed at him made him shrink back. "If I'm not mistaken, Gathering Yuan Union focuses on doing business. Your ships sail everywhere in the 3,000 worlds, and your sect is quite wealthy. Since you're able to represent Gathering Yuan Union to take part in the assembly when you're just in the fourth order, you're obviously an important figure in your sect. Say no more, senior brother. I'm willing to pay you a 6th order Yang element treasure as a reward. What do you think?" Lu Jing interrupted Yang Kai as he was worried that the latter would come up with some unreasonable demands. "Deal." Yang Kai replied without hesitation. Lu Jing breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his fists. "I'll be relying on you then, senior brother. After the Tao Theory Assembly ends, I'll pass you the reward." Yang Kai nodded, and after they chatted for a bit more, Lu Jing left. Upon activating the array again, Yang Kai returned to his room and fell silent. A 4th order Open Heaven Realm Master was able to directly offer a 6th order Yang element material, which went to show that Gathering Yuan Union was truly wealthy. It had to be noted that a 6th order material was worth 10 to 20 million Open Heaven pills, with Yin and Yang element treasures being even more expensive than that. Therefore, it was apparent that Lu Jing was an important figure in Gathering Yuan Union. Perhaps he was the young Union Master, which was why he could offer such a handsome reward so easily. If there were indeed other arrangements in the Tao Theory Assembly, just like what Lu Jing had speculated, Yang Kai wouldn't mind protecting him as long as he was capable of doing so. There was a serious lack of 6th order materials in Voidland. Besides the great emperors Su Yan and his other wives, Yang Kai also needed 6th order materials now. 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Yu He and the others also needed 6th order materials to cultivate efficiently. Although he had a first-class star city where he could obtain 6th order materials from time to time, Yin and Yang element materials were still extremely rare. Lu Jing was clearly a seasoned person, so he knew that other rewards might not be able to move Yang Kai. As such, he directly offered a reward that Yang Kai would not be able to turn down. Everything was peaceful for the next few days. When Kong Tianyu was on intertwining Fate Peak previously, the place was lively as the residents would exchange pointers from time to time. However, after he was killed by Yang Kai with only one move, the entire Spirit Peak fell into a dead silence. The dozen or so people living here all hid in their resting places to cultivate while keeping their defensive arrays activated, worried that Yang Kai would storm into their places and kill them all in advance. After all, A sixth order open heaven realm master was essentially unmatched on the spirit peak. Martial Peak. Chapter 4451. Many Powerful Opponents. The Tao Theory Assembly officially commenced a few days later. As a loud bell tolled, the cultivators who had been cultivating on their respective spirit peaks stepped out of their residences. On Intertwining Fate Peak. As soon as Yang Kai left his room, he saw many people looking at him with fearful eyes. Although a few days had passed, the sight of Kong Tianyu's head being blown up by Yang Kai's spear attack remained vivid in their minds. Kong Tianyu was the strongest Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master among them, but he was unable to survive a single move from Yang Kai. Certainly, as a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Yang Kai stood out among them. They were previously worried that Yang Kai would kill all of them on Intertwining Fate Peak so that he would have fewer opponents. However, after he dealt with Kong Tianyu, he went on to cultivate in seclusion and didn't bother anyone else, allowing the others to have some peaceful days to live. Honestly speaking, if it weren't because they couldn't back down halfway, everyone on Intertwining Fate Peak would have fled already. None of them would be a match for a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the Tao Theory Assembly. So rather than staying there and getting humiliated, they could save themselves some time and embarrassment by backing down. However, the Tao Theory Assembly was held by Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and no one had the guts to leave halfway. The consequences would be dreadful if their backing down was taken as a sign of disrespect towards Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Just then, Lu Jing approached Yang Kai in a friendly manner. Yang Kai nodded gently at him and looked up. There was a slim woman clad in revealing clothes who was hovering in midair. Her short skirt could barely cover her alluring bottom, and as the wind whisked through her skirt, one could almost catch a glimpse of the spring scenery hidden below. The woman was weak as she was only in the Third Order Open Heaven realm. However, her skin was delicate, and her eyes were extremely enchanting. "Since all of you are ready, please come with me," the woman stated in a sweet voice. As she turned around and flew forward, the men were aroused when they saw her bare back. None of them moved a muscle as they gazed at Yang Kai. It wasn't until Yang Kai flew up that the others followed him. More than a dozen people left the Spirit Peak, and they soon reached the endless void. They had no idea where the woman was leading them to, but they could only follow her as it wasn't appropriate to ask her about it. 1 hour later, they finally saw a huge universe world in the distance. The universe world was much larger than average, and looking from afar, they could see that the terrain was pretty complex with the environment quite hostile. There was also a layer of gray mist around the universe world, seemingly shielding it from complete view. Yang Kai couldn't help but study the universe world in puzzlement. Yin Yang Cave Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens. So why was there such a strange universe world in their territory? Given their strength, it wasn't hard for them to change the environment of this universe world, so there must be a reason for them to keep it as it was. Outside the universe world, there was a gigantic palace hovering in the void, in front of which was a square that was filled with many people. The Third Order woman from Yin Yang Cave Heaven led the group from Intertwining Fate Peak to land on the square. After stabilizing herself, she performed a salute in a particular direction. "Greetings, Elder Su. The participants from Intertwining Fate Peak are all here." Su Linggong was seated on a chair in that direction, while Qing Kuei and Su Ying-shui were standing behind him. Seeing Yang Kai, Qing Kuei nodded at him. Su Linggong swept a glance over them as his gaze eventually fell on Yang Kai. He seemed to be in a jovial mood as he said amicably, "Good, you may leave now." "Yes." The Third Order Open Heaven realm woman bowed and departed, leaving Yang Kai and the others where they stood. Yang Kai scanned his surroundings and realized that many cultivators had gathered together in groups in the square. There were somewhere between 300 to 400 of them in total. It seemed that they were also participants in the Tao Theory Assembly. The weakest ones were in the Fourth Order, while there were many Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Just like those from Intertwining Fate Peak, These cultivators were supposed to be staying on their respective spirit peaks previously, but they were now all brought to this place. Soon, Yang Kai fell into a dazed state as he stared fixedly in a particular direction, a hint of shock on his face. That was because a petite woman was standing over there. Many of the participants around her were also examining her in shock. The existence of such a woman among a large group of men was like the bright moon in the dark night sky. It was expected that their attention was drawn to her. After all, the Tao Theory Assembly was meant to help Chu Huashang select a husband. Although those from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven hadn't set any strict rules, the participants were basically all men. Why would a woman take part in such an assembly? However, there really was a woman standing right on the square. Moreover, Yang Kai actually knew her. She was none other than Gu Pan from Langya Paradise. Yang Kai could barely suppress his laughter. It wasn't surprising that Gu Pan was in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven because she and Chu Huashang were close friends. Since this matter was about Chu Huashang's future happiness, it was only to be expected that she had tagged along with her master to this place. Nevertheless, it was quite awkward for her to appear in this square. When Yang Kai came across Gu Pan and Chu Huashang in the grand ancient ruins boundary in the past, they were also Emperor Realm cultivators just like himself. After such a long time, though, everyone from back then had ascended to the open heaven realm. Chu Huashang and Gu Pan both ascended to the sixth order open heaven realm. In that case, Yang Kai kept darting his gaze around and soon found two other familiar faces. One of them was Lin Feng from True Martial Cave Heaven, and the other was Ning Dao Ran from Free and Unfettered Paradise. Of the friends he got to know in Grand Ancient Ruins Boundary, only little fatty Su Zhen wasn't around. It wasn't certain whether he didn't come or he hadn't ascended to the open heaven realm yet. When their eyes met, Lin Feng snorted as he seemed to be displeased with Yang Kai. On the other hand, Ning Dao Ran just nodded at Yang Kai as a polite gesture. There were also some other unfriendly gazes that were examining Yang Kai. As Yang Kai swept a glance over them and soon saw Pei Wenxian from Myriad Demons Heaven and Yin Xen Zhao from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. These two guys had formed grudges against Yang Kai in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, Yin Xen Zhao relentlessly tried to kill Yang Kai. Fortunately, Chu Huashang never gave up on Yang Kai as she carried him on her back and eventually escaped from danger. There were some other people that Yang Kai didn't know, but he had a feeling that they were also core disciples from the various cave heavens and paradises, just like Chu Huashang. There seemed to be a lot of powerful opponents in this Tao Theory Assembly. The disciples of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven continuously led more participants to this place from various spirit peaks, where they formed into different groups and waited patiently. On a platform overlooking the square, Su Linggong sat in the center seat among the other high-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises, all of whom sported dark expressions. This couldn't be helped, as Su Linggong had suddenly changed the content of the Tao Theory Assembly. According to the original plan, the participants would just have to go on stage and fight against one another until the final winner emerged. It was a brutal but simple way, as the stronger cultivators would be at an advantage. Nevertheless, Su Linggong informed them at the last moment that the rules had been changed, which infuriated the high-rank open heaven realm masters for more than a dozen cave heavens and paradises. They didn't mind changing the content of the assembly, but Su Linggong had crossed the line by changing it at the last possible moment, leaving them unprepared. Presently, Zhuobu-kun from Myriad Demons Heaven was seated to the left of Su Linggong. He turned to look at him and asked impassively, "Brother Su, what are you trying to do?" "What do you mean?" Su Linggong glanced over at him. Zhuobu-kun asked, "Have you changed the rules at the last moment for a particular person?" "I don't understand what you're talking about." Su Linggong appeared innocent. "If you think there's something wrong with the assembly, you can leave now. I don't mind." Zhuobu-kun snorted. Is it really so easy, Brother Su? Since we've joined the assembly, why would we leave halfway? If news spread, myriad demons' heaven would become a laughing stock. Stop spouting nonsense if you're not going to leave then. I'm in charge of the Tao Theory Assembly, and I can do whatever I want. Su Linggong seemed ready to fight it out if need be. Seeing that both of them were incensed, the people beside them hurriedly calmed them down. Su Linggong looked smilingly at the square, but he secretly felt bitter in his heart. If Chu Huashang hadn't pestered him, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to change the rules of the Tao Theory Assembly. If they carried out the original plan and let the participants simply go on stage to fight, the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises would have a distinct advantage. The winner would be one of those disciples from the aforementioned great forces, not Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai was also a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it had only been 2 years since his ascension. Be it his heritage or foundation, he wasn't comparable to the disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Only when the rules were changed would he stand a chance to become the winner. Su Linggong knew that Chu Huashang was trying to help Yang Kai, but despite that, the young man would have to rely on his own power if he wanted to win first place. Now they could only hope that this brat wouldn't disappoint them. As time passed, all the participants of the assembly were brought to this place. Yang Kai looked around and realized that there were about 500 or 600 people who were taking part in the assembly. However, he reckoned that there were originally more who were now buried on the various spirit peaks, just like what had happened to Kong Tianyu. Therefore, there were probably about 1,000 people who had registered to join the assembly. It had to be noted that all 1,000 of these people were in the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm and above. None of them were minor characters. There was no doubt that the Tao Theory Assembly was a major event in the 3,000 worlds. It seemed that Lu Jing was right to say that many of the people who joined the assembly didn't intend to become the winner, as they had to be fully aware that they were not powerful enough to win. The reason they still participated in the event was to give themselves some training. Certainly, if they were lucky enough to be the winner, it would be life-changing for them. Previously, more than a dozen Cave Heavens and Paradises had cordoned off the territory gates around Yinyang territory and chased off all the foreign Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which allowed the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to have some hope. However, following the participation of more than a dozen Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters now, their hope was thoroughly crushed. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4452, Prison Star. Many well-informed people had some complaints about Yang Kai at this moment. If it was not for his sudden participation, the Tao Theory Assembly would not have had any Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in attendance. In the current situation, they no longer expected to obtain any of the top positions. They simply hoped that they would not be ranked so lowly that they besmirched the names of their sects. After a while, nobody else was guided to this place. It would seem that all of the participants had gathered here. Qin Kuei leaned over and muttered something in Su Linggong's ear, after which he nodded lightly and said, "Since everybody is gathered here, let us begin." Behind him, Su Yingxue immediately took one step forward and raised an arm upon hearing those words. Hundreds of streams of light burst out all of a sudden and swept across the huge square. A short while later, all the participating cultivators were surprised to find a pale gold wristband floating in front of each of them. The wristbands were made from some kind of unknown material that exuded a faint pulsing aura. Su Yingxue's expression was cold and indifferent as she explained, "All participants, please wear these wristbands. These wristbands are very important. They are the key items that will determine your ranking in the Tao Theory Assembly. So do not lose them or destroy them. Do not remove them without authorization either, or you will be disqualified." Everybody curiously looked at the pale gold wristbands after hearing those words. Despite studying the wristbands from all angles, they could not figure out anything about them. Nevertheless, they could only obey since these arrangements were something Yinyang, Cave Heaven, had prepared for them. It didn't take long before everybody was wearing the wristbands. What was surprising was that the wristbands transformed into a circular brand that imprinted itself on their wrists when worn. Yang Kai quietly scanned the wristband for a moment, but did not detect anything unusual. He could not even sense the slightest hint of something wrong. As for what these wristbands were meant for, he remained clueless and turned to look at Lu Jing curiously. Unfortunately, Lu Jing shook his head to indicate that he did not know anything either. Yang Kai could only give up. In any case, Yin Yang Cave Heaven would eventually give an appropriate explanation for the situation. Once everybody was wearing the wristbands, Su Linggong slowly got to his feet. The majestic aura of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master unfolded, and with a dignified expression, he spoke. Yin Yang Cave Heaven has been established in the 3,000 worlds for countless years. Our inheritance is steeped with history. Today, I will be choosing a husband for my youngest disciple. It is comforting for this monarch to see so many handsome young men standing here. I hope you will perform well and achieve satisfactory results. His voice was not loud, but everybody could hear him clearly with the help of his Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm aura. It sounded almost as though he was standing next to each person while speaking. The location of the Tao Theory Assembly this time lies within the universe, world behind you. The expressions of many people changed to reveal knowing looks. The truth was that many of the cultivators had already made some guesses when they saw this universe world. If that was not the location where the Tao Theory Assembly was going to be held, then why guide people to this place? Yang Kai noticed that Lu Jing, who was standing next to him, had turned slightly pale. Lu Jing seemed apprehensive about something, almost as though this particular universe world contained some kind of deadly threat. The universe world before you is known as Prison Star. It is the place where Yin Yang Cave Heaven exiles certain dangerous criminals. The people in that universe world consist of Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples who committed grave crimes, as well as vicious and atrocious villains who are captured and brought back from the outside world. It can be said that every single existence within that place is a criminal. You can kill them at your discretion. I knew it. It really is the Prison Star. Lu Jing murmured softly. Yang Kai turned to look at Lu Jing. He knows something about this Prison Star. Unfortunately, it's not convenient for me to ask him about this matter under the current circumstances. I can only figure things out once Su Linggong finishes his speech. This Prison Star is a training ground for Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples. What you need to do now is enter the Prison Star and slaughter those who can be killed. The wristband will record your achievements. In the end, the person with the highest score recorded in their wristbands will be the winner. As soon as those words left Su Linggong's mouth, a commotion broke out among the cultivators in the silent square, and many of the cultivators couldn't help revealing joyous looks. That was particularly true for many Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They originally thought that they would only be accompanying their charges on a study trip to the Tao Theory Assembly. After all, they did not have the slightest chance of winning against the 10 or so Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in a straight-up fight. On the other hand, if the Tao Theory Assembly was carried out in this manner, then they could avoid fighting with the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters entirely. There was even a chance of winning first place if they could obtain a good enough result on the Prison Star. Su Linggong coldly observed the commotion below, only to break into a grin after a long while. You will know how the wristband records your achievements later. But there is something else this monarch needs to inform you about first. All the criminals on Prison Star have been notified of this event, and have been told that if they kill enough participants, they will be able to obtain their freedom. That's why it's not just you hunting them. They will also spare no effort to hunt you down. After all, it has been many years since they last tasted freedom. The commotion throughout the square died down abruptly. One of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters frowned at those words. Brother Su, why was I not informed about this? If that were the case, then every single person who participated in the Tao Theory Assembly would be in mortal danger. There were many sixth-order open heaven realm masters on Prison Star, and if anybody were to encounter those people, even a sixth-order open heaven realm master from the cave heavens and paradises might not escape alive. Similarly, the other high-rank open heaven realm masters turned to look at Su Linggong in unison. It was clear that it was also the first time they had heard about this. Su Linggong slapped his head lightly. "Oh, did I not tell you? No worries. It's not too late for you to find out now. Brother Su, is this your own idea? Or is this Inyan Cave Heaven's idea?" A high-rank open heaven realm master questioned. Su Linggong glanced sideways at that person and simply stated, "I am in charge of the Tao Theory Assembly. Whatever I say goes. If you are worried about your disciples, you can withdraw right now. This will not stop anybody." "Withdraw? We're already here. Who would have the nerve to quit now? If we did that, won't other people look down on our sects?" They originally assumed that the Tao Theory Assembly was an explanation given by Inyan Cave Heaven as a result of the joint pressure exerted by the various cave heavens and paradises for Chu Huashang's actions. It would now seem, though, that everybody had been fooled by Su Linggong. If they had known that the Tao Theory Assembly would be so dangerous, they wouldn't have allowed their most treasured disciples to participate. Those whom they brought here were newly promoted sixth open heaven realm masters. How could they compare with the old ghosts on Prison Star? "Martial Uncle Su, how will the achievements be calculated if two people work together to kill a criminal?" Yin Xan Zhao of Xianyuan Cave Heaven suddenly cupped his fist and asked. Su Linggong grinned. "Rest assured, as long as you are nearby when the criminal dies, you will share a certain amount of the achievements. You can figure out the secrets behind this mechanism yourselves." Yin Xan Zhao nodded lightly and asked again, "What if we were to accidentally kill another participant?" Su Linggong said, "Of course, there will also be achievements for that. Moreover, all the results previously obtained by that person will be passed on to you." Yin Xan Zhao licked his lips and smiled. "I see. This disciple understands now." The expressions of many participating cultivators were rather ugly. Inyan Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly was now a chaotic free-for-all. There was no doubt that Su Linggong set this up to promote killings. It didn't matter whether it was the criminals on Prison Star or the participating cultivators. As long as they killed another, they would receive achievements for their deeds. Lu Jing turned deathly pale as he gulped nervously and looked at Yang Kai pitifully. "Senior Brother Yang." The rules of the Tao Theory Assembly had suddenly become so brutal that he was not sure if Yang Kai was still willing to fulfill their previous agreement. Yang Kai, however, just said, "Rest assured. Just follow me later." Lu Jing was overjoyed. "Many thanks for your care, Brother Yang." He was incredibly grateful that he made such a timely move back on Intertwining Fate Peak. How else could he have had the chance to follow a sixth-order open heaven realm master now? He was just a fourth-order open heaven realm master. If he had entered Prison Star with his current strength alone, it would not be long before he ended up as somebody else's meal. "Are there any other questions?" Su Linggong scanned the audience. Nobody answered. Thus he nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, let the Tao Theory Assembly begin." After saying that, he sat back down again. Qin Kuei and Su Ying Xue stepped forward at the same time and walked out from behind Su Linggong. They each used a set of hand seals before pushing their palms out towards Prison Star. In the next moment, a wide, multicolored road appeared out of nowhere, connecting Prison Star and the Palace Square like a rainbow. Su Ying Xue shouted, "All participants, please enter. The event will last for 1 year, during which Prison Star's Grand Array will remain closed. Nobody will be allowed to enter or leave without authorization. Once the 1-year period is up, we will guide you back here." Everybody glanced at the Rainbow Bridge for a moment, and not long after that, somebody moved and landed atop it. A distorted light flashed by, and that person vanished out of sight in an instant, probably transferred somewhere on Prison Star. The rest of the cultivators quickly stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge, either alone or in small groups of 3 to 5. Yang Kai was in no hurry to move and simply stood there waiting. "Junior brother Yang." A coquettish voice suddenly rang out. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and saw a figure flying out from the depths of Yinyang Cave Heaven. It was Chu Huashang. On the stage, Su Linggong was taken aback by the sight and asked Su Yingshui, "What is that girl doing here?" Su Yingshui slowly shook her head. His facial muscles twitched slightly in annoyance. Regardless of the circumstances, the purpose of the Tao Theory Assembly was to choose a husband for Chu Huashang. Hence, it was truly inappropriate for her to make a public appearance at a time like this. Be that as it may, she was already here, so it was already too late to stop her. The cultivators who had yet to enter Prison Star looked up upon hearing her voice, and many people recognized her identity and looked enamored at the mere sight of her. Leaving aside the fact that she was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, Chu Huashang's figure and looks alone were first class throughout the 3,000 worlds. If they could take the winning spot in the Tao Theory Assembly, they would be able to win the hand of such a gorgeous beauty. If that had happened, then their lives would not have been in vain. In front of everybody's eyes, though, Chu Huashang landed lightly in front of Yang Kai. "Senior Sister Chu, what are you doing here?" Yang Kai asked. He had not seen her since the last time the two of them had been caught in bed by Su Linggong. Therefore, he never expected for her to come here at this time. "I came to see you." She looked at him with a smile. All of a sudden, she took 2 steps forward and threw her soft body into his arms. "Come back soon, junior brother. I will be waiting for you." Yang Kai immediately froze in place. The two of them had been in the throes of passion and nearly sealed the deal in her bedroom last time. But that incident had simply been a trap devised by Su Linggong, so it could not be counted. But now, she was the one who took the initiative to hug him. Furthermore, she did it in front of so many people that he was completely caught off guard. When Yang Kai looked around, he saw that the expressions of many participating cultivators were as black as the bottom of a pot.